Hey, what's happening, Sister Sherry? How you doing, baby? Thank you so much for stopping in. Bless you. Bless you. I hope you are doing well. And if you'd like, you can participate in that little poll I got up. And also, I have 2 days there because I have so many different folks on YT that's in different, time zones. So some people today is Monday for them, and some people is Sunday. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you coming in, girl. Shout out to you and your channel, and God bless you, sis. Getting a little workout going here. Thank you so much for responding to the poll. It's just, a little messing around there. Like I said, everybody's in different time zones. What is happening out there? Is that my sis right there? Hey, what's up? What's up, Grandma Lynn up in the building? I don't want to call you Grandma. I just like to say, because I know you are a good, loving grandma, but honey, you looking beautiful. You looking beautiful, and I know you are a grandmother, and you know your place in life. But I just, Miss Mama, I'd love that fantabulous name. I miss it. Girl, I miss it. But I hope everybody is doing well and living their best life. You already know how it is. We all got to get, we got to go through something to get to something. You know what I mean? Rome wasn't built overnight. You understand? So we got to rock, we got to roll, we got to shake it loose. Because I'm telling you, y'all, the temptation out here is off the chain. Off the chain. And I'm not bragging or showing out or none of that, but I find, myself questioning myself. You get what I'm saying? You know how when you got something that's solidified in stone, it's there. You know what it is. And a lot of times I keep telling people that, God will meet you where you at. Everything is going good. Oh, forever. Hello, how you doing? Thank you for coming in. Blessings to you. Hey, hey. Yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. We got to get it how we live. Thank you, beautiful people, for coming. I hope you guys are doing well no matter what that is. You understand what I mean? Because a lot of times people don't understand that just because you're going through something, it doesn't mean you don't put your best foot forward. You can get on and moan and groan and, talk about what's happening to you, but you definitely got to keep it moving. You understand where I'm coming from? And a lot of times, how you ever been in a situation where people ask you how you doing? For the most part, especially if you passing by folks in the grocery store somewhere, Winn-Dixie's, Kroger's, wherever you shop at, Walmart, and people ask you how you doing, and a lot of times we be going through something, but it's good to keep a positive foot forward. And then sometimes you may want to elaborate on what you're going through because who you're speaking to may offer you some solutions. So you got to pick your battles, you know what I mean? And I remember they said this one guy, they asked him, how you doing? He said, my dog died, my coffee's cold, and my car ain't running. You know what I mean? And that person that they laid it to like that, they needed actually to hear something a little bit more positive. So, we always know that the tongue is one of the smallest muscles we have, but it's one of the hardest to tame. So whatever you say can make or break somebody. So we all have to be careful on how we speak and how we do things. You get where I'm coming from? Positivity. And like I said, it's okay to elaborate because I've said to somebody in the store, listen, they say, how you doing? Because I've seen them several times. And I'm like, I don't know. I've been having this, this headache here for a couple of days. And by me indicating that, they offer something that the doctor didn't even mention. Pray. Hello, anybody out there? Y'all feel me? And the thing is, we all know that God worked miracles. And I want to say this. I had asked a question here, right? And the question was, do you believe in God? and there was 100%. It said 100%, but when I look back at it, it was down to 94%. And I promise you, and no disrespect, I'm gonna say it like this: I don't care whether what way you rocking with it, Jehovah, Baptist, Traptist, at home with yourself or with a Bible study group, honey. If you don't know the Lord Jesus, honey, listen, let me tell you something. I'm gonna shout it from the rooftop. No matter how much a clown I can be, I'm gonna shout it from the rooftop. And I just say this to everyone: I pray for you. I pray for you, the ones that deny him and don't know him. And you know what? And I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, because a lot of times, because I didn't know what my self-worth was, there was a lot of times that I didn't even know God. But I tell you this, the majority of people that I have conversation with that are able to talk, because see, this is what people like to do. They like to turn something that's just, a part of life into a drama. You understand? Trauma dumping and that kind of way. You get where I'm coming from? But if you can talk with somebody that halfway, you know where I'm coming from. Yes. When you go through this stuff, when you can find somebody who goes, why I got to argue about who you voted for and get mad? If you just simply said, I voted for this party, that party, independent, what business is that of mine to form something against you? Oh, because you're not with me, so that makes you feel, well, it doesn't matter whether I'm with you or not. God is with you. And for whoever don't believe, I really, no disrespect, honey, you in trouble, whoever you are. Because I had a lot of people, and that's not just, what I asked on YT, but throughout life. And the majority of people that I speak to about, do you believe in God? And you know what their reasons are always, is because they didn't get what they want. It always leads to that. And the first thing, because I'm going to tell you, I thought about it. We done bury babies and stuff over here. You feel me? You get where I'm coming from? And I know a lot of folks know what that means. You get where I'm coming from? And I had this conversation with several people. The thing is, if you don't understand, first of all, if you seek him, you shall find. God gives us free will. This is not a game. Do you understand? When you don't know stuff, it's easy to object towards it. Oh, no, I ain't. But why though? Let's just get into it. So this is what, few different conversations, and even myself was said, well, you know what? Why? And I never said I didn't believe in God, but I'm just saying, just period. Or to a person that said they don't believe. Well, why don't you believe? Well, because I'm looking at, you got a person that's running around here that's a pervert. You get what I'm saying? And they're alive, but yet my 16-year-old niece died of cancer. So if there's a God, why would he let stuff like that happen? Why are people starving? Why? You know how you talk to different people, and everything they're saying, the question would be asked because of the fact that they don't know him and they don't understand that this is not the promised land. That right there was promised to us. And even when you make it to heaven, because I know I'm going, you understand, I'm getting my crown of life. The point that I'm trying to make, though, is that you haven't studied, you haven't seeked. That's why you have all of these questions or your attitude about it, because you didn't try to learn it. You get what I'm trying to tell you? If you read, I promise you, the clarity, and I'm being honest with you guys, keeping it real. I've had times, when you have a family, whether you're a mother, aunt, cousin, any kind of family or friends or whoever you deal with, co-workers or whatever, and y'all talk. Different stuff comes out of different people, and there's nothing wrong with people keeping it real, because a lot of folks don't know. But I know I've had times where I went to work and I haven't seen my family from early in the morning. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, she said they don't have. No, they don't. And they don't care to, unless they want something. You get what I'm saying? And then they all in. But I've had times where, I used to come home, and I promise you could have family that you haven't seen for me. I'm just going to say me. Verse 8. He says there in the verse, it's so mysterious. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But the thing about it is that when you get enough understanding, because of the fact that we're not meant to know everything, because if we were meant to know everything, why would we need God? And see, that's what I tried to do, is unbother myself with things that I'm not supposed to know, because I know that he's going to let me know what I need to know. And if it helps me get to where where I'm going, that's good enough for me, because I can only question but so much. And then what am I leaning on him for if I got all the answers? But I tell you what, if you read and study and you look into it, you will understand a whole lot better. I don't care what nobody say. There's no way that you can't get a better comprehension if you open up the book and look at it. and study. You get what I'm saying? And I promise you, I used to have times where me and my family are parted. Everybody, whoever, husband, family, whoever you got parted, they gone to school, you gone to work, whoever, whatever your household consists of. And I used to come home not seeing the folks from my family for about 8 hours. And you know what I would do? I'd get my Bible, go somewhere and read over all of them. Yes. You know why? Because God comes before even a newborn baby. If you got a baby in there crying, if you know that baby pamper changed and they fed, and God is telling you, because who wants you to read the book? You should want it yourself, but it's going to be him that leads you there. You get where I'm coming from? And with that being said, I always say that when you have something that you don't understand, you have to seek it, because of the fact that we're lucky enough to have a book that gives us better direction than a lot of folks back in the days that didn't know nothing. You know what I mean? She said, that's why I say go on to your prayer closet and have, yes, time with him. Yes, yes, Sherry, yes. All the time, no wrong friend, a fun time, but need the Father. See, that's the thing too, because like I said, when I put that poll up, it said 100%, right? And I'm not telling nobody to agree with me. I'm not forcing nobody into no kind of relationship. You do you, boo. You understand what I'm saying? But don't get caught slipping. I know y'all get what I mean. And thank you so much, Sherry, because you know where I'm coming from. And I don't know if Sister is still here, but y'all know what I'm trying to explain, because I promise you, even though I get in and do what I need to do, I still go through trials and tribulations with myself, because, see, that's one thing about it. The devil will trick you back up into something that you know that's already solidified. When you're walking in the word, and you know that you believe in what you know. You understand what I'm saying? Just like I tell a lot of people, they keep saying, well, I don't. What the thing is, what have you done to try to find out what's up with it? You get what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. Because like I said, when I sit down and I talk to people, no one can give me a really good enough reason why they don't believe in, because a lot of times the stuff that they speak about, it doesn't, it ain't the right road to go on. Oh, see, and you know what I'm talking about, because it's the truth, though. You are too, Miss Sherry. You know what I mean, because if you look at it for what it's worth, there's never, and I promise you, I've had people that got into arguments just because of what somebody had on. People don't understand what discrimination. People would discriminate against you just because you are a believer and you're a walker. And I always tell people, stay in your own lane. That way you don't have an accident. Stay in your own lane. If you build your house on sand, it won't stand. Hello, wake up. Stop worrying about it. Stop worrying about it and find out. Find out. How do you know any of this stuff? How do you know anything? How did you learn how to walk if you didn't believe and you didn't trust? How did you go into, I always say this to people too. You get what I'm saying? There's no way that you can be okay with them, and then when you don't get what you want, or you live your life without him, and say you don't believe because he ain't doing what you want him to do. See, that's the whole problem with this thing here. And like I said, I go through this a lot too, because sometimes I be having some stuff go on and stuff I experience. Even though I studied in certain areas and got the word, we get rusty. Sometimes we act in the flesh. You get what I'm saying? And then when you always behave in the flesh, a lot of times that's going to mess you up, because you're not intact with your spiritual side, and the flesh will run you in the dang ground. The flesh have you acting a fool out here. Baby father is real. Yes, he is. And like I said before, and I have someone in the live right now said that, is confused. And I get where you're coming from, but I promise you, he's not the author of confusion. If you want to understand, and you're right, the universe is mysterious. Forever BFF. You got that right, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. But see, that's the thing. There has to be a little mystery left, because God got to work his will. And if we know too much, we overstep. What happened to Satan? Why is Satan doing what he's doing, and why is Satan casted out? Because everything, we wanted everything, didn't want to listen, wanted fast, wanted quick, and didn't want to pay attention to what steps it takes to get where you need to be. So it is very confusing and mysterious, but at the same time, what we need God for if we had all the answers? And then when you get the answers to certain stuff, it don't mean that you stop. You have to go on and be greater. You have to go on and encourage other people if they're willing. Because, see, when God gives you free will, he's not forcing you to do anything. But he's showing you what the promise is of all the questions that you have. That I'm atheist, I'm this, nothing wrong. I'm not judging nobody. I don't care if you're Muslim, Jehovah's Witness, non-believer. If you don't go to church, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is you knowing about something here in life that you're living, opposed to, being lost and wandering too far where you don't even know, your head from your butt. You know what I'm saying? And I keep telling people we got to know what we're doing. Hey, what's happening? Sunny side up. How you doing? Happy and hope it's Sunday for you, because some people it's Monday already. But yeah, and I keep trying to say this to people. What do you believe in though? What do you believe in? And a lot of times, you can have a serial killer, and I'm not being disrespectful, getting off the beaten path. You can have a serial killer that be in love with their dog or their cat, but yet take human life. Where's their comprehension, and what are they thinking? Who are they? And we all got to understand that we got to go through something to get to something. When you read the Bible, and then you talk to people that say, "Well, how's their God? If I've been homeless and I ain't got this and I ain't got that." But if you read the Bible, this is not what it was intended to be. Listen here, people, and stop with the little quick stories just to make yourself feel good. Get into that Bible and lay up on it. Depend on it. Get your mind right. I promise you. I've came home, like I said, and been gone, ain't seen my family for hours, 8 hours. You get what I'm saying? And I'll get home and sneak in the house just to have a little bit of peace. Because sometimes, folks will run you down. You got to control what you got up in your fort. But I'm just saying. I used to come in quietly because that's what God was instructing me to do. And I was thirsty for the word. So I would do that so that I can get some of him in me to continue on with what I had. And I wouldn't have the family. I wouldn't have a job. I wouldn't have a piece of lint. I wouldn't have a Barbie pin. All of this is God's creation. And what happened was this was not what it was supposed to be. So now what we got to do is stay ready so we don't have to get ready, because this is not a do-over anymore. This is the finish line time right now. But if you read the Bible, it'll let you know why all of these negative things that's occurring, why death is here, because you got to look at it. God ain't the author of any type of fear, death, harm on us. I ain't going to lie and say that God won't let you go through something to get to something, because God will put it down on you now. You want to act a fool? Yeah, he will spank that tail. You got to remember, everything ain't coming from the Bible. You got to remember, you got to take responsibility for what you're doing. It ain't God that got you acting a fool. He always try to direct you right. Devil's always going to try to confuse you. But where's your part? She says, got to get into the Holy Scriptures. Yes, yes. No pastor can tell you nothing. Yes, yes, yes. Sherry, that's what I'm talking about. With him yourself. And see, that's what we always talk about. You know how I've had a lot of people that say, that my aunt saved, so she talked to me about church, so I'm good to go. But see, that don't go like that, because everybody's salvation is individually between them and God. And if you don't seek it for yourself, can't nobody get saved for you. We all know that. And like I said before, just because what you want ain't happening don't mean that God ain't working in your life. You may say, well, Dad, you know what? I wanted to get this new car because I take 2 or 3 buses to try to get to where I'm going, and it's a struggle and it's hard and I'm going through this. So why didn't God help me? Well, you know what? He helped you in a different way. Well, what's that way? Well, you were going in for your mammogram, and he made sure that you tested negative. How about that? How about that? See, you don't know where he's working at, because he's not going to give you what you want. He's going to give you what you need. And a lot of times when we go through trials and tribulation and hardship, a lot of times that's to prune you back. You know what I'm saying? Every rose has a thorn. And if you're not prepared for your journey, you're not going to be able to learn and know anything. Do you know that you can have your feelings, but you can't let your feelings have you? You understand what I'm saying? And what does that mean? That means that sometimes you got to be higher than what's happening to you. You got to see your spirit. See, this is the thing, too, that people don't understand: mind, body, and soul. You got to understand there's a separation there. Do you know when Jesus was created and put in the womb of a virgin, that was the Holy Spirit coming together with the flesh? You understand what I mean? Living in the flesh it is a lot more difficult than people think, because the flesh will direct you in the wrong step, because you're thinking that everything got to be polished up, but it's really your spirit. Anything that you go through with the flesh, the spirit is not affected by it unless you allow it. If you're here with a broken leg, the spirit don't have a broken leg. If you have cancer in the physical body, the spirit can never get cancer. See, people are not looking at what it is, because they're not doing the work to get the comprehension, you understand, of what we need to know. Everybody's just floating around as long as they get what they want. Amen. That's right, Sherry. Hey, that's right. People are floating around, and long as it suits their fancy. Do you ever sit back sometime and think, you know what? What happened to me, I needed that. I needed to get my butt spanked. I needed to step back. I need to understand what my morals and values and what my emotions consist of, because you know what? We got feelings and emotions. Why would God give us emotion? Why would he send Jesus down here to walk, to feel what we feel? You understand that Jesus walked with sinners, but he didn't sin. Jesus was hung on the cross between two sinners. Why would he let them feel that pain if it wasn't a reason for it? So if Jesus went through it, why can't we? How are you going to learn anything? Just like when, it's fun. Just say, for instance, you got to the age and you got that bike, 6, 5, whatever age. You get what I'm saying? And you got that brand new bike. Do you honestly think, and no disrespect, do you honestly think you're going to get on that bike and just ride off and be fine? No, you're going to fall down a lot of times. And even after you start riding the bike for a long period of time, there's going to be accidents and bumps and boops in the road. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no game. So thankful that I'm mostly, amen. Yes, amen. That's what I'm talking about. You can't just get here and just step into something and expect, everything to go your way. This was not planned to be this way. And that's the whole thing that I keep trying to say. And I have to, practice this and meditate in it, because I fall off the grind too. You know how sometimes when stuff happens to you, you kind of go back on what you already know. Yes, you cannot. Yes, that's right. And that's exactly what it is. But and the thing is, there's supposed to be some mysteriousness and misunderstanding, because like I said, if we knew everything, why would we need God? And do you imagine if we knew as much as God did, what would be happening? And that's what happened with Satan. People don't pay attention to that part. Satan tried to outdo the Lord, and that's not allowed. You have to humble yourself under the mighty hand. You understand? People want to be able to do whatever they want to do and make it okay to do it. You know how folks is just stepping out of line, and I'm not being disrespectful, more now than ever, and it's going to continue to get worse. Do you know how many different people that we got out here that is rolling blunts? Oh, they made it legal. They made it legal. And I'm not disrespecting the smokers. I don't care nothing about that, because that ain't none of my business. I'm just speaking of some things that, are being out here out of control way worse than ever before. They don't understand the difference. Yes, that's right, Sherry. Because if you look at it for what it's worth, that people think because they pass this stuff with the marijuana, and no disrespect. Now, please, smokers, stay in your lane, because I'm not coming for you. I'm speaking about what I know that's true and that's reality. When they made the marijuana legal, people think that, they don't even know the difference between the law from the state and the federal. First of all, two different situations. Secondly, that is something that you have to have the privacy when you do that. Watch how you're doing it all out here in the streets in front of other people, because you got folks, you in the park, kids looking over at you, stuff they don't know, innocent to it. So you gotta stay in your lane. Also, when you living in a house with a couple of people, there has to be if you're able to grow a plant. You have to know how many people in the house. You got 6 plants and 1 adult. You ain't got that stuff put away right. Even when you have a police officer that got their revolver that they keep at home, that has to be separated from the bullets, and all of this got to be separated. And also it's got to be locked up somewhere where the kids don't even know where it's at, if you keep one in your house. And I'm not telling people not to, because that's your business, what you do in your home. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of stuff that people are taking it the wrong way, and they're flipping out here, and they're doing anything they want to do. And that right there, when people usually be smoking, their pot, they usually be somewhere, you know what I mean? They usually be somewhere, they roll up somewhere and try to, take a puff. And if they driving down in their car, they get pulled over by the cops, they'll hide it. Now they're talking to the cop, yeah, officer, why'd you pull me over? And just puffing on the blunt. They're trying to make it look okay to do anything. And the thing is, we still have laws in place. We still have the judge, the jury, the judicial system. But at the final time, God's word is the last word. But for now, while we're living in the flesh and making all this stuff okay to run around here and cut the fool, it's getting worse. I've been looking at, and I promise you, if you read all of this and get into this Bible deep, you're going to see that where it says there's going to be a lot of confusion, which already is, but it's going to be worse. People are not going to be what you're used to them being, because they're cutting the fool. They're cutting the fool. People out here that you know, and the next time you see them, you can't even tell the difference. And I always say this: face down, ass up. You know what I'm trying to tell you. You imagine somebody walking around with their ass up and their face down. You ain't got no sense. You get what I'm saying? People, they don't care what's going on. The way folks acting out here, yes, the book of, hey, honey, don't start it, Sherry. You already know what it is. It's about to go down. Boom, tickety, boom. This is why I keep saying folks don't understand. It's not about what you want to do. I've watched so much stuff that's happening out here. Folks has gone absolutely mad. And they want to continue to march for Satan. But as soon as something happened, have you ever heard, just like when somebody sneezes, Somebody may say, God bless you. And you see somebody, you saying bye to them, you may say, have a blessed day. You ever hear anybody saying, bless the devil? You know what I mean? That's not normal practice. But the way things are going now, people will say, oh, I love you to death. Don't love me to death. Love me to life. Don't love me to death. I want to be loved to life. Yes, it's going down. It's going. You know what I'm talking about, and you know when it's trotting down, because anytime that you have to see, this is what the problem is too for a lot of us. You have to be able to accept what is for you, not what other people doing and why they got this and why I ain't got that. There is a reason. Sometimes, our struggles is a lot harder than others. It's for a reason. God is getting you ready for something that they may never get. You understand what I'm saying? You're not going to tell me because I'm Beyonce that she's blessed more than me because of what? Be honest. No disrespect. I ain't got nothing against the lady. But why is she blessed? Because she's rich? What does that have to do with the actual woman, though? See, you're climbing the ladder of success. You remember that they used to say this to the girls. This was just a song. You're climbing the ladder of success. Don't let the boys look under your dress. They say you cute. They say you fine. The next 9 months later, they say it ain't mine. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Love me to life. That's right. Not to death. Love me to life. And that's what I keep saying to folks out here with all of this type of stuff going on. When you don't know, that's why you're confused. When you don't know. And when people be saying stuff, how many times do you hear, even other than the people that's really walking for Satan and don't know God and want to be in that predicament, you say, God bless you, not devil bless you. You have a blessed day. No, have an awful day. When do you ever hear that in practices? People are doing everything out of control, just like, you know what a lot of this stuff is that we got going on right now? It puts me right in the middle back there with Solomon and Gomorrah back there. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Because folks were doing whatever they want, and all of that stuff that God does not want us to do, and that was happening, and why he shut that down. People are doing it out in the open now, and proud of it, and praising it, and encouraging it. You know, and like I said before, you have to be careful too when you have children that don't know who they are as far as, their bodies. And you have to, have God with you to walk them through it. Yes. Yes, them days. Yes, a lot of people, that's what's happening right now. And then also, like I said, when you have children that have all of these different things going on, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not disrespecting anybody, because you cannot walk in somebody else's shoes. You can't tell somebody else what to do. But we got a lot of children that are coming up, and then they're confused about this sexuality. I say keep it real with them, but put God in there with the help. But when you got kids that's 5 and 6 years old, feel like they're born in the wrong body, you have to tread very lightly on what decisions that you make for them. And I honestly think it is not about my opinion. It's not about me preaching or judging to anybody. But I think that when you have children and they seem to be, different from what they were born to be, I don't think you need to act on anything far as surgeries and all that kind of stuff, because there's a lot of growing and a lot of grooming and work that God has to do on that person to get them where they need to be. And when you start off, like I'll give you an example, and no disrespect. There was this one person long time ago, true story. They were born hermaphrodite, and no disrespect. Just understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be like no psychologist, even though I know who I am. I don't discuss a lot of what I do. But anyway, God is really the answer to everything, to be honest with you. You hear me? You heard? Because he used people as a vessel to help us. She says, that's thing trouble me, because a 5-year-old don't know nothing. That's what I'm saying. So when you got something like that going on, like with this person, they had a child, no disrespect. And I'm going to be 100% raw with it. They had a child that was born hermaphrodite, right? And with this child, the child had a full functioning part of a male, all of that was needed. The ability to produce and have kids and every scrotum, everything, right? And then they had all of the female parts, uterus, ovaries, the development, in them. You know how when you got something like that, when a child's born, they have to make a decision. So what happened was, this family, she says, yes, born with two genders, ain't yes. And this family decided, well, you know what? We already got 3 boys, so we want a girl. So what they decided to do was, they said they already had 3 girls and they wanted a boy. So they decided to remove the male genitals. I know you get what I'm saying. They decided to remove the male genitals. So this child started growing up, and guess what? This child started, not being. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And then you remove the wrong part, because it is hard though to make that decision, because you have to see what God gonna do, and you also have to see the development in the personality of the individual. So if you remove either one of those genders, you're gonna have problems on your hand, because you have made a choice for a child, and then that child is growing up not living in the body that they choose when they're old enough to make that decision. You understand what I'm saying? They had this person that was a porn star that was born with two genders, and they decided to use, for them being a porn star, they used, they kept their body the way it was. They had full, breast development. They were capable of having kids. They had their cycle, their woman cycle, and also their male organs worked. And they used themselves as a freak, which, and I'm sorry that they had to go in that direction, but they were a big famous porn star because of it. Yes, because you got to remember, when you're born in this world, it's not just about body parts, it's what your mind, body, and soul is about there too. So you got to be ready to get that. You get what I'm saying? She says, yes, you must seek them, God, seek in God knows high. Yes, yes, in the growth of the child. Also, you have to raise them in a way that they understand what God has intended for us, and let them get grown enough to make their own decision before you bring them somewhere and start having stuff removed. And it's hard, because guess what? How do you dress this? See, this is where I understand the complications. How do you dress? Honestly, when the child is going to school, how do you address that though? Far as, actually, when you're in a hospital and after you have this baby, because the names and stuff don't come in until after. How do you name a child? How do you name the child? And when they start going, whether it's preschool or you don't start them until kindergarten, how do you want them to be addressed by their peers and their teachers and other folks? What name are you going to give them if they have both genders? Honestly, what do you do in that case? Because that is something that you really have to sit down and let God guide you, because you don't know the answers. And it's hard, because that child is going to have a problem with whatever, because you got to pick what you're going to do. Are you going to have them having on, clothes like a female, or male clothes, or switch backwards and forth to both? And then how long are you going to do that before the child starts developing their personality and when they use the bathroom? Because if both organs work, you know what I mean, they're going to urinate from both organs. How do you deal with that? You see what I mean? That's why I don't judge anybody, but I think that you don't want to stroke the ego the wrong way, but then a lot of people don't know what to do though. Because what are you going to do if you have a child that's born that way and you don't get a chance to see their personality because they haven't grown any yet? Because with kids start showing their personalities down the line. Sometimes you don't really know exactly what's going on with them until they get 4 or 5, because they're able to verbally speak on how they feel, and then toys and colors and stuff. You can't say just because a boy like pink, oh, he's going to be this. You get what I'm saying? Or because a girl likes to tumble around, she's going to be that. That's a hard one. She says, I think it's best to homeschool, but that's just my thing, and they suit both genders, but I definitely have to seek the high most. That's right. And see, that's what I'm saying. You got to keep that down pat until you know what to do, because you can't go into you and your husband's or partner or whatever fantasies of I got a boy, or I wanted my first one to be a girl, or blah blah blah, because then you make the choice for that child. And that's going to be a problem, especially when you do surgical procedures, especially when you start doing hormone therapy as well too, because whatever it's going to be, it's going to suppress the other gender. And then, do you know how many people right now that's been taken from them, that opportunity, and what you removed is the part in who they are? You see what I'm saying? Like if you say, well, I'm just going to pick the girl gender, and you remove the boy parts, but then as your child start growing, they act absolutely like a guy. or vice versa. And I'm not judging anybody because I don't want nobody, oh, I'm in the background, I'm on the YouTube, and I'm trans, or I'm this, and I don't care about none of that. I don't bring that to me because we're not arguing here. We're trying to get comprehension, and we're also trying to have an understanding. I could be having somebody listen to me right now that's in that very predicament as an adult, or they have a child with that issue. So I'm not judging. I'm not telling nobody what to do. But I'm telling you, you have to be careful with any of that. You have to be careful even when it comes to kids, when you are saying stuff like, well, I'm grown so I can do this. Everything ain't grown. Everything ain't grown. Because a lot of times you figure, oh, I'm going to smoke a cigarette because I'm grown, and you bring that habit into the house. You never know. Your kids look at you as the biggest hero. They may want to emulate what you do. You get what I'm saying? You got a lot of these women now, especially here, that you see a lot of it more on YT. In the world, period, though, when you out. I'm just saying, look how they're dressing in front of their children. I remember this one lady, and I'm not disrespecting her. She had, when I seen her, the type of video she was out, and and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, so I want to try to say it where I throw it off a little bit. I'm not trying to throw no rock and hide my hand, but I don't want to disrespect nobody in their channel and call nobody out and make nobody feel bad. But this one woman, she was, I'll just skip one part of it. She cooks. And I started watching her videos because of her cooking. So I was watching the videos for, a couple of months. She says, right, a child must develop before you think of, yes, and then the hormones too, snipping and cutting and putting them on hormones that's going to suppress that they're normal, not normal because there's no such thing as normal, but whoever they were going to develop into being, if you're taking some hormones to suppress the male genes, or you're taking some hormone to suppress the female genes, it's going to be a problem because it's going to block out what was going to naturally come. So you have to be careful with that. And I say honestly, this is a hard thing. And like you said, if you know that the school, you're going to have a problem once they go to school. What about what you named the child? The only thing I can think of is to pick maybe a unisex name until you further notice, because you don't want to be calling someone that you don't know what they're going to be, Susie or Mike, if they not either one. Some people want to keep their body parts once they get grown, both sets, and they pick who they want to be and how they want to be referred to, because this is a real hard cookie to crumble. You understand what I mean? This is not a joke. I don't care what nobody say. I know what this is. You get what I'm saying? So can't nobody come and tell you what to do in your house. Just like they have a whole coalition of women that they decide that they want to fight against immunizations. So they get outside of pediatrician's office and picket and argue and get mad at people that's going in there to get their kids. They don't even know if you're coming in today because your child got a ear infection. They're picketing against you, saying the immunization is poisonous. Well, I think that's an individual decision for each couple what they want to do with their kids. Also, we have a problem with the breastfeeding situation. Women think that they can be, win Dixies or Kroger's and pull out your whole breast to breastfeed. There's nothing wrong with breastfeeding, but I think it's inappropriate that everybody, and I don't care who's breastfeeding, Mom, I know what all of that is, don't come forward, because I'll shut it down, because I know what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you something about the things that are not looking appropriate when you're out in public. To me, it doesn't. I'm not saying that you can't breastfeed, but you remember the mothers from back in the days when they breastfed, they have their child and they have something thrown over their shoulder so you can get down like that. There's nothing wrong with you if you want to do that anywhere you go. But my thing is, you got your whole breast out, you standing in Walmart line. The baby done pulled away from the breast. You got my son, this son, somebody's daughter, looking at, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying my son's son. I'm just saying in general. Everybody in the entire place you're watching you while your whole breast is out. And you're leaving it out and you're fine with it. And to me, you got to be, respectful. You have to cover up when breastfeeding. Yep, they don't do it. They don't do it. And if you look at the right kind of way, they got women too. There's a whole coalition, a crowd of women that will fight you down about the breastfeeding thing, because what they try to do is the natural way us as women, our bodies develop to take care of the child. We don't need anything else. That's not what that means. That's not what that means. Do you honestly think that I'm going to be okay if I'm here in a restaurant? It ain't about minding your own business when you're standing out there in front of other people. That I'm going to be okay that I'm at a restaurant and you got your 7-year-old son that never seen no breast before, and even when you breastfed him, or your daughter, they didn't know because they were small. They didn't even understand what a breast was. But if you got women, 3-4 women with their breasts out, and I mean out. There's one lady that made a video, and no disrespect, she was out on the beach and she let it all out. She says, it's wonderful. You do. children, but you have to do it with class. That's right. And honey, let me tell you, there's women. I don't know if you've seen these women out here on Instagram, honey. Listen, on YouTube, one woman was at I'm trying to think of, was it Kroger's, Winn-Dixie's. She was in one of them grocery store, maybe even she was in Walmart. I'm not sure. She said it's difficult to figure out who is telling the truth. There are so many different stories by different nations. Yeah, thank you. Well, you got that right. We're talking about breastfeeding, but yeah, you got that right though, because there is so many different stories. But what I know that what I'm looking at is just to try to go by just doing the right thing. How about that? Since we got a lot of complications, people don't know what's going on, people's confused. Well, when you touch fire, what happens? You get burned, right? If you treat people nice, just do that then. Do what you feel that's good. And how about that then? If there's, since there's a lot of confusion, how about if you just do what's nice? Instead of telling somebody they're ugly, tell them they're pretty. How about that? Instead of telling somebody they have an awful day, tell them to have a nice day. In the supermarket, yep, the whole, yeah. So I understand where you coming from. For forever BFF, I know exactly what you mean. So for me, when I've had the confusion, and I know I'm going to have confusion again, I just try my best to do what I think is right, as far as how I treat people, and how I act out here in society, and try to behave myself. I'm not going to drunk drive on the road because I know that's wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not going to yell and call people names. I'm going to tell people to have a good day and not have a bad day. That's how I get through whatever. I'm confused because it is confusion out here. Forever. You get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's the best way I've learned to do it when you don't know, because like you said, there's a lot of confusion, difficult with different nations and stories. So when you don't know, but you got to know something, you got to make a choice. It's not proper to hit somebody that didn't hit you, or you're not defending yourself, right? If you sit up and eat a bunch of cookies, that's not a good idea. If you don't brush your teeth, that's not a good idea. If you don't take a shower, that's not a good idea. And that can't be confusion, because it's a necessity. That's what I do, because I don't like to have the mix up and be messed up and not know. But anyway, too, there's a woman here that has a video right now. She was in one of those stores. I don't know if it was Walmart or one of those stores, but she was pushing. She had her child that looked to be about anywhere from 8, 9 months to maybe a year old, and she was pushing the child, and the child started pulling her breast out of her shirt, and she let both of her breasts hang out while she pushed the child around the store, and the child breastfed from both breasts. Milk was everywhere, and she went on with it. And she made a video with that, and anybody that said something to her, she cursed them out and flipped out. And they were telling her that you can't do that in this store. And well, my state, nope, not in this state. And she got mad. But to me, that why would you want to do that out when you can still feed your baby in a different type of way? It ain't my business. But you know what I'm trying to tell you? She had both of them out. There's one woman that's on Instagram that keeps making Instagram videos about her breastfeeding her baby, and it's scary. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And see, the thing is, what I'm speaking about, obviously, 100%, a buck 50 ain't my business. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm just having a conversation about different stuff and getting different opinions and having fun as I go. But I tell you one thing, God is not the author of confusion. And I know what you're saying. Forever. You understand what I'm saying? I get where you're coming from. You get what I'm saying? Like you said, there's so many different nations. You don't know what story to believe. I understand that. But like I said before, what is confusion about getting up and getting in the bathtub? Huh? What's confused about taking a shower? So I do that because I know that that is right. Treat people well. I know that that's right. I don't care what nation is saying. Because if you get over here and you say people are hurting and harming people, you know that that's not right. It don't matter what nation's saying what. You get what I mean? You got to find them places. Definitely not the author of confusion. That's right. So if you like what Fur is saying in the live right now, Cherry, I don't know if you're looking at it, but what Fur is saying is that there is a lot of confusion. What Fur is saying is it's difficult to figure out who is telling the truth. There are so many different stories by different nations. And I understand what you mean if you're speaking about the Bible, if that's what you're talking about, Fur. But what I'm trying to say is that when you have that confusion, you just do right. You do right. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm saying in my situation, I know what to do right, at least. Even if I'm confused about if you don't want to believe in the Bible, whatever. Even if you call yourself an atheist, not you in general, I'm just saying, or you don't believe in God, do what's right. What is right? Take a bath. Say something kind to somebody. Behave yourself. Brush your teeth, clean your house, mop your floor, wash your dirty clothes. All of that, it can't be a confusion. So that's where I go to make my decisions from. She said, I'm not sure about what they're saying either, if you believe or you don't. See, and that's the whole thing. And by, saying that different nations got different things, well, you got different people too that's in religion. Some people say that they're Muslim. Some people saying that they're Pentecostal. Some people saying that they're Jehovah's Witness, and they all serve God in all kinds of different ways, even though there's only one God and one love. So I say whenever you have that kind of confusion, yes. So I can't see what is difficult. Yeah, see, and that's as far as saying it's difficult. You see? So with that being said, if you feel that that is difficult, that means that you have to know, because if you're a person right now living in the world, you have to know what you know right now and what's right and what's wrong. So I feel like if you're confused, do the right thing. If you confused, do the right thing, and you don't go wrong when you do the right thing. You know why? Because if I take a shower, I won't stink, right? If I brush my teeth, they'll be pretty healthy, right? Even though we're still going to get musty and need deodorant, and we're still going to have some cavities. But what is the right thing to do? Your floor is dirty. You mop it. You see what I mean? So though that's the only way that I could, because I don't, you see what I mean, right? That floor, I'm sorry, you know what I mean? On the floor. You get what I'm saying, though, because there's no other way when you have, because see, anytime you speak about God and you have people that saying that, they don't understand what to do, I'm not going to force anything on anybody. So the only thing I can tell you is that God is the author of all good stuff, not confusion, right? But if you do have a problem, just do what you know that's right, because I'm not going to try to convince nobody, because I'm not going to get, and I'm not saying this is what's happening, but I'm not going to get into no debate, about telling people who to, vote for. You better get with God. I'm just saying, do what you know, because this is how you stop having arguments. See, people ain't going to get me into, I don't get into no battle, because you can't tell me who I am in Christ and what I believe in, and I can't tell you or anybody else. But I tell you one thing, you're not going to argue about me about my high most God, honey. There's nothing you could do with that. And even with your voting status. Or if you say, well, you know what, I allow my kids to start dating and sexually active at 15, well, that's your business. I say stay pure as possible. I say stay as pure as possible. And I don't give a daggone what age it is. Stay as pure as possible and do what you know you can live with. Right thing. Like, yep, exactly. Do just, all I can say is do right. If when you get into confusion, if you're at, anybody, if you're confused about something, you do what's right. Well, what's going on? Well, I know I need something to eat, but it don't make no sense for me to go in here and eat, 5 chicken wings. You may have some goof off days, because when you eat chicken wings, that gets crazy, especially when you're watching the sports and stuff. But I'm just saying, I'm making a joke right there. But I'm just saying, whatever you do, just like with candy, if you eat too much candy, that's not a good idea for your sugar levels in your body. So hey, be careful on that. A lot of this stuff, when you're confused about how you feel about God or what different nations are saying and doing, you got to find out what is right. What about the right thing always works out better than nothing at all or left confused. So I always, and I'm not telling nobody what to do, and a lot of people may find it, what I'm saying ain't right either, but I promise you, if I know I keep brushing my teeth, I have a better chance of having less cavities. And I know that if I'm catching odor to my body, that if I go in there and bathe and put on deodorant, I'm going to be all right. Please let me get up off this floor. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's scary. You know what I'm talking about. And I promise you, because what else can you say? What do you teach them? Seriously, what do you teach children when they start? No, don't touch that. You'll break it. Why would you tell them not to touch the knick-knack on the table and that it can get broken if it's okay to do that? See, some of this stuff here is common sense, and some of it is hard. That's why I don't like to go by any denomination. I'm Baptist. I'm Pentecostal. I'm Jehovah. I don't use none of that. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I just like to say I'm working on my Christianity, because I'm not where I need to be either. I'm working on my salvation. So you may catch me on here and I may say a couple of cuss words, and you ain't going to tell me that I'm going to be denied by my Father, though, because you're not the judge and jury. But when you don't know what to do, you cast your care and you do right. Did you say people, you say, how you doing? When you see people, hey, how you doing? You don't say, I hope you're doing bad. Have a rotten day. You know what I'm saying? We don't do that. Common sense, that's what I'm saying. If you confused, just try your best to use common sense of what you know that's right, no matter what that is. And if you don't want to call yourself a believer or Christian or this a Muslim or whatever it may be, that's okay. That's how I feel. I'm not telling nobody what to do and trying to be shady. I think I'm talking clear and precise enough for folks to comprehend what I'm saying. Because like I said before, ain't nobody gonna come and play with me when it comes to certain stuff. Because if I know that it's right to take a bath, who can change that? Who would I let talk me out of getting my butt in the tub to shower? Who would I let talk me out of putting on deodorant, brushing my teeth? And I'm being very literal here, dead up serious. Who am I going to let make that decision for me? Because I know what to do. Somebody, oh, well, don't take no bath. And I promise you, I just ran into a crowd of people that had the whole store lit. Booty, all that smell up in there. And I'm being raw. And they said because of their religion, they're not allowed to bathe but a certain amount of time. They're not allowed to put on deodorant. So whatever comes out of it, even if you're active with your man or if it's that time of the month for your woman stuff, we cannot bathe it. And to me, that's their business. And I can't say nothing. You see what I'm saying? Just simple. Oh, you have a blessed day too. I enjoyed you, Fur, and I understand what you said about the confusion about the different nations, and I'm not trying to come at you, but I hope you're leaving here understanding that I'm just trying to be clear as possible so that we all can all get along and talk about this kind of stuff. Because I get where you're coming from, because like I told you, there was a lot of times in my life that I didn't know God. You get what I mean? I didn't know my self-worth. You get what I'm talking about? And a lot of times I didn't know what religion to follow, because I'm from, especially too when you're from a mixed family and you got people all around you telling you do this, that, and didn't know what church you went into, what they were telling you, or you were getting involved in a cult, or is this a real church? Is this what God's saying? Well, you know what I knew? To get my butt up out of there and keep doing whatever I know that's a nice thing to do. And it's not like to kiss up to people or nothing either, but it's a nice thing to tell somebody, have a good day. If somebody sneezes, bless you. Or don't say nothing at all because you don't know if that's right. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, and I appreciate you hitting the like button there, Fur. And man, listen, I got your back too. I'm not calling you a man because I don't do that, but I'm just saying in general. Thank you, Fur. I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you get where I'm coming from. That's why I'm able to have a conversation, and even when it comes to agreeing to disagree, we're not going to argue about that. No, not with me. I don't got time for that, because guess what? I still got laundry to do. I still got life to live. And to get into an argument with what somebody else chooses to do or don't do is not up to us to make that decision for anybody. But when you mind your business, you'll make it somewhere. That's how I feel. I mind my business and don't tell nobody what to do. But we do got a lot of stuff going on. And you have a blessed one too. I'm back. She says I'm back, Rruk. Had to. Oh, I hear you. That's all good. That's all good, Sherry. I get it. And thank you so much, Fur. I'm going to come by and check you, and I've been there before, and I'm going to come again, and I hope that we got a good understanding. I think if you said you're going to smash the like, I did all right. Did I do all right? Thank you, for blessings to you, and thank you so much, my life sunny side up. Blessings to you, and I hope you're doing well, sis. We're just trying to have a conversation where people don't get misunderstood, because they've been having a lot of churches that's been coming against each other. I'm Baptist, I'm Pentecostal, I'm Jehovah, and I just met a man, and I'm not disrespecting nobody. I don't know how old his son is, but this was in the store. He asked me, did I need any help, and I said no. I got what I need, and I said, thank you. And I said to the man, have a blessed day. Soon as I said that, he said, are you a believer? And I said, yes, I believe, and they go into Jesus Christ the Lord, yep. And then he said, well, I am, yeah, I do too, but I'm, he said, we all practice in different ways, but I'm a Jehovah Witness. I said, okay, I respect that. And he said, like right now, my son is in the hospital with a blood disorder. He didn't get into details. He didn't say how old his son was or any of that, but my son's there, and he said that we're not allowed to take blood, and my son, I'm a match for my son, but I cannot donate him blood because of my religion. Child of the father, yes, ma'am. I know that's right. So he said that they're not able to accept blood donated, and they're not able to get blood from family. So if his son doesn't make it, then that will be done. You get what I'm saying? Now, somebody like me or other people would give blood, would accept blood. You get what I'm saying? But that's that man's business, and that's his decision. He's staying 10 toes down on being Jehovah Witness. And if that's how he practiced, I'm not saying all Jehovah, because you got people in the bushes and shouting and stomping and bugging out. Sit down, calm down. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody that I know. You see what I mean? Yeah. And the thing is, when you say that, there's people, well, I'm down Jehovah, and we do this and we do that. But everybody, you got to remember, people have free will, y'all. Come on now. I know that I would be different, but if you get around about 15 of them, they'll flip out on you, because they see that what you're saying is not what they believe in. But it ain't about what who believe in. It's about doing the right thing. A lot of this, we got to wake up, y'all, and stop playing with it. We got to wake up, because a lot of this stuff here, folks are just making their own thing and making it okay to try to be the author of. They want to be the author of confusion so that they can get away with doing what they want to do, opposed to really knowing and clowning with it. You see what I mean? Clowning around with it. Because a lot of this is not, the math ain't mathing. You know what I mean? And no disrespect to anybody. Some folks want that to be. But she said, but is it the will of the Most High for him not to give blood? See, here we go. Because a lot of this stuff, God makes medicine for a reason. The doctor's not God. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? Here we go again. See, now with that person, if I would have got into a big debate with that man, he would have flipped out and gotten mad and all that, because, but if I simply said to the man, well, you wouldn't believe in a blood transfusion, but I do it because I believe in something different, it would have been an argument. If I say that I'm, Republican or Democrat or independent, there's going to be somebody that finds something wrong with everything. You get what I'm trying to tell you? You go to, you have a conversation with this crowd. Oh, we all Republican, okay. Oh, we all Democrat, okay. Independent, okay. And then I don't vote at all. Okay, there's a problem, because people don't know how to get right where they belong and mind their business and set it off right. And then a lot of people are making up false gods and things of that as well, too. No shade, I'm just saying. A lot of people are making it awkward so that they can do whatever the hell they want and make it okay. That's another whole problem that we have. People are doing what they want to make it okay, and they don't even have a question of confusion. They're deliberately wanting to be out of it and act a fool so they can get what they want. You see, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make any sense out here. Yes. You know what I'm talking about. There'll be people making excuses. I didn't want to be bothered with it anyway. I'm tired of dealing with that sick child, so this would be my way to get out of it. And I'm not saying that person is doing that, but you never know. You understand? I'm not giving no blood. But it's what because we don't. But you saying all of that because you've been having, this is your child, whatever age they are, and they've been a lot of issues pertaining to what their health problems are. So now if you jump into that type of religion, then you can let them go, and then you ain't got to be bothered. You don't know what the evil working here. Come on, evil foreboding. Keep that in mind. Evil foreboding. You got to know what's really going on out here. Because a lot of times, folks, we trying to use something for a cover. Y'all know what I'm talking about here. Folks will use something for a cover and an excuse so that they can get by and really get what they want on the DL. And I've been seeing a lot of that happen. People try to fall up under different stuff so that they can cover what's really going on. You know what I mean? And I've been having a lot of situations where I know that people use stuff to fake the funk with it. And y'all all know exactly what that means when you get somebody that's perpetrating the fraud. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They kind of use something for an excuse to pretend that they didn't know, and they didn't. And then some people, they just knocked all the way out the box. Y'all know what I'm trying to tell you here. We know what's happening. We know what's happening out here. And a lot of people deliberately don't want to believe in God because they want to get out here and do what they want to do. That's right. You get it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Some people want to be able to act like they're lost and wandering deliberately so that they can have an excuse for what they've done. Sorry about that. That's one of somebody that I'm supporting while I'm doing this here. But yeah, and I got so many folks that got so many different things that they got going on out here. Just like I was saying that, and I didn't get a chance to finish saying it because we got so much good conversation going on here that I couldn't even get it popping right. But I had a situation like I was telling you guys here. I think I didn't finish saying it, but I had a situation where this woman. I started watching her cooking videos. And her cooking videos, listen to me, the woman cooks real good food. She cooks good, and she cooked a lot of stuff that I like. But then all of a sudden, I guess she had started doing her videos as just in the kitchen cooking. But I don't know if she went and got a BBL. I'm not judging y'all, please. Let me get it right. No disrespect. I don't know what was going on, but I know that when I started seeing how she was dressing to cook, I noticed that a lot of her audience was cheering her on to take it off. Y'all know what I'm trying to explain to you, the clothes. So I had watched a few more of her videos, and I started seeing how she was wearing like pajama sets that were like shorts in the top, 5 sizes too small. So when you got a BBL, or she just naturally look a brick house is what they want to call it. And she started dressing very sexually inappropriate to me, to be in front of the kids. But that's her business, though. I want everybody to know anything that I speak about, I don't be in nobody's business, but I'm going to talk about it. Hello? So I started seeing the videos, and I'm like, well, what the heck happened to her? So I started reading in the comment section, and I started realizing that she had a lot of men and women that were coming on to her in that kind of way, even though she's supposed to be a married woman with kids and all this. They started telling her, well, why don't you put on some shorts, because you got a nice shape. I watched it. So she started dressing, and they got one woman here, too, no disrespect, but she's saying, like my 500, yes, you know where we going. 5 times too small. You know what I'm talking about. Because we got one older, woman here that's doing videos, and she speaks up for the, overweight people, like people that's, 500 and 600 pounds, that we're still sexy and beautiful, which you are. But look at your spirit sometimes instead of talking about your body. Guess what she's doing? I think she about 500 or 600 pounds, and she's cooking good food in her kitchen. But guess what she's wearing? She's doing it in a bikini. So she does mostly her videos in bikinis or bra and panties with it all hanging out, bending over, all of that. You see what I'm saying? And this other woman that I was watching, like I said, that was cooking some good food, I felt bad because whoever she had filming her that day, yes, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I can tell you which one that, honey, listen. This woman here was doing her video, right? And I don't know who the person that she has that is, the camera person for her. But I can tell you what, her kids came home, I assume from school, boy, girl, somebody about 8, 9 years old, one of them 8, one of them 9, right? And let me tell you, the boy started crying because he said, I be telling my friends that my mommy got a cooking YouTube video, and I wanted my friends to see my mother, but mom, if you dressing like that, they're going to be making fun of me. And mom, and you didn't used to do that. Why are you doing that, mom? Crying. You get what I'm saying? Crying because the mother is damn near nude now doing the videos. And when they came in and that happened, the girl was so ashamed that she held her head down, and they were crying because they came home, and for them to see their mother like that, and I guess she never dressed like that in front of them, that had them hurt really bad. You get what I'm trying to, and I'm not telling nobody what to do, but I couldn't do that. I'm not going to be around the house with any kind of see-through nightgown on in front of anybody's kids. I'm not going to be in front of my kids and I got nip slips and I'm bending over with a thong on and all that. But I'm going to tell you, her video, I ain't going to lie, her channel went crazy. From when she did that, she's like up to 200,000 now, because it turned into more of a, to me, than cooking, a fans only type of thing. Y'all already know where I'm going with this, and I'm not disrespecting her because I don't care what she's doing over there. I know I'm not watching it, and I know that I'm not going to be disrespecting no kids like that. She says, I'm not laughing because the child was crying. Please, no, no, you're doing right, girl, because I'm trying to hold back too. Sherry, you got this. You know what it is. We doing it for real. Because I am. I'm laughing. It's ridiculous. Comments or in the bushes. You know how that go. Miss Sherry, I'm right with you. I'm right with you because when I seen it, I couldn't even react right. I started laughing because I'm like, I know that this woman ain't serious because when the kids came in the door, the camera person put the camera towards the kids when they came in the door and the look on their faces when they seen how their mother was standing there cooking. And like I said, the boy, he started crying and the girl looked like she was crying and held her head down. So you see what I'm trying to explain to you? I don't care what's going on. There's no way that I wouldn't approach that like that. I wouldn't be in front of the children dressing that type of way. You know what I mean? I don't I don't understand what's going on with with that kind of stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? I don't need that advertised either. I couldn't do it. There's no way that I would have to dress that provocative in front of my children where and I've seen a lot of women do it over the years with these see-through nightgowns and all of that kind of stuff like that on and that type of thing like that. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I think that when you teach children from way back when they're littler the good touch and the bad touch, that wouldn't be something that you would change down the line because you're telling them that don't do this and then you tell them the girl be careful when you got a dress on bending over and when you're in the sandblock box playing don't have your legs open because people can see. So then for you to be the parent in turn and start dressing like that in front of the kids and out in public and stuff, that's confusing and it's inappropriate. You know what I mean? It's inappropriate. That's why I don't understand what's going on. And I'm not saying that it's wrong because if that's their business and what they want to do with the kids and the family that they're having, there's nothing wrong with that in their house. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I could not do it. You feel me? That's the whole thing that I'm trying to promote here is that we got to have some kind of pride and respect for ourselves and how we carry ourselves. And like I said, it's kind of confusion when you're raising kids a certain kind of way because I always remember when you have on the dress, keep your legs closed as a female. You know what I'm trying to explain to you? We teach the kids all of this kind of stuff. So with that being said, why would you start doing something different? You get what I mean? Who's doing that? Why would you have, and even I know that I've seen people that have bathed, they have taken a shower, people that have taken a shower and they have had their, and you guys excuse me too because I'm in here, I'm in one live and then I'm talking in this live I got, but I'm supporting other people. So if I seem a little crazy and weird, don't pay me no mind. Just rock with me, y'all. Just rock with me. Because I'm on the other side here in one of my friends' lives and I got another live going. But I tell you one thing, I know I was taught that from a little child. You get what I'm saying? I was taught that as a little child is to watch out how I sit down as a female with my legs gapped wide open. You know what I mean? Good touch, bad touch. And then for me to come home and my mother standing there with a thong on and she taught me all of these things. And then not because she grown either. It's not appropriate. It made me feel uncomfortable if my mom is sitting down and I'm sitting between her legs getting my hair done and I can see her pelvic hairs. Or my father got on underwear and he's sitting down with boxers on and I can see his private sticking out. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And I've been through this. I know this for a fact. I've lived in houses. I've been there, and no shade because it's confusion. You know what I mean? And we have to be careful of how we present ourselves in front of our kids because some things you can't get by with saying you're grown. And make it okay just to do it out freely in front of the kids. Some things you can and some things you can't. Just like if you grown folks and you're having some wine or beer in the house or cookout somewhere else, yes, you're of the legal age. You don't have an addiction to anything. So, yeah, you can go ahead and have your drink and your beer and you let kids know that you're grown. Yeah. But when it comes to all kinds of acting a fool and cutting up and you keep on saying, I'm grown because I'm grown, but it's grown for you to sit up here and roll a blunt in front of a minor, and you understand what I'm saying? Or two, if you're drinking, to sit up there and get so drunk that you passing out and cussing and acting a fool. We gotta protect them. They're angels. We gotta protect them. Oh, somebody's giving me gifts and stuff here. Let me get back over here. Wait a minute. Let me get out of her. I'm in my homegirl spot over here. Oh, oh, thank you so. Oh gosh, don't get me because I'm gonna start crying and carrying on. Let's get the membership by life. Oh my God, thank you guys. Oh, don't do this because I can't even hold myself together because I'm talking about so much stuff here I can't finish. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Danger 59. Oh, y'all gonna get me messed up. I can't even talk. Danger 592, thank you. Share Bear, thank you, sis. Lawless, what's happening, brother? Thank you. Hey, Susie B, thank you. Bud Files, thank you all. Thank you all. I don't want to do this right now. I'm sorry. Let me get myself together. Give me a minute. Oh, Lord, thank you. You know, guys, let me tell you something. I can't do it. You know what, though, you guys? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you, before this 2024 year came in, I had already had it, but I hesitated on even doing it because I didn't care. I'm going to be honest. I'm not bragging, y'all. I didn't care. I didn't care, so I lost it all. Y'all already know how that go. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. So you know, y'all, I can't even talk right. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you, and I don't know all of the technicalities of this kind of stuff like this, you guys, but I tell you, I let it all go. And even I have some family that kept on saying, you need to try this, you need to do this, and I kept saying, no, I'm not interested. So they say you use it or you lose it, and it left. So I just started back coming, hanging, and do what I do, and start coming again. And I've been getting a lot of encouragement from different folks. You get what I'm saying? A lot of encouragement from different folks because they're doing it. And so maybe I'm being a copycat a little bit because I'm gonna be honest with you. There's nothing wrong with having a blessing, but I promise you, God butters my bread every day, you guys. I am lucky. Ooh, I'm lucky enough to have a family, breathing, to have income, to have a good life. You know what I mean? Regardless of whatever else I'm doing. And like I told you before, when C19 came in, C19 was not just a negative for me. C19 brought so many positive things that I can't even count the ways. First, one of the best things that C19 did for me is it obviously I'm already trying to do my thing the best I can with how I'm walking with God. Even though I'm still slipping, falling, tripping, I think it's going to be that way for me anyway, because there's no such thing of getting it all the way right or being perfect. But at the same time, we had planned as a family to start a little family business, and nobody did it. And a lot of us are essential workers, so we had to work through the whole C19. And then there's a few in the house that, when this C19 first hit, they were, they had to stop working because and there was a lot of family that was struggling with, different money issues and not being able to work and fighting with unemployment to get something for the time being until we figure out with this plague, because there wasn't no virus to me. C19 is a plague. Look in the Bible and them stories. I'm not telling nobody to get in their religion. I'm just saying. So we decided to solidify what we planned on doing as a family. And guess what? That's a second income for us in the house. And folks are back to work. I was essential, so I never stopped outside the door. I can hit 12 hours, you guys, and still bounce that ball. So I've been lucky enough to have an income through all of that and an income period. So I didn't care about too much of anything else. I just pop on YouTube, laugh, and talk because I have an actual channel. If you understand what I'm saying, this is a hangout spot. Rruk is a hangout spot. And then I had got up because I had, some folks looking at this for me. And I looked, they looked into it. Girl, you need to go on and do this. And I'm like, I ain't worried about that. I'm all good. I'm good. And guess what? I lost it all, which I don't, here we go again. You get what I'm saying? And I'm very appreciative of everybody, but I promise you, I'm on a whole nother mission here. That's why I started not to be bothered with it. And what happened was, I had a family member that went behind and set all of this up for me, did it all for me. And I didn't even know what the heck was going on. You get what I'm saying? Because I am totally computer literate, I say, and I'm not putting myself down, you guys. So I wasn't going to do it because I had already got up there. This was back, and no disrespect to y'all, and I'm going to be completely honest with you. This was back before, the 2024 came in. And I was doing a lot of lives, and I had up, and I don't know if anybody remember, I had up, Bob Marley and Marilyn Monroe as my background. I know y'all remember that. Well, I had some time right then to go ahead and do it. Y'all know where I'm coming from, and I didn't do it, so everything was wiped away. And I know y'all know how that works when it comes to this kind of stuff. So I didn't do anything about it. That's why I don't sit back here, and I'm not trying to be funny, brag or run anybody down for anything, just free will. If we rocking, we rolling, and if any people want to come hang out with you, no matter what the goal is or if there's no goal, just to have friendships, because friendships is priceless. You know what I mean? So I decided, you know what, I'm not going to bother with it either. And I got some family members that's been helping me because of the fact that I had to take the wrenches down because I was having a lot of problems. Y'all listen to me. Please help me and listen to me. And if you guys got some better advice to give me or what to do, please let me know. I had started having people hit me up on the Instagram and reaching me other ways and telling me, Rruk, are you upset? I can promise you, I can show you where to go at, and you can see it typed in. I can put up a video and play all of that. People are saying, I'm sorry, Rruk. I don't know if we had a misunderstanding, but if I did anything, I apologize. Why you block me? Why you block me? I promise you, a whole bunch of people, even one of my oldest women that does crafts told me, and she's 70 years old, that she didn't know how to contact me, and she didn't know how to utilize Instagram, so she got one of her, not grandkids, great-grandkids, to reach out to me on Instagram and asked me, did I offend her, because she was blocked. So what I did was, instead of getting in touch with a bot, I talked to an actual person from YT and asked them what could happen, not to mention my own common sense and some family help here. I said, what's happening where I got people that's telling me they're blocked? Is there something that I'm doing wrong on YT that you guys are blocking people from me? Because they be, you don't get notifications sometimes. Sometimes you lose subscribers, all that kind of stuff. If people don't leave a comment and watch something for a certain amount of time, it won't stick. So I didn't know what to do. So when I spoke to the person, the first thing they told me, the only people that have ability to block someone is your mods, the mods you have, and you, or somebody that have access to your hangout spot, because this is not a channel, your hangout spot. So I'm trying to think, no family don't got none of my passwords, none of that. They can come in the crowd just like anybody else and join me and hang out, but they didn't have no access to none of that. So I know for a fact that it's not my family. And I'm talking to this woman here that I spoke to, and she said, well, the only thing it could be is your mods. So you need to figure out what you got going on with the mods. I said, well, what do I do? What is your advice that I should do? She said, take down all the wrenches. So maybe you can get some clarity on what's going on and see who's doing what, and see if you get any people complaining about being blocked. All right, so I did that, and guess what? Just about a week or two, I got two of my good YouTube women that came on and said that they were blocked again. You see what I'm talking about? And I'm gonna tell y'all, if y'all know these channels, I'm not being disrespectful, but I had Black Widow come and tell me that, and Angela Critters just last week, I believe it was. They said that they were blocked, and I promise you, it's still in the chats from the lives that I just did. That both of them popped up separately in different lives, and they said they were blocked. So it's still happening, even though I took the wrenches down by advice of YouTube people that's running this show. I took the wrenches down. It wasn't to hate nobody, to block nobody, to be shady and none of that. I didn't know what to do. Other than that, I don't care about no wrench. And even with me, I got one of my YouTubers that I thought was a cool dude, and he said to me, well, why you don't have a wrench? I can't network without the wrench. Well, I know I can. But if you're over here just for a wrench to network, and I don't have nothing but a hangout spot, you got a whole big elaborate channel. What kind of game you playing? So when I came to, sometime after that, he had a live, and I went to his live, and the first comment he made when I said, hey, how you doing? First comment he made, oh, well, Rruk, since you took your wrenches, I might as well take yours. I said, yeah, take it and shove it, because you playing a game that I ain't even working with, buddy. You don't know me. See, this is why I can tell when people ain't really with you, because they not listening, because he was arguing with me in the live, arguing with me about a wrench. And this was a guy that I've been knowing now for over, maybe a year. So I was shocked that he behaved that way when I asked him for help, because I didn't know what to do. She said, wow, is your mods blocking folks? Yes, that's what they said. She says, this is why we love you. Oh, thank you, Sydney Cat. I love you too, beautiful, and I got you running. That's why I didn't even know all of y'all was over here saying anything, because I'm over in your live, and a couple of other friends I got running here. So I had no idea what to do, so that's the only reason why I took the wrench. And I tell everybody, and I'm going to say it again, and I know you guys are not like that. Yes, they bugging out, and they trying to play you. That's what that is, because real friends ain't going to treat you like that if you're having a problem. Real friends ain't going to do you like that. And then I kept saying, I don't understand, because this is how I say it to everybody, and I know you guys are not the ones who are in the live right now, but there might be people in the bushes. If you feel uncomfortable without having a wrench, there's nothing wrong with how you feel. I'm not going to judge you or be upset about it. And when I come to your channel and you want to take my wrench, you can have it. I never asked for a wrench. And Sherry, you know me and you were big on that wrench thing. We really don't care. We will work with it if somebody give it to us, but I wouldn't care about it because, listen, I'm here for you. You understand? Me not having a wrench ain't gonna stop me from paying my mortgage or getting a bag of groceries. If you see that I'm supposed to be your homie and you calling me sis and homegirl and friend girl and all of this stuff, and I'm talking about men and women both, and if I'm telling you what I got from advice from YouTube folks, my common sense and my family to figure out who's trying to mess me up over here, why would you be mad if you rocking with me? Facts. I don't give two hoots. Me either. See? And we talked about this, Sherry. We talked about this several times. And Miss Cat up in here, she's the same way. She don't care about it either. So when this started happening, I took the wrenches, and then it still was happening. So when Miss Critters came in, I'm gonna tell you, I got her, and I believe too, Sherry, Miss Patty. I believe it was Miss Patty. I don't want to put no words in nobody's mouth. I'm not talking behind nobody's back. I don't do none of that. But I believe it was Miss Patty, and there's several Patties out here, so I ain't pointing nobody out. But she said something. I think she said somebody tried to duplicate her channel. And then Miss Critter said something happened to something with one of her family members. And also, too, that there is some mods that's called Rogue mods that will make themselves, like computer hacker type of folks that will make themselves a mod and you don't even know them. So now I'm thinking, if I took away the wrenches from, and mind you, I don't have a channel over here, but I got like 3,000 and some people, and all of these folks had wrenches, so I didn't know what to do. So I just stopped all the wrenches. And obviously, if these folks really got my back, when you see the live going crazy, if the numbers that I have, which is a small amount of numbers, which I don't care, but if all of those amount of people really was watching me, don't you think that this live would be going crazy? Everybody ain't got your back. Some people think when they join you that it's about just getting you to come back and join them, and they're not really riding with you to see you do whatever you want to do, even if it ain't about money, because I keep telling people friendships are priceless. You can't put a price on that. Love is free. It don't cost a thing. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? And I'm looking for real love. I'm not playing with the players, the dog and the dog. You get what I'm saying? So with that being said, I decided to get, to see what's going to happen. Like I said, then these two women came to my lives different times saying something happened. She said, let me tell you right now, Rruk, somebody's running around with my... See, and that's it. And guess what? I got a YouTuber, one of my YouTuber guys. They got his face. They got his face on the body of a woman, trying to insinuate that he's swinging for the other team, even though there ain't nothing wrong with whoever do what they want. I'm just saying, there's some people is bothering this YouTuber with the same kind of stuff. And I think it was Miss Patty said something. She had an incident with something, and then Miss Angela came on and told me that she's going through something with somebody trying to do a dupe channel and all that. So something happened. So I'm trying to learn what to do. Please be careful. So disgusting it is. It is. That's why I said, and I'm sorry that happened to you, Sherry. I am really sorry to hear that, because that's disgusting. You understand what I'm saying? And I noticed that too, because I seen a few people that's found themselves, just say like this one girl said that she was sitting in the park, and somebody, you know how people try to act like they're on their phone, but they're aiming it at you, but you can't tell. So she said she was chilling and nothing happened. Then all of a sudden, months down the line, she got contacted by some friends, and her friend said to her, "Girl, they got you on Instagram, almost naked." And once she looked at the picture and seen the background, she realized it was that those people that were sitting at the other table that was getting her on camera so that they could use her face to put on somebody's body. You get where I'm coming from? So I just want you guys, and I'm going to do a poll on that with the rent stuff. But the point, too, that I'm trying to get at. So once this stuff started happening, and once Miss Critters told me about there's some kind of other mods that can get on you, whether you gave them a wrench or not, and me learning more stuff, I decided to let one of my family members handle the Rruk thing for me and look into that stuff. And what they did was here, just I guess it was a couple of days back, they seen whatever numbers or whatever I got going on here, and they started the process without me even wanting to do it. So I just want you guys to understand that that was a surprise that they wanted to give me because they figured that I'm on here really helping people and doing something I need to be honored for, even though I don't feel that way. I don't care, you guys, to be honest with you. I tried so hard to get into it because I'd be watching people. I got this hours, I got that hours, and I'm like, well, good, I'm going to keep helping you, but I wasn't going to do it because I had already let them, I let it pass the first time. Also, there's an actual, podcast. See, I can't get all that over here on Rruk, but there's some other stuff going on. But anyway, a family member, because I'm like, what are they setting up for me? What are they setting up here? What's everybody saying? And then once I looked at it and seen, I said, oh my goodness. So why I'm talking to you guys, and I had just got on the other day too, and I'm like, I kept asking my family member, how come I'm doing polls? When did this poll thing, is this something new? And the family member kept acting like they didn't know what was going on, when in fact they went on and did something. You get where I'm coming from? You know how we get down, so I am not really worried about a fool trying to be me. Amen. I know that's right, Sherry. That's how I am too. And like I said before, I don't know what happened. And just the other day, I promise you, just the other day, I seen, what day was it? What's today? Today's Sunday. Let me see. I think Friday, it was either Friday or Saturday, I seen a poll pop up, and I had a family member that helps me so much that really knows, some stuff about the computer, but I try not to ask them, even though sometimes you can have foolish pride, you know what I mean? So I asked them, they said, oh, I didn't know that they had that feature on YT. That must be something new that they're doing. I said, well, everybody don't be having it, so what is it about? And then the family member said, well, some people choose to use it and some don't. So I put up the poll, do you believe in God? That was the first poll I did a couple of days ago, and I didn't realize that the family member had set me up to start getting some members. Man, listen, I don't even understand how that works either. I might not be able to pull it off because I don't even know how to do half of that stuff that's required. So you know what I'm saying? So I don't, I don't even know how to thank you guys, because I promise you I wasn't going to do it again. I don't know how to manage it, so I hope whatever it is that this family member, I ain't got to call them to keep helping me, because I wasn't going to do it. I didn't, like I said before, I let the ball drop, and when you build up all of that kind of stuff like that and you don't do nothing about it, you lose it. Yep, we already, that's what I'm saying. Thank you, Sherry, for being so sweet and giving me good advice, but that's the thing. We already changed everything. And my family member that knows stuff has started handling this for me. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, everything has been changed. Thank goodness. And like I said before, I wasn't worried about anything with watch hours and all that kind of stuff. I was just coming to hang to hang. You get what I'm saying? I was just coming to hang. And like I said before, I had some family members that looked at the stuff and they was like, girl, you better go on and get some money, make you some money. All this time you spend and all this you doing. I'm like, no, I'm not interested. They said, yeah, but you only need, hello, Sticks, thank you for coming. Happy Sunday or Monday for you, whatever time zone you're in. So my family member kept saying, no, you go ahead, because you're doing a little something there. Go ahead and enjoy this a little bit more. And I kept saying, I'm not interested in it. So I just didn't do anything about it. And then when my family member looked back and they said, well, you know what? All your hours that you had are gone. Now you can't do it. I said, I don't care. Yeah, but you should care. They started getting on my butt. You know what I'm talking about? I said, no, I'm good, because y'all don't understand. This is not, I'm not saying all y'all, but this is not what people think it is fully for me. People don't understand. Listen to me, you guys. I'm not a victim. I'm a victor. Y'all get where I'm coming from? I'm not a victim. I'm a victor. But I live with the paperwork. Y'all know what I'm trying to explain to you. I have to live a certain kind of lifestyle for life safety reasons. People don't get it. This is the only way that I've been able to reach out and have a lot of different friends, because I don't hang with nobody. I got my beautiful family. First of all, God. I got my beautiful family and some co-workers, but I don't get with these people after work. I don't hang with them every lunch break or none of that, because I got paperwork in order. Third parties, silver bracelets, judge, jury. Y'all listen to what I'm trying to explain to you. So this has been the only way that I have been able to have a relationship with other people outside of my family, because I'm here for safety reasons. You get what I'm saying? So by me coming on the internet, we all got different reasons that we come on here. It's not about money for me, because I already have an income. And with this stuff here, you don't make it all big like everybody's saying right off. Like, they take a long time. You see some of these huge channels, They got hooked up. You know what I mean? But I didn't come on here for this. I don't have any other women or men that I can talk to besides my family, which is a blessing. And first of all, God will do anything that none of these folks can do, not even family. That's not what I mean. I mean the people that are here in the flesh that I can talk to and deal with. I don't have none of that. All the people that I thought was the homegirls and the homeboys that I grew up with, and we've been friends for 20 years, it's a wrap. Because once this crisis happened, I seen where people lie, what they really was about. You know, you move somewhere to try to start a fresh life over. Somebody tells somebody where you stay at that you thought was your aunt, your cousin, your friend. So I had to separate from all of them. Now I don't want to tell my business so no people know who I am because I'm still, in safety and I got orders in place for life. I wish people would stop the misunderstanding what I'm saying when I keep trying to tell them that this is not just about something like that for me. And like I said before, the numbers were there way back. I didn't want it. You know what I mean? Yes. I'm so thankful that because IT is fun for me. Yep, see, that's what I'm saying, Sherry. But people misunderstanding what I'm here to do. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of folks get kind of tripped off because a lot of people are really coming on here for business. And you know what? I got you. Anybody that want to get monetized, anybody that's doing whatever they're doing, even if I'm doing something different on here, I'm going to have your back. And first of all, jealousy will never get anybody anywhere. You get what I'm saying? That's not the point because, see, what people don't understand, Rome wasn't built overnight. And even if I didn't do anything business-wise on YT, God butters my bread daily. Do you understand what I'm saying? Listen to me good, y'all. Whoever can hear me, and I'm going to keep saying this over and over, and people may get tired of hearing it. The way I live right now, every bill that we get in this house, I don't give a dag if we need a new dish rack from the Dollar Tree. We split it about 4 ways. I don't pay no bills by myself, so I'm not even struggling financially. Thank God. Financially, thank God. So it's not about just trying to get some coin. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you. And I promise you, my family member did this for me behind my back. See, this is when you give people access to my hangout spot. I don't call it a channel, to my hangout spot because they said that you deserve this and you should do it because you let it go the first time on Rruk, not the other spot, because I had an actual channel now. See, if y'all want me to turn up, y'all religious folks may not want to be bothered with me no more. Because I'm going to tell you, when I had the channel going, I was turned to, honey, look. You already know. Better say it, Rruk. The Most High God's going to come through all the time. And see, that's why I said, do you know what it's like? Just like, for instance, and no disrespect, you know when the person has, just say if you're dealing with somebody that got a drug or alcohol problem, what do? They want to go around people that experience the same thing. If you got some people that's struggling with a death in their family, they get around a group. You get what I'm trying to tell you? If you got somebody when you're going through, just say if you're going through cancer treatment, you're going to be at a place where you're getting your treatment at with everybody else in there that got cancer too, even if it's a different kind. So you go where you understand what I'm saying? You go where you belong. So whenever you are kind of not outcasted from society, but you have to live a certain way for safety reasons. And see, people don't know what that consists of. And with me, I had something that occurred in my personal life and also with one of my jobs that I was working where I had to where I had to live on the DL and off the grid. This is what I keep trying to explain. Do you know, and like I said before when I was telling y'all about COVID has done, C-19 has done a lot for me, far as helping me. I try not to mention that word in that way, but we're human. C-19 has helped me because guess what? You know how we started wearing the mask and a lot of people don't wear the mask? I still wear my mask. If anybody ever go over to any of the videos with me with the halls, you will see that I have on sunglasses and the mask. I told you this is not a game, but what C-19 did for me is it allows me to wear it. And then the people still may, say, oh, well, we ain't worried about it no more. We got injected. We good. But when I wear it, it doesn't disturb anybody because then I get to stay incognito. I hope people understand what I'm trying to explain to you. People don't understand what your battles are. But like I said before, so what happened? Decided to start doing YouTube because before I did this Rruk of all, I had an actual channel. Cookouts, birthday parties, celebrations, everything, all on the camera. Me, family, acting goofy, that's doing it all. But when this stuff came in my life, and like I said, I'm not a victim, I'm a victor. I was able to enjoy myself back then. But now, for me to just pop back up on trying to do YouTube and decide to do Rruk, I decided to come on here now differently because all of those people and friends and folks that I had are no more in my life. So I figured I can get on YT instead of, doing the actual channel I had, start something new and make some real brother sister friendships or relationships on YT, and that be it. It had nothing to do with coming on for money or anything like that. That's not what I was trying to do. And like I said before, I'm going to go upside this family member head because they went on and set this thing up. See, you get now that I gave somebody access and see what they did. Because I was seeing this stuff. I knew stuff happens, but I ignored it. And like I said, when I got the family member, and this was over, like maybe a month ago, maybe 2 months now that I had them remove the wrenches. When I had the family member help me do all of this stuff, because I didn't even know how to remove the wrenches, y'all. I didn't even know how to give a wrench. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So once that happened, they got a chance to look at whatever hours you got or whatever, and then they started telling me, you need to go on and do this because this thing's saying that you can do this. It's been months now, and you ain't done nothing. You need to go on and do this. I'm like, no, I'm not interested. So they went behind my back and did it. They went behind my back and did it. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why you don't see me saying nothing to nobody or celebrating or nothing because I didn't even know at first, and now that I know, I'm still not gonna, I don't know how to react to this because I'm searching for real love, man. You understand? Love don't cost a thing. Friendships are priceless. Do you know how you guys have filled my cup on here more than I have some families that I don't even deal with? Y'all know what I'm trying to tell you. So for you to be able to come on here and be able to, live again, so to speak, it's a different story. It's a different story. Even from having to sell houses to be safe and go to renting. Even if it's for a car that you done had and finally paid off, you had to get rid of it and get something different so people don't know who you are. You're going to the island for a minute, coming back, trying to establish, types of jobs that are seasonal so that when somebody recognize you or see you and you feel there's going to be a problem, you got to jump up and go. Leaving furniture behind. See, folks don't know what this is. This is why I keep saying, please, you guys, don't misunderstand me. Because and then I got a lot of people that I've had that came on and said, oh, y'all just doing this to use people to make money or whatever. And the thing is, what's wrong with that? Whoever want to make money and do business on YT, do what you do. But I promise you, my situation is completely different. Because like I said, you guys here all been rocking with me now, probably coming up now about a year or so. And I've been enjoying this. Those numbers was already there. That's what I keep trying to tell people. The thing is that they don't understand is that the new people that started dealing with, because see, I've been doing Rruk of all, honey, for a minute. And the people that just met me don't know that there was hours there before you met me that already had built up. But I didn't bother with it. I let it go. And I think when the new year comes in, whatever you have, if you don't use it, you lose it. Because see, I don't still know now about what that is or how that works. But the point I'm trying to make is that I wasn't paying no attention to it this time around like that either. And I got some family members that's been helping me because of the wrench problem that went on and pulled that trigger for me. You get what I'm saying? And now I got to go talk to them about it when they come home. Because I remember, why you didn't tell me? Because you wasn't going to do it. You sat up here and let them hours go to waste before. You sitting up here watching all these people doing their thing. Do your thing. I know you don't need the money. I know you're there for friendship. I know you're not that type of person, but do it. Because I told a family member when I asked them to help me with wrenches, they were like, look at your numbers, look at the hours. Oh my goodness. I said, well, you take it then. Because I don't need it. I just want to hang. And I know that sounds silly, but why would it sound silly though? To some people it may. But the thing is, that's not what I came for. Because I am getting my bread buttered daily. People don't understand that less is more in a lot of cases. Less is more. So now I got to go and, thank this family member from loving me and supporting me. But at the same time, you pulling the trigger, why don't you take it over? But they're not interested in this. I got 2 family members precisely because there's more, the smaller group I have that don't want to do it. You get what I mean? They're not interested in it at all. I got one of them that is off the chain with an amazing actual channel, but they're not putting themselves out there enough. So I told them that what they can do is they can come and take over Rruk, since y'all keep on talking about getting watch hours and all that, and this is already there again. This is the second time, mind you. You can take this over and at some point wind it down. I'm going to start something completely different, even though I got that other actual channel there too on lockdown for the moment. you can start doing this, and after a while, I can pop in and say something because they used to the Rruk being there. Say something here and there, and you started with your content, and you can go right on and take their watch hour and rock with it. And they said, no, I want to do it myself. So I left that alone. Then the other family member, they got them a channel. They do their own thing separately. They didn't want to take it either. They said they're fine. They ain't into it for nothing, no money. And I said, well, neither am I. So then nobody's doing anything as far as trying to do anything. Hey, let it alone. But I need you to help me find out what's going on with these wrenches and all this other stuff. I didn't even know where to go at for earnings. None, and I'm not going to lie to you. I'm being honest. I don't got to play no games, because instead of sitting up telling a bunch of lies, why not just say nothing at all or talk about the truth? You get what I mean? That's how I feel in a lot of cases. You know what I'm saying? Just leave it alone. I didn't even know where to go at for the earnings. I didn't know where to go at for who is subscribed to you right now. I didn't know how to remove subscribers that ain't been there 3-4 years. I didn't know none of that. That's why I'm sitting here talking to you, Sherry, and whoever else is in the live, but I got a friend that's doing a live, and I keep going backwards and forth to the friends live, and then I got another tab open, and I'm like, wait a minute. When I came back over, I'm like, who's saying this and congratulations and all that? What are they talking about? Because I didn't know what was happening. And then I'm like, whoa. What is going on here? And then I looked and see that I got to open up another tab to see what's going on. So now I see the family member has pulled the trigger here for me without asking. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Sometimes, and I don't want y'all to get upset with me, but sometimes, you know how when some people do something that you don't want done and you get a little mad, but you know that their intentions was good. That's how I'm feeling right now. We got to have a talk, because now it makes me think, when I do a will, and all that, I don't know if you're going to be jumping ahead of me. You know what I'm saying? No shade. You know what I'm talking about, because I didn't want that. And they're like, oh, yeah, you can do that, and it's all good, though. But sometimes it be some stuff you don't want. And you know how, if you're the type of person that don't like nobody to make a big deal out of stuff, and folks will have you somewhere and they'll get you out. I remember one day I was sitting around some folks here. This was some years ago. And I had a family member that came up and started singing happy birthday. Oh, I was so mad. Oh, I was so mad, because the people that I was around, I don't share my business like that with them. But the family member didn't know that, because they seen me around these people, but they didn't realize that these people wasn't no real friends. It was just people that I had to deal with because it was business. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? It was business. So the family member didn't understand that, so they was like, oh, I'm sorry. So then they kept saying, well, who are they singing happy birthday? I said, we got a family member. Now, that was a fib, I'm going to be honest, because the person was talking to me. But I didn't elaborate on my personal business like that, because of the fact that the people I was around ain't my friends enough to even know what my zodiac sign is. You get what I'm saying? I don't play games like that, honey. I learned a long time ago. But anyway, the family member that I had helping me out because of what happened with the wrench, like the last couple of months, that went on and looked at the hours. And like I said, I tried to give the hours to them and somebody else. And they done went behind my back, because I kept asking the family member, what is the polls on YouTube? What does that mean? I don't know what that means, but it's giving me an option to do a poll. I don't know what that is about. And they said, oh, I guess that's something new, and whoever want to use it can. I didn't know nothing. Hey, what's up, John? Thank you for coming. Happy Sunday, if it's Sunday for you. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well, John. I've been enjoying your content. Thanks for stopping in. And like I said, I told the family members, because they said to me, back when you was doing it, you didn't do anything about it, and then you lost all of those hours. And I'm like, well, what hours? I promise you, I knew nothing. Even when I had an actual channel, which I still have that channel, I was getting paid from somebody that was writing me out a check business-wise. I had no idea that they was holding down hours and all of that, because, see, what I was responsible for was getting the supporters and providing the content. And the people that I was working with was actually doing all the technical stuff. So I didn't even know if they was ripping me off or what. I had no idea. But I know what I agreed to get paid. that was good enough for me, because that's all I wanted, on top of working, 12 hours and whatever you do outside of being on social media. So I was fine with it. I had no idea that it could have been way more money than I was asking for, because I didn't know. I never knew nothing about any kind of watch hours or anything like that. Didn't know nothing about it, and was just doing my thing on there. And I promise you, y'all, listen, I laid the pipe. You hear me? When I say I laid the pipe, and y'all can tell how I'm talking on the decent side. You imagine when I was doing reviews for like Love and Hip Hop and the famous people, and I was going all the way in. Oh, honey, I had the words. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I went all the way in. I could put up a video, I promise you. I could put up a video, and it could be a video for about maybe 10 minutes. And as soon as that video go up, I could get 1,500 views like that within, 20 minutes. The channel was off the chain. You hear me? Off the chain. And I'm gonna tell you, and the people that I was, working with this, because this was business. I didn't know nothing about checking watch hours. I don't know nothing about none of that, and I'm still just learning now. And now I got to learn more, because the family member done set this off for me, and I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Anyway, so I tell you like this. One of the people that I was working with is friends with somebody that started working with one of these women that y'all know that got a channel, because I'm not going to advertise for the person over here and be in nobody's business. This person in real life, Cardi B sued them. I have to say allegedly. So some of the people I know was getting up around her, the one that got sued. Even though she got her channel, she got in trouble. Cardi B, real Cardi B, won the case. If y'all know who that is, y'all know what I'm talking about. One of the people that I knew started working in her camp. So you could see where I was headed when I had an actual channel. You get what I'm trying to tell you? All money ain't good money, though, and that's not what I'm saying, because I wasn't doing nothing illegal, dirty, or lying, or nothing like that, but I was cussing up a storm worse than a sailor, and I was bringing the content. Do you understand what I mean? I was bringing stuff like that was real stuff. I wasn't no Wendy Williams, but I had a W. Listen, I was setting straight. But for some reason with me, with all this stuff happening, like I said, I'm not a victim, I'm a victor. When I decided to come and chill and be Rruk, I had went through all of the stuff that I'm going through even still now, with the papers in order for life, safety reasons and stuff. So I decided to, first of all, God stepped into me too, and I'm still working on that. So I don't want y'all to think that I'm trying to act like I'm some super Christian over here, because I'm not. But I'm just saying, I started dealing with God differently, and with all the stuff that I was going through in my life, I changed how I talk and what I'm doing on here a little bit. So you won't hear me saying, yeah, that mother bleeper bop. Because listen, I turned it all the way up. One of these days, I'm going to put one of them videos up. And if anybody feel different about me because of it, it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm going to bring one of the videos from the channel, and I'm going to show you how many views I got, how quick I got them, and how I was talking. Because I went in like Flynn. You understand? I'm talking about that. You laying in the bed with this man, you ain't even took a bath yet, and you still got that man fluid up in your body. Tricking for tricks. You talking about you in love with that man, but every time you with him, he wants you to stay between his legs, head. You know what I'm saying? Face down, ass. Hey, that's what I was doing, and it was off the chain. And guess what? When I left from over there and broke the business deal with who I was doing with, the actual channel was mine. The name of the channel was mine. Everything was mine. Even the people that I had got from my supporters was all mine. And what happened was, I told the folks that I was leaving. I had, everything was saying, I moved to this, and this is going to be the new name, but it's not going to be a channel anymore. It's going to be a hangout spot. I'm going to be changing the content, blah, blah, blah. And I promise you, when I came over to Rruk, 3,000 out of 10,000 going on 11,000, 3,000 people came with me. And the rest did not, because they didn't want the kind of content that I'm providing on Rruk of All, and they was upset that I didn't call them to the channel, so they didn't come, which is fine with me, because I started rebuilding myself anyway. So that happened there. And then when I go over and look at the actual channel, I still got 400 people that's still sitting over there. So if I wanted to get this popping, like people talking about getting monetized and all that kind of stuff, which I never knew even existed here on YT, I promise you that. I can prove that. I didn't know that. But if I wanted to jump and get some type of monetize, all that, that's all I got to do is go right back over to that actual channel and say, listen, I'm back. I'm back, and I promise you. And I bring y'all from Rruk over there. It'll blow your mind. You would not believe how that was popping over there. But like I said before, this was a big surprise that a family member did for me, and I got to talk to them about that because there's certain wishes that I have in my life, and I don't want anybody to step over thinking they're doing something good for me that I don't want to happen, that could be a negative, but they just don't know it could be, and they think they got your back. You understand what I'm saying? Because this right here, I don't, you know what I mean? I don't want to hurt nobody and be negative or anything like that. But I didn't know me giving them access that they would do that. But they kind of forced my hand a bit on dealing with hours and pushing something somewhere where I wasn't, because like I said, I had already got there and I wasn't going to do it. And I didn't do it, so I lost all those hours, which I'm learning what all that means. You get where I'm coming from? So now I got to take responsibility and learn how to deal with all of this stuff because I don't know what to do with all this stuff. And they set me up good. They done put what I would have up for something. And I'm like, wait a minute, what kind of symbol is that? I don't want no, if I'm going to do something, you know, now I'm stepping in now, you see, trying to do something. I don't want them kind of symbols. I want my face, and some other people, I seen them letters and I didn't know what they meant. I want that. You know what I mean? Because they put what they know that I do like for whatever. Now I got to go over here and see what they're doing because everybody's popping up on me saying, yeah, girl, go, girl, go. And I had no idea. And I think this just happened like Friday or so when I first seen the poll and didn't understand. I just thought that was something that happens, you know. I thought that was something that happens for, because when I asked the family member, they said that they didn't know and they guess that's something new. So I don't know if you got to have membership to have, I don't know, to have polls, but they sure played it like they didn't know what was up. You get what I'm saying? They played it like they didn't know what was up, so they got me caught up there, so I ignored that, and I did the first poll, I think it was Friday, and I asked people, do they believe in God? And it went like that. So now I got to know, what do I do? And see, this family member gonna bug out because what they got me caught up in, they're gonna have to help me with it because I don't know how to do none of this stuff or whatever that may consist of. I don't know. So now I'm gonna be, can you come and help me with this? Because they asked this question. I don't know what to put up. They set the whole thing up. And I can tell they know me well because they did a lot of stuff that I would do. You get me? And they did a lot of stuff that I would do. But if I'm going to do it like that, I got certain stuff that I would rather be. And they kept saying, you know, we ain't doing nothing but helping you out to get this problem with the wrenches straightened out. So I'm thinking that, hey, okay. And come to find out, by them having access, they started, you know, they don't know no password or nothing. They just was doing this stuff while my live was open and I wasn't even around my computer or anything. I would be gone. I could set up a live and be gone. You get what I'm saying? And they went on and set it up for me like that. When I was in the shower, set the live up and went to work. You know what I'm trying to tell you. So that ended up happening like that. Other than that, I didn't know what to do. I had no idea what half of that stuff was going on, and I still don't know what I got to do moving forward because once I finish, you know, when I get some time to pause this live, I'm going to have to go get them and show me what area they went and started all this and what do I do about it, because I don't know. People popping up with $5, $3, and I'm like, I've been seeing that stuff in people's lives. Just like I got one lady that I'm going to go ask her. She got a channel going, and I've been talking about this for quite a bit and, you know, laughing and stuff and not sure what it is, but I didn't know if it was legal, but people talk about apples and oranges and all of that, and it was super chat. How do you do that? I don't know it. And I'm not playing no dummy either because I'm not like that now. You get what I'm saying? I am not like that. But I tell you, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. And whatever they got me into, whatever this is, I got to figure out how to work it. And I don't know if that's going to take more time than I have to be able to run this and do what I do from home. You know, days that you work from home with the family thing y'all got going, and then days that you do out the door, 12 hours or whatever. I don't know. I got to figure out if I'm going to be able to squeeze this in, because the one that went on, looked behind my back and did this, they might have to manage it. And they know they work hard, so I don't know how they're going to do it either. You know, it's just off the chain. I wish people can understand me, though. Some folks do. Some people understand and really know where I'm coming from. You know, because I don't put my business out there, and I don't show off and brag about anything. You know what I'm saying? I just do what it do. And like I said before, if you ever seen on here, if you ever watch, you would see that that I have the only thing you ever hear me with anything around me that says anything to do with anything subscribe would just be my the Nightbot saying, you know, subscribe, and this is my Instagram link. Other than that, I don't be asking, because I'm hanging out. I know that probably sounds terrible, but I don't. I'm hanging out. So I never even really keep, and anybody can tell, you can go behind my back and look at any videos, go 4 or 5 months back, 6 months back, year, whatever, and you will never hear me really saying that. Join me, subscribe, give me the joy. And there's nothing wrong with that, because that's how you're supposed to do business, hustle and bustle. But you would never hear me saying that, because that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to chill and hang and make my friends, and that's why you see I got a whole different crowd of people now, because I realized some of the folks I had wasn't really rocking with me, men and women both, so I stopped being bothered with it. It didn't even have to do nothing with blocking, because I didn't know about blocking. But I know I don't deal with a certain crowd no more. You get what I mean? So that was like, you know, a whole bunch of people. Then I lost a lot of people because I don't have wrenches no more. People got offended by that, and I lost probably about 20 people because of the wrenches, because there is no wrench. And then I got quite a few people that thought I blocked them, and I'm trying to tell them that I didn't. They was, you're the only one, and that's not true. I didn't know that somebody else could do that. So I tried to mend a few friendships in something that I didn't even do. You know what I mean? So it's hard. You know, it's hard out here for a pimp. No, so let me stop. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. But y'all know what I mean. I'm silly, but you get where I'm coming from. So I didn't know what to do with that. And then right now, I got to get somebody to come and show me exactly where to go at, to look up where I'm at with whatever this is. I mean, it may sound illiterate, but buddy, hey, it is what it is. What is she saying here? I got to read and understand all this, because I don't need nobody coming over here trying to use me. I did all this work myself. I did all this work myself, where I got out here and found people that is mine-like and hustled with them. You know what I mean? But it was for friendships, though. I gave up. Let me see. I'm talking. I don't even know if anybody's still in here, so I'm going to put on a little bit of music. You guys gotta excuse me because I'm working out. I thought everybody was gone. I thought, oh yeah, I was gone. Hello. Thank you guys so much. Happy Sunday. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Thank you so much, Sherry. Oh my goodness, Sherry. You are absolutely fabulous too, honey. God bless you and thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me the way you do. Aubrey, I appreciate you over there with all them good smell good, sis. How you doing? Thank you for coming. And I promise you, a lot of that stuff I show, I don't eat it all. You know what I mean? Saying not judging nobody or anything. Sometimes family members want it, or sometimes you get things to try it. And I think we're going to start doing some of them taste tests and stuff. But I thank you so much for coming, Aubrey. Happy Sunday and bless you, beautiful lady. I appreciate you. You are amazing. Thank you, honey. I really appreciate you, Sherry. Thank you. I appreciate you, honey. Because I know that you have been everything since I met you. Me and you never had no kind of mess or no foolishness between us. You are one of the main people that I can honestly say, and there's quite a few, but me and you, we hit it definitely with the wrench and all that kind of game. Because see, you know, what people don't realize what they do is they give themselves away. And truly they give themselves away in just the way they act and what they say. Just like I got a new guy. You gotta excuse me because I started working out. We got a new guy that started coming to me. As a matter of fact, 2 or 3 people, and one of them, well, you need to give me a chance. You got to give honest people, give honest, good people a chance. And you got to realize there's nothing for him to take personally because you don't know me, and I'm not being disrespectful, and I'm glad that you came. But you can't come here and run down something, and you know, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You didn't listen to nothing I said because immediately when you started typing that in their live, well, how come I don't have a wrench? And I explained to the person clearly 3 or 4 times, and a lot of other supporters and friends and stuff on here has said the same thing. She was having some problems, sir. You need to watch the wrenches yourself if you knew on YT. You know, they was telling him, and he just, well, I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. How can I network if I don't have any wrenches? Well, you don't got to network over here. And see, I don't want to get nasty because I don't do that, but that's not what it's about. You mean to tell me, honestly, right now, if I go to anybody's channel, which I don't have a channel, but I'm just saying, anybody's, channel, and they don't have wrenches, do you honestly think that if I want to meet somebody that I don't know how to be smart enough to type in their name and search it up if I want to? Or are you coming over here just to network? It's not that. See, this is the thing. I understand how this, YouTube work as far as friends and people engaging with each other. But, you can clearly sometimes tell when people are just coming over for an opportunity that they don't even have to knock on your door for, that they can accomplish on their own. And what does that mean? That means that you don't have to go to nobody else's channel just to get subscribers. You get what I'm saying? You can go on and do your own thing because that's how I did it. Nobody gave me anything other than their time if they was willing to. But I didn't run behind nobody like, I'm going to come to your live, to your hangout spot, to your channel, just to get a bunch of subscribers to use you so I can bounce on. That's all you got to do. Anything that you're interested in, first of all, give it to God. If you're doing some business on here and really want to do something, or even to meet good friends, not even just for business. But that's all you got to do is you punch in what your interests are, and you start joining and representing and supporting the people that you like to rock with, and then they'll come back to you. But if you meet somebody from day one You don't even know how they get down on their side of the town. They're letting you know that they're going through some difficulties, and that's all you worried about because you can't come to somebody else's spot and network. That's why you came. If you that big of a voucher, you should be able to run the show without nobody having to help you. That's kind of shady to me and sketchy for people that come over and they try to get off on you and then go off on you. And I really feel this, you guys. I'm not gonna go to anybody's channel and tell them what to do, how to act. I don't force God on nobody. And like I said, I don't know what happened, but I'm gonna tell you, either way, this person still, just kept on doing that a few times in their life. Somebody else knew them and said that they're gonna speak to them on the side because they know them a little bit more better. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, you know that, right? So all of a sudden, I seen that this person had posted that they were doing a live, so I went over to show them support because they showed me some support, right? So as soon as I get in the live, immediately the person jumps on me. Yeah, I can't. I'm not gonna be able to come over there. That kind of stuff. If you don't have any riches, that's gonna be a problem for me because people need to network. How am I supposed to meet people? I'm glad you came, Rruk. I'm glad. I'm like, man, I know you don't want me to turn up that other side. You understand what I mean? When you flip a coin, it got two sides to it, huh? Which side you dealing with, the heads or the tails? Because you got the wrong one, baby. Because you're trying to start this into a beef between us, and I don't even know you, bro. And if you don't like the operation, see, that's how people want you to talk instead of being decent. No, sir, listen, I had a hard time. Something bad happened to me. Can you understand? I'm trying to get it together. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Sherry. You're welcome for the awesome compliment you typed into me, too. She says, folks come to fish, but don't. Yes. Mine, because I don't. My channel and I actually have. See, that's what I'm. See, Sherry. You know what? And it's so hard to find people that are like-minded and that understand where you're coming from and what you're doing. And then the thing is, it's not even that some of them that they don't understand, they don't want to understand. Some people will come over and take over your whole everything. Some people are coming deliberately just to use you for a ride. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? And I can tell when people watching me because every little thing I do, you got my back for real, or you're watching me because you're trying to hinder somebody. You know what I mean? No, they don't want to understand. And just like all that how confused this is, you got to figure out where you want to be. What do you believe in? Because I can read 3 different stories about the same thing and they all could be different, but I know which one is right, God. Don't get me started. Don't get me started because I try not to be that difficult person, and I love the way you were saying it about what is there to be confused about. You get what I'm saying? And see, I try to give people that allowance so they can bounce to however they want to bounce, but at the same time, I'm standing sturdy in what I'm doing, and maybe they are too. But sometimes people be trying to start a little argument with you, but they try to pretend that they're trying to act okay and factual when in fact they're trying to come for you, which is totally stupid. Because to me, if somebody is rocking, just like right now, okay, I don't have no control over a lot of things in my life. But I tell you what, I can control what I do here on YT. If I don't want to come on, I don't have to come on. If I don't want to deal with certain people, I don't have to deal with certain people, she says. Real folks, because it turns into, true friendships. See, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. But folks don't seem to understand. I got a few people right now. I'm not trying to be shady, but they're looking for a ride. I can tell. That's why they keep trying to rock with me. And I'm going to tell you too, Sherry, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. We got some people that we both know that we got in common that I don't deal with no more, and it's nothing that I've done wrong. It's who they got involved with and got shady. As a matter of fact, there's a couple that me and you both know both of them, and everything was cool and something went down, and I didn't have nothing to do with it. Because if you see somebody, first of all, when I came to your live, you kept on shouting me out and dropping my link, right? So a few of your peeps came over to check me. But now that you done fell out with your peeps, you trying to put that on me. And then when you come to my live and you see the few people that was your peeps that you ain't friends with no more, then you try to get mad at me when you are the one that sent them to me. Kids, silly foolishness. See, that's what I'm saying, and I don't do that though. That's the whole thing. I don't do that. Why would I do that when I wouldn't want that to happen to me? Why would I do that if that's not how I am as a person? It's not right. It's not right. And there's some too, and there's some other folks too that I know that, I think that these women here, you met them in my life, and you've been very of them. You know, no shade, but I don't deal with them no more because some stuff went down. But I promise you, I got my receipts, and folks just, it came for the wrong reasons, jumped to conclusion, and then you got one in the middle that know what really happened and ain't trying to straighten it out, but trying to be two-faced and to be friends with people on different sides and games like that. You got the wrong one, baby. I keep trying to tell people because I got all my receipts here. Bring them all up. And then you try to say something different moving forward, but you know what? Your actions speak louder than words. I see you. You did wrong. And you know you did, but I was willing to let that go because I'm not into the silliness. People don't understand that you can't run around here and piss in other people's pools and think it's okay. Yes, see? And that's why and you know what, Sherry, I'm the same way. If I see you running it down like that, just like I got somebody right now, no shade. But every time I'm doing a live, and if they're not doing a live, you don't hear from them, right? That may be for me. I always consider it maybe they're not doing a live today, so they're off YouTube, or they want to support other people and go somewhere different. I don't care. Not in that kind of way because I enjoy their company. You know, but I'm just saying I'm not going to jump to no conclusion, and they can do whatever they want to do because I'm doing. You know what I mean? But then I got some other people that want me to know they're doing a live, and they keep trying to come like they want to support me, but they really want me to come to them. And you don't have to be that silly. You just let me know, yo, I got a live going. I appreciate you stop by. You don't know, some people may have passed away. Some people may not have internet service. Some people may have stopped doing YouTube for a while and you didn't get the notice, or they didn't give the notice. But when you jump to conclusions, you make a fool out of yourself. You get what I'm saying? Because the people want to control how you do and when you see them. And that's not how it works. Everybody has a life outside of YouTube. Everybody has a life outside of YouTube, and everybody's doing what they want to do on whoever channel they visit or not visit. So you need to sit back and enjoy the ride and realize that you can do what you do. Just like I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna talk to this person on the side when I get a chance to, you know, and I'm not gonna call nobody's names out, but I got a person that I just seen. They were in a live of a friend of mine. Now mind you, the person live that I was in, I have been knowing both of the people about the same amount of time on YT, but they didn't know each other. So this one friend that was in the live is in the live and saying hi to me, but the host said, go check Rruk out. So then the person pops up over my live and said, oh, so-and-so sent me, so I'm coming to chill. Well, how you gonna say so-and-so sent me when you already know who the heck I am? You just stop being bothered. I really don't care. But I can tell you behaving shady, just like I just seen you in their live a little while ago. And I noticed that I come and support you, but you don't support me, and that's fine because I still got your back, but don't try to turn this into what it ain't. You know what I mean? I'm not playing the games with all these silly people, 45, 50 years old, acting silly. Pissing me off, too. I have not been there in a little while. They are trying to call you out, and you know what, Sherry, and I don't like that either. And I'm gonna tell you, I have used that terminology, but I didn't use it in the same way that they're trying to call somebody out. I used it like, I was worried about you, girl. I tried to reach you out on Instagram. I know your brother got a channel. I went over there to ask if you all right when I say it like that. Like if I say, girl, it's been a long time. How you doing? Oh my goodness, I missed you. Like that, not to be trying to make you shady and make you look like something in front of whoever else is in the live or commenting on a video, because that's how people do it. You're trying to throw dirt on you. You know what I mean? Trying to throw dirt on you. And the majority of those people like that, they see you have a channel too, though. What's that mean? They see that you working or you got kids, might have been sick. That's why I said don't even do it. Just keep it how it is. Keep it how it is, you know? I even have some few people that will come on here and tell me, oh, I'm getting off of YouTube for a couple of days, and they'd be everywhere else because you got the same people. And why lie about it? I don't care that you didn't come over here today, because that's not how YT works. Ain't nobody coming to know every damn live you do, every video you do. You better go somewhere and sit down. I don't care. I don't care, because I'm still going going to build and grow. It don't have nothing to do with one person making or breaking it. Let's keep it real with each other. No, we can't. And you know, too, I come and check you, too, and then I don't come a while. You know what we doing here. Everybody has a right to be who they are and do this YouTube thing, what works for them. Why are you worried about somebody else's business? You can't tell nobody when to go or come. You don't know why. Maybe they popped in your life and didn't like the content for the day and didn't comment and left. You may have a video up, they looked at it, they didn't like what it was, and it doesn't mean that there's anything negative, and they just didn't. Who cares? You know, nobody cares about that. I promise you, your grass don't get watered that way. When you run around here trying to be negative and disrespectful and play a whole bunch of shady games with people and stuff like that, it don't work out that way. And I promise you, I done had some people that tried to dog walk on me out here. I'm gonna be honest. I can give you some hundreds of people that I know that straight up used me. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? The blessing is with him. It doesn't matter what you think you've done. God ain't count me out, neither can you. Because I got some people right now, and I promise you, there's few men and women both. They have came over and sucked dry all of my subscribers, and I promise you, the folks that they with, them are the only people they got because they made friends with them because they was in the live that I had. And then they tried to diss me after because of what they wanted to do. Once they did that and got those people on their side, they turn around and use those people. And they're not really faithful to anybody. They're not doing it because they got busy and disappeared a couple of months. And I do a channel and you don't know what my life's about. You come into the dirty. You're riding dirty. You know what I'm trying to tell you. You know the dirt bombs. Can't nobody get that mixed up. We know. You gotta say it. You know what I'm trying to tell you, and I promise you, if I told you the main four people, because I know, and no disrespect to you, because I know that you're still friends with them, it'll blow your mind. You heard? It'll blow your mind. If I told you these people, the other side of them, because see, people don't realize we don't meet the same person sometimes. You know, people play games, and personality disorders, and switcheroo, and all of that kind of stuff. So sometimes you don't really know that side of that person, because somebody say, well, you know what, so-and-so did me dirty. Nah, Michael, Sandy, Benny ain't like that. I've been knowing them 10 years. That's because you didn't know that part of them. Just like you could be in a relationship with a man. As soon as he get a new woman, you know, the woman be trying to talk junk about you, and the stuff that you say that you've been through with the man, they're going to tell you, no, I've been with him. He still gets me flowers. He's still doing this and he's still doing that. And you're like, well, I've been with him for 15 years, honey. He's a serial cheater. He put his hands on me. How I know that? She ain't got there yet. But see, he's still going down, eating under the two-legged table with her right now. He's still, you know, busting the headboard down. So she's an island because she just got with him. But you can't tell me who I've been with for 15 years. You can't get up in this argument because you're talking wrong, baby. And you watch, it will happen. His homeboy didn't change. I can tell that he didn't change because he's still trying to holler at me, and you're supposed to be the new boo, first of all. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to listen. And I remember, you know, no disrespect, and I'm going to keep it 100% real. I remember this girl from a long time ago started dating somebody that I used to date. Okay? She got with this dude, and she called herself, was trying to, you know what I'm trying to tell you, say it, pretending, fake. She called herself, wanted to, she had a friend, I'll put it this way. The girl that this guy that I used to date got involved with, she was friends with a girl I knew sister, because none of them were my friends. You know what I'm trying to say. And she wanted to meet me because when she got involved with the man keeps talking about me. You know, that one that got away. You know what I'm trying to tell you. There wasn't no relationship. You know what I'm trying to I didn't let it go into nothing because the guy was crazy out of his mind. I'm going to tell you about that after. But yeah. So when she got with the guy, she wanted to come and meet and talk with me to try to get information about this guy and wonder why this guy, she was trying to be shady, to be honest with you. She was trying to be shady, but what happened was when the girl brought the girl around me, I said, you know, that's your business. Well, why does he keep talking about you, honey? I ain't got nothing to say to you. I ain't got none of it. Okay, there we go, Sherry. Yeah, so like I said, what happened was this guy that I used to date, I don't know if you heard all of it, but this guy that I used to date, he got a new girlfriend, which ain't none of my business. I didn't even know. But the new girlfriend wanted to meet me because she kept, he kept talking about me. Oh, you welcome, sis. And I wasn't even paying attention because I'm talking to you and I'm doing like my leg workout and stuff because I just got off the treadmill. That's why I was breathing so heavy. So now I'm doing my legs, and a lot of that consists of being on the floor and stuff like that and doing windmills with my arms and legs because I had stopped working out for a while due to some medical stuff going on. So anyway, the girl wanted to meet me because I guess everything that they had going in their relationship, he kept mentioning my name constantly. So, she wanted to meet me to find out why he's still so hung up and if he messing with me still, all that old bull yang. You know what I'm talking about. Get your workout, honey. You know you got to do it. And what I'm doing, I'm able to talk, thank goodness, So she came over, and the first thing she wasn't trying to, first of all, I didn't want to meet her. I didn't plan none of it. It was almost like a setup. Somebody called somebody's house. Oh, did Rruk come by there? Yeah, we all chilling right now. So she tried to fly over with the new girlfriend, and the girl said, I just, hi, my name is so-and-so. She was nice, but she was trying to start something. You know what I'm talking about? Yep, those want chips that be tripping. So she's like, well, I'm dating so-and-so now, and I know you used to date him, and I just want to know because he keeps constantly talking about you all the time, and is he still trying to get with you? Yep, it was a setup. And I said, you know what, honey, I have no idea what you're talking about, and my butt left. You heard? And for the ones that tried to do the setup, they all can kick rock with open-toed shoes. I don't play games like that, especially over no man, no butt. Come on. So I realized what that was all about. I'm like, honey, you got the wrong one. And she did not get any information from me, you heard? And she ended up getting with this guy, and this guy has beat the skin off her bones. And the thing is, she was way younger than us. She was like probably about maybe 10 years younger than us to get with a grown man like that to be a young girl. It was a mess. See, if she would have came the correct way, but see, this guy was crazy too. But if she would have came in the correct kind of way, I could have kept her from getting there. She was already being beat down anyway from what I learned. So when it want to turn something else, that's right. So I didn't bother with it. And I'm going to tell you, she got involved with this man. And I'm going to tell you some of the crazy stuff he did with me, she got it even worse. And then she ended up having 2 kids by him. You understand? It went all the way down. Exactly. And that's how they be. Over some man that's beating you up and that I was with way before you even met him. And he didn't start the pattern with you. You see, you thought she was being shady and trying to come for somebody and trying to set somebody up. Y'all some silly little girls, too. Because, see, like I said before, none of them bees was my friend. And I call them bumblebees. None of them was my friends, but what happened is the house that I was at, that was my actual friend. But we didn't know that the ones that was stopping by, that was going to come with some drama and some bull. Yes, he never had no kids, so he had his kids by, his first kids with her, and she had her first kids with him. You know them busy bees. Busy bumblebees, silly and clown. And see, she don't know if she would have came correct, I probably could have saved her a lot of black eyes and broken bones down the line, because that's why I stopped fooling with the clown. Because, see, he wasn't going to do me any kind of way, because he thought he was going to do it. I ain't going to lie, I had a few episodes with him. Yes, silly, yes. Shit, she thought she was finna try to do something. And I'm going to tell you, this one was crazy. This one was crazy. This one is the type that, you get into it with them over nothing. Come trying to cut your hair off and all that. You know what I'm talking about. Ain't nothing but a trick. That's all it is. Hey, Boogie. I'm doing a good live. I got to talk to y'all about what y'all did. And got me with some membership here. Now, one of y'all did it. I'm going to get on your butt. I wasn't ready for that. Y'all got me. I appreciate it, but y'all got me. Y'all done got me tricked out. Excuse me, Sherry. Y'all done got me tricked out with this membership. And who set it up, you or did he do it? I can't hear you. Did he set it up or you? No, I don't want it off. I'm on the live. I don't mind it. I'm on live. No, just all you got to do is respond. I'm not mad at you. So I'm just asking, can you say yes or no? Did you do it? I can't hear you. Did you do it or did he do it? Which one of y'all did it? You don't remember? So you had part in it. Huh? Yeah, don't do it. I'm not mad. I just didn't know that you guys went on and put the membership through without letting me know, because I wouldn't even, you already know why I'm on here. I got a family member here that grabbed the computer and put music back on because they don't want to be heard saying nothing, but I ain't mad at nobody. I ain't mad at nobody. She says, my ex was like that. Wanted to cut my private out. See, girl. And you know what kind of, honey, let me tell you, I had to plead for my life. See, and that's what I keep trying to tell people, why I am not on camp. Honey, let me stop, because I'll be going too much. But you know, I'm glad you understand where I'm coming from, Sherry. I'm sorry that happened to you, though. But I know, because I done been there. I done been there, honey, wacky willy type of person. Sick. And I promise you, honey, let me tell you something. This guy tore that girl up. You get what I'm saying? This guy ruined that. And that girl was, like I said, we were in our 20s. And that girl was probably lucky to be maybe, I don't know, maybe 18, maybe 19. But we were in our, 20s. As a matter of fact, no, she wasn't even that old. That girl was a teenager. I think she was 16 or 17. No. 17 or 18. One of them younger than us. Down the line there. You know what I'm talking about? Because we were in our 20s. Let me see. I feel like I'm saying it wrong because I know she was a teenager and we were fully grown. So I think she was like 16 or 17 and we were in our like mid-20s. And she was messing with a beast. You know, instead of trying to be silly with some other girls that I don't fool with and don't even know you, y'all thought y'all was setting somebody up and trying to start a whole bunch of trouble and act stupid, and you got with a big grown-ass animal. Yes, you did. That guy from the stuff, like I said, I don't sit down, oh, I hope he got her. I hope, because I felt bad for her, but every time you turn around, you know the grapevine, how people be talking, whether you in the conversation or not. You hit somebody's house and they talking, you can't control what they're saying, but yeah, he blackened her eye. And she had to get a restraining order, and her mother had to, because she's a minor, they were saying and doing all of that. So with that being said, she should have, she should have approached me differently. Now see, with me being the adult woman, I wouldn't have told her nothing where she gonna go tell this crazy guy something and he gonna try to come after me. It wouldn't have been that type of thing. But what I would have done is try to talk to maybe her mother, since she was a minor, and tell her that your daughter's getting involved with a very dangerous man. Do not go back and say I said anything, because that man will be back on my trail again. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? And she's with him thinking she's doing something. Yeah, he's putting it down in the bedroom. Here we go. Putting it down in the bedroom, eating under that two-legged table, breaking that back out. And that's to that type of people, that's important. You know what I mean? That's important to them because they think that's what's going to happen. That's going to make it good because of the bedroom action. See, you didn't know the part about the other side of that, the crazy, dangerous. You are going to be abused on a daily basis for doing nothing. You understand what I mean? Sicko. You're going to be abused for nothing. They can come in the house and just start pounding on you, trapping you in the house, won't let you go outside, won't let you go to work. Lock down. You get what I'm saying? Lock down. Threatening you, accusing you. And all of it was in his head. But for you being a young girl and got with that dude and pushed two babies out probably a year apart from this man, and that made it even worse because you didn't know his hereditary stuff in his family, which what he got crazy about him is a disorder in that family, in the genes. So now you got to watch out for your kids. You know what I'm trying to tell you, honey, and I'm going to tell you this food that I've been through a lot with. I remember one time I got with this food here, and I got to change it up a little bit because I don't know who's listening to me. But this food here, it was over at this fool's house, and they came in. I had already been there and had cooked the dinner and whatever, was chilling and watching TV. They came in on one, as they mostly, they started doing on a regular basis, and tried to get you in the bedroom type of thing, and you like, no, wait a minute, let me finish what I'm doing in here, and they got mad about that, and put you out their house barefoot in pajamas type stuff. Y'all know them games. You know them psychopaths. You know what I'm trying to explain to you? All that kind of stuff. Got mad and wanted to hem you up. Yes, yes. Wanted to hem you up, and I ain't gonna lie, I suffered a lot in there. He got me a lot. I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of times, because I came from that, and I couldn't see. I couldn't see. I couldn't see. You know what I'm trying to explain to you? I thought that was normal. Here we go. Here we go. Even though I hated it when I seen it happening, I thought it was normal. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Real, yes, deranged, real deranged. And none of that never came into play about long as he's good in the bedroom. Hey, baby, I needed more than that. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I needed more than that. Because when you come about, they know how to put it down. When you talk about somebody know how to put it down, are you laying there as a dead mat? Aren't you bringing something to make that successful between the two of y'all when y'all pop on that mattress? What are you talking about? You get what I'm trying to say? So with that being said, I realized, I messed with that for a minute before I could get myself together. It got to the point, girl, I used to have to hide. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Hide. And there was really nowhere to go. I didn't know all that about women's shelters and things of that. You know what I'm trying to tell you? We'll talk. Yeah, see? You know what I'm talking about. Kept coming to your house and all that stuff like that. And I remember I was living in the fourplex. And I was up on the second floor, and that clown would keep coming around and took us with the front door. You can, the front and back door, you had to have a key to go in. But if somebody happened to come out, you can grab the door. So with this fool, I remember one of the times that this fool was just ringing my doorbell and ringing my doorbell and ringing my doorbell. And girl, I didn't answer it, but I didn't realize that the fool had got let in by somebody that was going out or just let them in general. Girl, and I knew he was in the building because I could smell his cologne. I'm gonna get deep. I ain't playing games. This ain't no made-up story, I promise you. I smelled his cologne, girl, and I'm gonna tell you, I couldn't go because I didn't know to go out the front, the back. I was terrified, so I had to go find somewhere to hide. But I could smell his cologne in the building. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I knew that somebody let him in. And I didn't know if he was going to come kick my apartment door in or what could have happened. So I just got out. I ran. I got, you know what I mean? Whatever I had on, I left. You know what I'm talking about? I left out and found me somewhere to hide. Yes, you know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about this person was listening to me. Honey. You know them types that mess up. You know how they always try to accuse women of doing stuff to people's clothes and all that foolishness and stuff. I'm not that type of girl, but that dude was like that. Took all your stuff. Yes. See, and that's what I'm talking about. You get what I'm talking about? And that's why I keep saying people don't understand when you saying that you live in a certain kind of lifestyle and things. Everybody just assume, oh, you on there for money. You done joined in that. No, you don't know what my story is. I keep trying to tell people. You're not listening. That's how you can tell people ain't really your friends and stuff. And I'm not saying for new people that may come and visit you on YT and haven't heard that because they're coming and you ain't speaking about it today. But for a lot of people that you thought was real writers, you know what I'm talking about? Yes. Yep, folks don't be knowing. And then there's some that do know, don't care. You get what I'm saying? Some of them that do know, if you saying, listen, I'll just say it like this. If I say that, I'm not on camera for certain reasons, right? Safety and whatever it may be. You know for a fact that right off the bat that they don't have your best interest in mind. If you're telling them and they keep arguing with you, well, you should be on the camera. You should have been there doing this and doing that. But if you already said that you don't come on camera and you explain the safety reasons, and they still, that's not enough for them, and they still don't like the idea that you don't come on camera, why are they arguing at you? Why are they arguing with you? That's how I can tell you there's a lot of weirdos and a lot of people doing some sick, foolish mess. You know what I mean? Some sick, foolish mess. You can tell exactly what's Gucci. And like I said before, these people here that you run across that are them type of volatile people, I promise you, they'll come for you as if they're in your life physically. You can meet people on YT that can set you off just as bad as somebody in your physical life. Because I got a lot of folks that try to get on here on YT and try to bully you off the way it would be if it was in your physical life. You know what I'm saying? Stalking and acting weird and bugging out and keeping a lot of foolishness going on. And I've had some of the people try me, and like I said in this lady, I'm not trying to put you up against nobody, but if I told you some of the people, you would be like, oh my, I know you're not serious. I know you're not serious. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. I can promise you that. Straight up. I can promise you that I got some of them that really, hello, Mimi Lou, thank you so much for coming. Happy Sunday, or is it Monday for you? I hope you're doing well. Bless you. I appreciate you stopping by. What's happening? What's happening? I hope all is good with you. Thanks for coming in. We're talking about different stuff with relationships and deception and abuse and a whole lot. Because once I start opening up these chapters, girl, I tell you, it's going to be a lot of stuff that everybody can relate to. I don't care if it didn't happen to you, if it happened to a homegirl, you know, an aunt, an uncle, a mama. You know what I mean? People are going to recognize and understand, and I promise you, because I do a little segment too on mental health, and I have one person that came in my live, and they seen that I was doing the mental health, and then they started doing their own thing, but I don't know if they're offended because I was doing this way before you, and you actually got the idea from me, and now that I'm doing it, you're trying to act some kind of way, which I don't understand, because I think anybody can speak about whatever they want to talk about, and I don't need to take nobody else's content or anything like that, but I was doing it, and they came in my live and said, wow, that's nice. I'm going to start doing that. And then they took it on, but they act kind of sketchy towards me because I'm still doing it. I was doing it before you were doing it, and it don't go by that either. You don't know if people got mental health themselves and they're speaking about it. And all of us should be glad that we got people that want to talk and help you with it. You know, it ain't no joke. And you don't have to have mental health not to be, you know, be concerned with it and rock with it. Because I know a lot of people that got family members that got mental health issues. Somebody they done dealt with around the way that got mental health issues, and it's a million things. It says, you don't have to put yourself on camera face-wise, but if you can just show your hands with the gloves. Yep, and that's what I'm going to go back to doing, Sherry, because I had just started, when I was doing the videos where I did the actual cooking, showed all the ingredients, I had my hands in it, but I had one problem. I had one of my YouTube sisters, I don't know what happened in her life, but she started her YouTube channel to build a fans only page, and then she started, coming over there and starting to get a little frisky because and I'm like, you know what, I didn't know if, when this started happening, if this was a person that number, because you know how when you know somebody, they can have a mask on and everything, and if they're not heavily covered and their voice, distorted and their hands covered, you know who that is. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? It's in that thing is some folks mental health, but there's nothing but mental health. Yes, and that is true, because that's what I've been seeing too with this Pacific folks that's been doing some of that too. Yeah, I've been seeing some of that. You know what I mean? And I'm at the point right now that I'm learning how to do all of that now that I had to look into it with the wrenches and stuff. Now I'm learning how to do, now I'll be able to understand how to do and block now myself when I will need to do it. But I didn't know that stuff before. You get what I'm saying? Didn't know what to do or how to do it. And now that I got some bugaboo folks that be cutting the food that I really don't longer want to deal with, and they can tell that you're not really wrestling with them, but they keep coming, fumbling around you, it'll be a way to let it go. But I didn't know how to do none of that before. You know what I mean? And folks is faking the funk with that stuff too, because I remember I was in somebody else's live, and there was a person that came in the live that I don't even know, and I didn't even know half the people in the live really well yet, or the host, but I was coming in support because I liked the title of the video. Of the live. So I'm in the live, and somebody, I guess, that they knew, several of them knew, but I didn't know, came in flipping out on everybody in the live, and then they started trying to talk some crap to me. They said hi to me at first, and I didn't respond back because I had read how they was cussing everybody out, so I didn't even want to engage. And then all of a sudden, the host finally said something. If you don't know how to behave, you can't come to this live no more, bop, 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 bop. Okay, that was the first warning. And then the person started apologizing to everybody in their life. I'm sorry, I'm mentally ill and I'm going through this. And then the person, they let it be. But then within 2 or 3 more minutes in their life, they started tripping back out again. You get what I mean? And I had reached out to the host separately from in the live and said, listen, that person, you're going to have to get them straight now because they're not going to stop doing this. And now I know I'm going to just deal with them and I'm going to give them a timeout. I said, no, they'd already, you know what I'm saying? So you got to do something with this. You know what I mean? And guess what happened? That person started stalking about 10 of us. Coming on our videos. You all ain't ish. You all deserve each other. Don't even know me though, by the way, because that host did not handle their live properly. Because you're so desperate for watch hours and views that things would, anything could go. Hey, what's happening, Bud Files? How you doing? Thank you for coming. You are awesome. I appreciate it. I'm enjoying you guys too, because I like when you guys were at the cemetery, because I think it's a good idea, and I always tell people that it's nice to go to when you especially when it's like Veterans Day and stuff like that. It's a good idea to go in. You can go anywhere, to Dollar Tree, anywhere, and get a couple of flags to go put on some of the vets' graves out of giving respect, whether they're your family or not. I'm not saying that's what you and hubby were at the graves for, but I'm just saying when y'all said y'all was at there, when I said, what are you guys doing? They said, we're at the cemetery. It just made me think because we just had Memorial Day. And I'd like to do that, and I also like to go out and just put some flowers on other people's graves that look like nobody ain't been there for years or whatever the case may be. But I thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Blessings to you. I had a $5 one. It gave everybody else a free membership too. I got one earlier, about 6 of them. See, I don't know. I got to get help with this, y'all. I don't know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bud Files. I appreciate you 100%. And I thank you for coming in. We were just talking about unhealthy relationships and mental health and things of that, because a lot of this stuff here, when I get on here and talk, there's no doors closed for me. And I keep trying to tell everybody, we can talk about a roach, Barbie pin, sexual orientation. There's anything that anybody want to talk about, be you. We don't have to get into an argument because somebody voted this way. It's none of your business. That's why we always like to have conversation. Okay, Sherry, just conversation about all things life so that everybody can have a good conversation, just like I was talking about God here earlier. I'm not, no holy Christian and all that myself, but I believe in God. Also, I had someone that was so nice on here that was saying that they don't know what to believe because there's so much confusion. And I said, you know what? And I understand how you can be confused. And I'm the type that if I don't know which way to go, you want to be Jehovah Baptist, or you don't want to say that you doing nothing, just keep living your life and do good things and you'll be fine. That's how I look at it. Just live your life and do good things, and I promise you will definitely do good. Definitely do good. That's how I feel. You can honestly take your time and just say, well, what does that mean? Because I don't understand about God. I wasn't taught about God. I'm not sure about it. I'm confused. Well, what do you believe in, though? What do you know that's good, though? Because God, from what I can honestly tell you, that God is good. But even if you don't believe that, what do you do that's good? Just say for yourself. Well, it's good for me to take a bath. Yeah. It's good for me to brush my teeth. Yeah. Work off of those things until you build the principle of what you feel that's good if you don't understand. Nobody can judge anybody. You know what I'm saying? Let me get my shower. Nobody can judge anybody. We can only all walk down this thing called life and pray. Or if you don't, like I said, you don't believe in that part, just do good. Because I don't force stuff on nobody. Because a lot of people get upset and out of pocket with things that don't even have to go array like that. Just because you have a certain belief in something, it doesn't mean that you get mad because other people don't believe it. You know what I mean? Do your own thing and be proud of it. And that's it. You don't have to do what I did or what somebody else did. Just try to be happy and live your best life. That's the best I can say. I'm not confused, but that don't mean somebody else ain't. I don't judge people, and I don't wish nobody nothing negative. I just want to, live life and be happy and pray and wish it the same for everybody around. That they have some kind of happiness in their life and some kind of peace, nothing more, nothing less, you know? Just get it how you live and behave yourself. Have our own crosses to bear. So we can't force nothing we're doing on nobody. Just be happy you're alive and you got your family, and do whatever makes you happy. That's it and that's all. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You ain't gotta do nothing more. We got a lot of confusion out here. A lot of confusion. And if you don't know where you at with something, why get somewhere and argue with somebody? Just do what you know that's right. And try to keep yourself out of harm's way and drama. And that's all it is. I know for a fact that I'm not going down the rabbit hole with nobody or for nobody. I'm going to try to keep doing the best I can to be a decent person. And that's all I can do. Try to be decent and treat people fair. And that's it. Do what you gotta do, baby. You sit around here and cut the food, and then soon as somebody gets sick in your family or you ain't well, then you go to crying and don't know what to do about it. So I say, stay in your lane, live your life. You get yourself caught up on YT with a whole bunch of arguing and bugging out and backstabbing and flipping out and running, chasing money and treating people wrong. Behave. It all will come to you. Whatever meant to be, it's going to be. You may think you're changing the narrative in a lot of cases. You ain't. I don't know who's in the live, so I don't want to keep chatting along and everybody going. Thank you so much, Bud Files. I appreciate you. Yeah, I was just saying, Sherry, that we get on here and we talk about everything. It ain't nothing against nobody. It can't nobody argue with nothing about no religion. Can't nobody argue with nothing about no voting. You can't get me locked up in that. I'm not gonna do it. And see, folks will come on, because see, this is, it's so weird too that people don't seem to understand. Why would you come to where somebody else at and have a beef with them? Who got time for that? Because I know with me, even if I go to, just say, like, if I like this McDonald's, right? I'm going to that McDonald's, and if I go to another one and it ain't popping, I'm not gonna go up in there and cuss folks out. I'm just not going back no more. Now, if I have some trashy service while I'm in there, then I'm gonna say, this is not, you're not behaving appropriate, and I'm not going back, but I'm not gonna be arguing with nobody, because I ain't got to do all that. I'm Tonka built, baby. I am Tonka built. We ain't doing none of that over here. And that's what I've been noticing about a lot of people. You can let people make you happy, and you can let people make you sad. It's your choice. But you really and truly got to know what you want, instead of getting yourself caught up in a whole bunch of craziness. Because I know with me, I'm not gonna do it. I've done with all of that. I've learned so much stuff, and I'm better for it. I am so much better for it when I know, being humble consists of a lot of things. You know what I mean? Being humble consists of a lot of things. All right, for that. That's what I'm saying. You know what? And that's sad too, because some people like that shit. Some people love to have a problem. They are going crazy to have some kind of problem. Because those are the negatives. The negative ones that we have in the world that want to have some kind of beef, falling out with people, want people to be unhappy. And the thing that's so weird too is that they get off on it. And what they do is they try to conquer so many of us and knock us off our grind so they can have us acting just as stupid as they is. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. And you know, they always say, hurt people hurt. It's more to it than that. Because they love drama, yes. And people always say, oh no, because they're hurt and they probably not. Honey, listen to me. All these people are not hurting. Please stop using that excuse. And some folks ain't hurting. Some people get off hurting. Some people get off on the drama. Like you're saying there, Miss Sherry. People are deliberately wanting to have an issue. It ain't about that they necessarily hurting. They like to hurt someone. We gotta know the difference between the two situations. Everybody's not, oh, they've been through something, so they're like, help. Listen. If you're gonna fall for that, ain't no need to even have a conversation. Ain't no need to have, if you're gonna fall for that, oh, they acted that way, or they going through something in their marriage, and they lie, and half the time that ain't even what it is. You got a troublemaker. You know what Satan does, right? And a lot of people love to rock with him. You know what I mean? A lot of people love to rock with him. Ain't nobody nothing. Stop giving people excuses and passes to treat you like crap. Get to where you belong and sit your butt down somewhere. You don't have to be in it. You don't have to be in it. There's a lot of cases where people are trapped up in abusive relationships and a lot of children that might be abused in their house that can't get out because they ain't got no way out, and you know, they don't know. And a lot of these folks, I'm telling you, they're just as happy as the pig in you know what. You know what I'm talking about. We all know what this is. We all know exactly what we're talking about here, so there's no need to try to, you know, backbite or pretend, because we know what's up. And you know, better ain't gonna happen for you unless you want to do better. And I know that hurting people lash out, because I remember myself going through things and I'd lash out. I know that. But that's not an excuse for everybody. Some people that are acting up are doing it because they get off on it. They love to hurt and they love to harm. You know? They love to hurt people and they love to harm people. And as long as they know they got that grip on you, they're going to keep tearing it down. Like I said before, there's a lot of people in situations that they can't do nothing about. You're aware of that, you know? And then there's some people that are deliberately making the trouble for themselves. And it's a mess too, because I done had so many folks that I done been around and I noticed that they can get out of a certain something that they're in, but I realized that a lot of them are the common denominator of the very situation that's happening, and they're the cause of it. Because when you're trying to administer help, and you can tell that the person, because, no, I see you. You get what I mean? I see you, and I know what you're doing. And you know what? Not today. As a matter of fact, no day for me, because I don't do all that. I am past a whole lot of stuff, trying to have a whole bunch of homies, trying to fit in, people pleasing, and they ain't even got themselves right with God. They're worried about trying to please a friend, a man, a co-worker, a boss, kissing booty. I've done it, that all that. I'm not plagued by none of that stuff no more. I've already been there, and I promise you, it ain't a good spot to be in. And as soon as you get out of it, if you because I promise you, a lot of that stuff that you represent, it's life is like a boomerang. What you put out, honey, you will get back. So just keep thinking, because a lot of times people don't realize it gets worse before it gets better. In a lot of situations, it gets worse before it gets better. Let me tell you, baby, you walk with him and let him lead you by the hand. This too shall pass. You ain't got no choice but to pass, because something like that can't stay. Something like that can't stay. When you give it to God, He only gonna let certain things go down, and the rest is gonna be history. Because He ain't standing for the foolishness. You know, He's not a Decepticon. He got you. You know, He got you. If you ask Him for His hand, and then stop thinking that just because God is magic and He works miracles, as soon as you ask Him for something, that all of it's gonna jump and go, because He don't work like that. He does it when He knows in His time, no matter how bad we may feel that we're suffering. He ain't gonna do it to prove nothing to you. He's gonna do it because He loves you. And once that starts happening, you will see. You will see. And you will learn, little by little. You know, because like I said before, all this stuff don't happen overnight. You know? It will become a bother overnight, so you got to give it time to work itself out. But the thing is, you can't keep on wanting God to do everything. You got to do it yourself. Hey, what's happening, Brother Law? Man, you were something else. I be enjoying your content, and I am sorry that your dog is getting older and going through some stuff, because I watched the video walking the dog and I was listening to you talking, and I had typed in that you probably didn't see it, but what people don't understand about when you have fur babies, your fur babies are just like your family. If you're not willing to make a commitment, you might as well not bother. You have to love on your fur babies the same way you do your kids and your family. They you know what I'm saying? They got to go to the dentist. They got to have shots. They can get cancer. They can get arthritis. They can become deaf, blind. They have feelings. They have a heart. They have a lung. God put them in this world for a reason. So if you're not going to take care of them properly the way you're supposed to, you might as well not bother, because they are a life in this world. And if you ain't going to do right by it, don't even bother. Don't even bother, because this is a serious commitment, and it does cost just as much money and time and commitment as it does to raise a child. And a lot of people, how you compare animals to babies? Listen, what did God tell Noah to do when He built the ark? Hello? If all of this stuff, even a cockroach, you understand, one of each kind, so they can mate in the new world. Yeah, I know what I'm trying to tell you. And when you have pets, fur babies, when you start dealing with them fur babies, you would think humans sometimes. They have so much daggone personality. You understand what I'm saying? They got so much personality. You know, they know when you coming home, like when you know how your kids be. When you coming home, especially with the dogs, when you coming home from work, they come run and greet you at the door, jumping all on you, just like the kids. Daddy, daddy, mommy, mommy. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And even when you have a cat, cat's a little bit more sleeker and a little bit more quiet. But when you come home, they be standing right there waiting on you. You really have to take that serious. And when they start having medical problems, just like you said, one of your fur babies there, Lawless, is going through some hearing issues. Same thing as can happen to a human. You know, getting older, or some medical issues that may cause it. You get what I'm saying? They are life. God said to bring them for a reason. So how can we get that confused about it? You know there's a reason. And I love the way a lot of you lovely fur baby parents treat your fur babies, and I have to give you the most respect for that. And thank you for joining in with me, you beautiful people, and thank you for that, Lawless. I don't know what I'm doing, because I didn't even up for this here. I'm gonna tell you what happened here. That chance came, and I wasn't interested in it, because I came on YT for something totally different. Y'all know what I'm saying? And I do have an actual channel, but this is a hangout spot. So you know how they say, if you don't use it, you lose it. Well, them hours got snatched, all of them. Yeah, I was fine, and my family members kept saying, you better check into that. And you know, a lot of us at first didn't know nothing about that. You know what I mean? So I didn't do thing, so that got lost, right? So I never paid no attention. I let it go. And then all of a sudden, everybody kept saying, watch, I was talking about this and that. I didn't know what that meant or whatever. So one day here, I had started having problems with people blocking my people and stuff, so I didn't know what to do, and I got in touch with somebody at YT. I didn't talk with no bot. I talked to an actual person physically on the phone, and they told me, if you got some of your friends that you're good friends with, even some of your family, saying that they're trying to get in your lives or comment on your videos and they can't, that's because somebody's blocking them. And they said the only people that have the ability to block anybody, hide channels or whatever all that is, because I'm just learning that, it has to be your mods or you or somebody to have access to your channel, which I don't have a channel. I got a hangout spot, but it means the same thing, right, is what they're saying. So they said that that's the, so what would you advise me to do? And they said, well, if you got somebody that's like they don't want you to grow, they want to see something go wrong with you, whether you over here trying to make money or not, or just hang out, somebody's trying to block it. So the best thing I would say is take down the wrenches for a while to see what happens. So I followed the advice. I had some common sense myself. I got some family that advised me, and I also, like I said, somebody from YouTube, so I did that. I stopped the wrenches for a while so I can try to figure out what's going on here, who's trying to mess me up. I got one of my ladies that's 70 years old. She said that she couldn't get through to me, and she don't know how to work Instagram because she sees that in the Nightbot's got Instagram. She said she had to get one of her great grandkids to reach out to me on on Instagram to ask me why she's blocked on YouTube. And I'm like, I didn't block you, man. What happened? I don't understand. So then I started getting 5 and 6 more people. So, once again, that's when I contacted them and I had the wrenches taken down. And when I did that, I got a family member now that I have that's helping me out with this stuff because I don't know a lot of it. Like I said, I'm computer illiterate. I ain't ashamed. I'm working on it. So I got I got 2 family members that I allowed them to, help me with the Rruk situation, but they don't know my password or nothing. So if Rruk the wall, if I'm not running the live and then jumped in the shower or doing the silent live and not home, they can easily, obviously, go, onto it and block and do nasty stuff if they wanted to. But I don't have nobody, thank God, because sometimes the right hand don't know what the left hand is doing. But the point I'm trying to make is this just happened a couple of months ago after the wrench situation. I had a family member overlooking it. And what happened was I set up a live on Friday. I think it was Friday. I set up a live and I noticed it said something about polls. So I'm yelling to the family member, what is the polls? What is the polls? And they kept saying, I don't know. Both of them, one of them said, I don't know what that is at all. And then another one said, I don't know what that is. It must be something new. I said, well, do you know when you get on YouTube, do you have it? They said, no, I never seen it. I don't know what that is. So I'm like, I don't know what it is, but I'm going to set up a poll. So the first poll I put up, which was just this Friday, it says, do you believe in God? I didn't understand what any of that meant. And then all of a sudden, people started saying congratulations and stuff like that. So then I went back to the family members, 2 of them. I said, what did y'all do? What happened here? And they said, no, we ain't letting this go. I don't care. I don't care if you on here, to make friends and that only. You might as well go on to the next level and have fun with this because you just let it go. When this new year started, all of what was built was gone. And I said, but I don't care about that, but you should. I don't care if you're saying you got your bread buttered every day and you got a good job and we all pay bills. You should go for it. And I said, I'm not interested in it. So they did it behind my back. So they got me on that one. That was a total mind-blowing. Now I got to get help with how to manage it because they set all of that up for me. They did it all. Now I got to sit down with folks and figure out what to do and what am I supposed to do and who, what, and where and all of that stuff, which I have been doing since I've had so many people come in and stuff in green and all of that. I'm like, wait a minute now, what does that mean? Well, this is a star, a badge, an outfit, a suit, a jacket. I'm like, I don't know what the half of that stuff is. Well, you get a chance to get people to get this, and if they have this, you can change it to that. And I said, well, then if we're going to get crafty with it and y'all already started, can I stop it? And they were like, yeah, but don't do that. Don't do that. So now I want to get something like maybe, I can't really, maybe I put a younger picture of myself up or something, I don't know. But I want to do some fun stuff too because they said you can do stuff with some star badges or something. And then you can have some letters of your name. I'm like, oh my gosh, like a kid, I don't know what's going on here. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I always advocate for real with everybody that I'm not on here to play games. I'm looking for real love. And I think that a lot of you guys, if you're really feeling it, and I'm not trying to play no game, catfishing and all this silly shit. I'm not playing like that. But I'm just saying, if you really feel me and you're rocking with me, you should be able to get an idea of who I am a little bit. Especially if you keep coming back. But sometimes the haters will come back. be up in your life. You know how they go. You don't have to be doing much of anything. You know, I said that to my family members. I said, what I don't understand is, why would people be coming over here? I got this hangout spot. I ain't got much going. I'm computer illiterate. Why would people be coming over here to get shady and try to do some stuff to me and use and play games when they got all of these elaborate channels out here and I'm just chilling? And the family member said, just like how I talked to them, that's not what it's about. It's who you are and what you got, and they like what you're doing. You see? And then I realized that, to be honest with you, the gift you have, being, as real as possible, having a decent personality, and be willing to talk is what people coming for. That's what it is. So it doesn't matter if I got $1 million. That don't got nothing to do with it. I got God. And that's what mainly why I came out here, to make friends, because I don't have any in my physical life. Really. I could start something with the girls at work and all that, but honey, y'all, listen, I'm living off the grid for a reason. Not necessarily a choice. See where I'm coming from? I know I sound like a repeat offender, but every time I have somebody new come in, I want them to understand and know me a little bit better each time. So I have to be a repeat offender of something that I probably already said 80 million times. It's like if you got a song that you like, you're going to sing it over and over again. You know what I mean? No matter how many new ones come out, right? So with that being said, that's what it's all about. It's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I got like 2 or 3 people that I talked to, not even 2 or 3, it's more than that now that I think about it, that thought, they came over seeing what I was doing, and they got a glow up off of it because they didn't even pay attention to do it, or they didn't want to try it until I told them, yeah, go for it, man, do your thing. And now they're doing it. But I got a few of them that turned. You know what? They can keep turning, spinning, bopping, whopping, farting. I don't even care, burp. It ain't gonna make me no different, but they used me. I know they did. And they basically said it in layman's terms, because, when the fallout started occurring, they started saying what they really felt, Well, I just came over for a come up because you got a nice little chill spot and you got some real friends over there, so I wanted that. You know what's going on. Oh yeah, so I gave myself back some props and said, you know what, girl? You are decent enough to talk to. People want to hear you. Yeah, it's crazy. And I promise you, if I told you who it was, you would be shocked. Even one of the females has an actual bigger channel. And I think she got caught up with me in the wrong way by default of somebody that was advocating for her the wrong way. And I'm gonna be a woman enough to go and ask her what happened here, because now she's not involved with one of the people. You see? So maybe she can shed some light on what really happened, because I don't know you. There's nobody that could say that I did anything wrong to them. And I promise you, this is what people don't understand too, here, Sherry, y'all. This is what people don't understand. Even if I'm not the type that somebody did something dirty to me, that I don't call out their channel name, I don't call them out, but I speak about something that happened to me. First of all, if I can say who you are, people are not going to know who I'm talking about. But one thing I notice is that a guilty heart has no accusers. So they'll think you're talking subliminal about them, or throwing a rock and hiding your hand. That's the game they want to play. When in fact, that's not even what's happening. Just like if I tell you, yeah, somebody did me dirty over here. Because like for some reason, when I start having these people that's been acting up, somebody went over there and made up a fake one like 2 different times and said ill to some food and stuff, things like that. And I'm looking at it like this, honey, let me tell you something. If you don't like McDonald's, elaborate on it if you're a real friend, a real believer. Like, I get some people come over, oh girl, those chips look good, but I can't eat like that because I'm diabetic, or I got this. That's normal. But when you got something not normal, but a response that's more appropriate, because there's no such thing as normal. But if you got somebody that they made up a fake page and they coming over, oh, you ain't no good and you ain't about nothing. You know what a coward is? When you're not man or woman enough to face what you do and what you say. He's a coward. You see what I'm saying? Use a coward, a no count, lower than a roach's belly. Don't come with that. Because I ain't scared. I'm not afraid of you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid of you because if I got somebody, first of all, I don't have to call you out to try to embarrass you publicly in front of nobody. Because see, I'm going to tell you what, dude. See, they don't know me. I can do an open mic. See, if I was that type, I could do an open mic where half the people that's riding with you, if they knew how you really felt, I got the receipts and ain't none of them faded. You understand? Because when I see that somebody trying to start some issue with me, especially when it comes in your real life, you have to build up. You have to build up your paperwork so when they get ready to, get into the courthouse, baby, you know what you're talking about and you got proof of it. And that's how I was able to get third party, yes, coward, third party orders. And you know the kind of orders that I'm talking about. I don't know what color they are in different states and places like that, but you know them 100 feet. Back it up. You know what I'm trying to tell you. And you thinking that you got it against just one person, and then they finally got enough trouble so they stop picking at you. I'm just making that simple because it ain't that easy. And then they got their mama, their aunt, their cousin, them stepping in line, coming up to your job and hanging around and trying to do stuff to your car. You know, all that trash, garbage that ain't even decent enough to be taken out or put in the dump. You know what I'm talking about. She says, I don't do that. For foolish. See, and that's what I keep saying, Miss Terry. So I'm going to tell you what happened here. I have one of these folks that I think that when I was, she says, I never understand why folks use social media to cuss somebody out. Exactly. That's exactly what I keep saying. It's stupid. And then you put yourself out there because anytime that you come to start some kind of drama, most likely the light's going to be shined on you and it's going to show what you really are. At the same time, you trying to go off on somebody else, it's going to show that you're not that terrific your damn self. Especially if you with the drama and the foolishness. And I keep telling people on here and in my physical life, you're not even worth the spit that it takes to cuss with to even have a conversation or to argue with you. I don't do that. You know what I mean? She says, any type of friend will talk to you. Exactly. And that's exactly what I'm trying to explain to you. And I promise you, I got some stuff that turned up here, girl. Oh my gosh, these people here is crazy on YT. I got some folks that I've been watching that they live for the boom. No, me either, Sherry. Even if I have, if just say like me and you friends, and I know that I can hit you up on the gram, I'm gonna give you the facts so you'll know just to, proceed with caution. Even if you friends with somebody I don't deal with, that ain't none of my business. You get what I'm trying to tell you? But I would tell you something just to help you out a little bit. But for me to get on here and deliberately destroy somebody, I don't have to do that, but I can tell you what happened to me. And if the person that did it to me and they want to get mad like I'm trying to be subliminal or throw rocks and hide my hands, you the dummy because I've been exposed. You see, if you want me to come like that, I'm going to tell you, it's going to go down. See, that's the thing that people don't seem to understand, that if you really want to shut this down, you can shut this down. But you can't tell me that if I'm not being respectful enough to where I'm not calling your name out or your channel or whatever, even in personal life. But if I am able to talk about what I experienced, like I said before, how can a guilty heart have any accusers? You don't have to have nobody accusing you because you know what you damn done. Ain't nobody got to tell you, you walked in them damn shoes. And whether they smell like cheese, Funyuns, you know. You know what I'm talking about, corn chips, you know what they smell like. And I think what happened with one of my folks here is that I was, I know for a fact with one of them, they were so much trying to start up a whole bunch of drama. And it kills me too when somebody meets somebody else in your life and they get together and start trying to start a whole bunch of foolishness and get stuff and carry it way on beyond what they even capable of even understanding that's happening, and they've caused it. And like I said, the only thing that I can think of is that I have said some incidents that have occurred that's happened to me or that I've seen happen to somebody else. See, that's exactly what I'm trying to say, Sherry. I'm the same way. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. That's how I get down. But see, with these folks here, they're not paying attention. It's just like if I come on here, right, and I say, well, you know what, y'all, I experienced a lot of drama out here on YouTube. There was a situation or a certain crowd of people that I was friends with. X, Y, and Z happened to me. Now, with the person that did it, if they hear you talking about it, it's not that you're trying to throw subliminals. You're just not trying to embarrass them to call them out. But you have a right to say what happened to you. You're not hurting anybody by sharing your story with people and trying to get some help and giving them a way to look out for things that could occur and happen to them. That's the whole point. But I think that with these folks here, they're so caught up in their feelings and they've done so many people wrong that everything looks like a strike against them because they're in their own way. You know what I'm talking about? They're in their own way. Straighten it out. How that fell off. I was supposed to fix this yesterday. Alright, I'm done with that. Alright, people. So you already know. Because you can just like, and the thing that's so weird is that one of these people that I'm talking about, they wanted me to check on something. They wanted me to see something. She said, which makes no sense to me. There's a right and wrong way to do things. It sure is. Because I know that, somebody that is saying to me, I want you to check this person out and tell me if you think they're throwing subliminals towards me. So they told me what situation happened. And I said, well, yeah, it sounds like they're throwing subliminals, but if they're not saying your name and they're not exposing you, and they don't even necessarily mean, but this person was trying to start something too, though, I'm going to be honest, but I'm just saying, by them not saying who you are, why are you even worried about it? I wouldn't even give them, the time of the day. I wouldn't even be going on their Instagram to hear what they're talking about if we were beefing and we're at war and we're not friends. Why would you even want to hear anything? I wouldn't, but see, when you're in that type of drama and pretending to be a better person yourself and you're not, you fall very easily. You get what I'm saying? You fall very easily. And that's exactly what was going down. You know what I mean? And this person in general too did the same thing. They came over here to get over. They came over to try to pretend they're in your lives supporting you so that they can be a familiar face in your lives with all of your real friends so that they can go behind your back and join your friends and use them and keep going around doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And I watch, I promise you, I watch a good 6 people. I even got one of these people that was supposed to be a person that helps people get together and make friends. And what happened with them, they met a bigger channel, a person with a bigger channel, which I don't care about that, but you know how you got to say it so that it can be understood clearly. They met a person that I know that has a big channel, but the person that they met, I just recently met them myself. They started hanging with that person, never came back to no more of my lives, and now they're hanging with the big channel person. And they started off with like 1,500 people. Now they're up to like 17,000. So you tell me what you think went down there. You get what I'm saying? You know what's happening out here. Come on, think about it. Because I seen what was happening. I could tell that this person was out here trying to rock and roll and get over, and it wasn't really looking to be friends with anybody. They just wanted to use. Yes, you should see it. If I told you who it was, it would blow your mind. And I promise you, I got the receipts right now. And I'm not trying to start no trouble, but when I see people doing dirty stuff, even if it's some kind of case that you got to build against somebody that's doing something wrong and you got to be able to prove it, you set up your cameras, whatever you got to do. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not talking about no dirty stuff. I'm talking about stuff clear, precise, just like if you got somebody that, that keeps saying negative stuff to you at work, and you're saying something to the boss, and they're saying that person said they didn't say it. Anytime they come up on you, you may press your cell phone in your pocket. and record everything that's being said. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Because you gotta survive. You gotta get through this. Anyway, this person started, this person, I met them, and we were cool for a good while. But I noticed that they started growing, which they were less than 1,500 when I met them. And then when I stopped being around them, they was at 1,500. And I watched them come over, and they pretend that they're trying to help people link together and doing the service together. It was all fake. And I don't know why half the people over there, like, they ain't caught up into some kind of cult right now. I'm going to tell you about that, too. You got to get permission. And then some other person said, yeah, because I'm with this crowd, and that's the higher up. Who the hell is going to talk to somebody on YT and who is the higher upper next to the boss man and all that? Are you kidding me? And you 45 and you kissing butt like that on YT? Are you crazy? Anyway, I seen them come to my live, and I guess, a few of these people that was in the live, they went to check their channel, and they seen that one of them was a big YouTuber. So what they did was they started going over to the bigger channel, and everything that this person has on social media, any kind of social media, Instagram, Facebook, they ran this person down so that they could get noticed, because this person has a bigger channel, and you know how some bigger channels, they can't get around to you. You know how that go. A lot of cult stuff going on. Yes, it's ridiculous, and it's sick too, because I don't know how you can't see that's happening to you on YT. When you getting in problems, you got to call somebody, the high sector and all that kind of stuff. You can start seeing something's wrong there. But anyway, so they got involved, and the person with the big channel likes to do a lot of interviews. So this person first went on, like I said, the friend with the bigger channel that they met through me that I really didn't know well. But I know that they met in my live because I seen the introduction in 3 or 4 of my lives. This person said, oh yeah, I'm a friend of Rruk. I've been seeing you here. And you know the game. They're the higher sector. They ain't even talking about God, by the way. Clowns. You know what I'm saying? Clowns. What the heck are y'all doing here? Fools. And talking about the higher up person. And the one girl that was talking to me, I said, what the hell are you in? She said, on the floor. Yeah, and I said, what are you in? I promise you, I got all the receipts. Well, the higher person that I spoke to, and I'm like, are you talking about that broke down nerd over there? Are you that? Sorry, I should say that like that, but no, I'm saying it. What? Yeah, you didn't know? There's like the higher sector, their right-hand man, and then their left-hand man. And I said, is these people trying to emulate God in the cult here? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And I had no idea that this person is the same person that I'm talking about that met the big person in my life. Got these people bowing down to them. People 40, 50 years old bowing down to somebody the same age as you on YT. I said, what? I promise you, I had no idea that these folks was operating like that. You see what I mean? You be having me going. I'm sorry, Sherry. I can't make this stuff up. I did not understand what in the booyank was going on. I'm like, who the hell are you talking about? Them clowns? They ain't have nothing. Look, what? The hierarchy in Sector 12 and B9. What are you doing? Bingo? What are we doing? Star Wars? The Matrix? What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy to let somebody run you like that on YT? Yeah, but they're going to help me build my channel because they've been supporting me. And I've met 5 people since then. I said, you didn't know how to meet 5 people by yourself? Are you kidding me? I learned how to make friends when I was in the sandbox. Are you kidding me? And no, everybody ain't going to like you. Everybody ain't going to be your friend. That's not the point I'm trying to make. Are you kidding me? So I started looking into this stuff, and I found out with this one guy, like I said, that came in and met that bigger YouTuber, they got a right-hand man, and then the other person is a woman. And I'm looking at these guys, and such sorry, silly, goofy clowns that y'all kissing up. It's just like right now. I could get on here right now and start this. Yeah. Well, Sherry, you need to be Mike. Mike, you need to be Sherry. Yeah, y'all go ahead and subscribe. Yeah, y'all both do planting. Yeah, y'all both cooking. Yeah. So that makes me some kind of hierarchy. Anybody can put together a cult, a community of people, but it's up to you to want to participate in that. It doesn't. I don't understand how these people went crazy. But anyway, with this dude, I don't know what happened with the person that I knew with the bigger channel, but they got involved with that channel, and they done jumped from 15, and then it was 7,000. Now I think it's like 17 to 18,000 now within like a month. I don't know what they doing, but I know that it jumped. You see where I'm coming from? It jumped. So I don't know what they got going on there or whatever, but I know that they don't come to visit me no more at all. Never heard from them again, and they were coming to see me damn near every day. And you know what? If that's how they are, I'm kind of glad, because it saved me from the bull. I ain't got time to be bothered with nobody that's trying to use people to build yourself up, and the very people that grew with you, you piss in their pool after you got what you want from them. You know what I mean? I'm not with that. I learned, and I was glad that obstacle was out of my life. Because it's not even a person. When people operate like that, they working like, some bobbleheads. You know what I mean? Marching for Satan. And they really got nobody's back. They just kind of go through. And I got another too, a couple of people that's couples on here that pretend that they're such sweet people and God and we coming through and hi and how you doing. And the only thing they're doing is they're not really supporting anybody. They're just popping around in anybody's lives and channel, making it look like they support you because you've seen them 2 or 3 of your videos out of the month, and they really ain't even staying there enough time for it to stick so that you can get monetized if you were trying to do that. Hey, Susie B, thank you for coming. Happy Sunday. How you doing if it's Sunday for you? I got a lot of y'all folks out here that's trying to play games. You come and try to hang in somebody's live and pretend to be their friend and use them to get subscribers. Then you go and do a little dirty, sneaky stuff, and then you try to pop off like you don't know nobody because you done finally ran across some game you playing. But you talked about the game, now you're in the game. Y'all ain't got to do that. Everybody needs to be friends. Come on, y'all, stop this silly foolishness. Y'all know better than that. I'm telling you, I got a lot of that going on. And I kept saying to myself, why would you go on somebody else's live or on their channel, whatever they got on here, and try to get yourself established with all of their subscribers, then sneak around and try to join all of these people, and then after you use all of them to get you to your numbers or your goals, then you dump them after you've used them when you should still be friends with them because they help you get to where you are and you were supposed to be a sincere friend. Who gotta be bothered with that? I don't need to use you. I don't care who you got in your life. I don't give a damn. I ain't got to sit there with a wrench, pen, and paper. I am about it. You understand what I'm saying? It don't make no sense. That's what I'm saying, Sherry. It don't make no sense. Because I know how to, and what happened? What do I do? Anybody that I have with me is I've done the work. And what does the work mean? Well, I like cooking videos. So I went and supported some people that had some cooking videos, not to use them just to come over to me, but because I really supported them and I like the food they're making. Now, if they want to come back and see what I cook, then we can start somewhere. But I'm not going to sit here and, because there's a lot of y'all, some lazy, sorry, fake people. And I promise you, what you're doing is going to come right back around on you. You come in and pretend to be friends with the host so that you can try to look familiar in their lives or on their videos so that you can form friendship with the real people that they know and then turn around and backstab somebody. And why can't we all just stay friends? Even if you get big, why can't we be friends? She says, still camping, will support Mom when I'm home. And well, I hear you, honey. That's good, Sherry. We've been talking about domestic violence, all kinds of stuff about church, about people's shady behavior on YT or in your physical life, and just making having awareness of what's really going on. Because I can tell you, just like me and Sherry, we hitting it up, and I may not see her in a couple of months, but I know we still standing strong because we're not on here to use people. There's no way you can't tell me. I learned how to make friends, like I said, when I was in the sandbox, when I was a little girl. So there's no way that I'm going to come. Now, if I come to your live and you got some supporters in there and they say hi to me and I say hi to them and we all end up developing a friendship, there's nothing wrong with that. But that wasn't my intentions. I came for the host, first of all. And if I make some friends along the way, I make some friends along the way. But I don't have to come to your live just to get supporters. I know how to make friends. And actually, sad child, way back since the sandbox, Sherry, she says, and room 10 people wanted support, then they unsubscribe to me. Yes. Yes, exact, Susie. See, and I promise you, I'm not trying to seem like I'm no drama person or no Debbie Downer, because y'all know I talk about everything. And if you pop in a subject you don't like, or I'm saying something wrong, I get it if you don't feel comfortable with it. But y'all know I don't talk like this trying to hate. We have to make people aware. It's not even just, oh, be aware of DUI, drunk driving. Be aware of drugs. We got to talk about everything. She said it wasn't hard to figure out. That's Susie B. That's what I'm saying, girl. I don't know why people do that, because you don't have to pretend we're going to stay friends, aren't we? Just like right now, and I'm going to say this to you, Miss Susie and Sherry too, and anybody else in the bushes or anybody else that I talk to down the line. Just think about it. Not to be rude, y'all, but it shows you that I got, if you see, it shows right on your YouTube page that you got 3,000 subscribers. Do you honestly think that if all of the people that I got that's supposed to be supporters of me, honestly, be honest, do you think that if all of them was rocking with me, this live would be going this slow? Hello? Come on, y'all. Think about it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, that's okay, Susie B. Do you honestly think if you see where it says Rruk got like 3,000 supporters, right? If all my supporters would support me right now, like how we're just hanging out, don't you think I would have my live going a little bit faster? They're not down with you. They just want the sub for sub type of crap. Come on, I know what's up when people trying to play you. This is a business. Yes, it is for a lot of people. But you know when people are using you and playing you too, though. More folks, that's right. They all ain't with you. And I'm going to tell you what I did. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. Don't think I'm trying to be shady, Sherry. Because, you know, we talk about this like me and you, we'll chill. And I may not hear from you for a couple of months, but I know your heart and who you are. So that ain't no problem. But I looked at my supporters, listening. And I seen people that I know I've been friends with for 5 or 6 years, and they ain't heard nothing from them no more. But you know what? People could have passed away. People could be in the hospital. People could stop doing YouTube. But I tell you what, I went over and said hi to them. And then, if you don't get no response back, and you know y'all haven't did it or contacted each other in years, you might have to remove that because it's blocking you from getting notifications from the people that you need to hear from. So that I would do that. But other than that, I don't assume anything. I don't assume anything. People that passed away, girl. People that I ain't heard from so-and-so. They're two-faced. They ain't been around me. And come to find out, they done passed away. Or they stopped doing YouTube suddenly. Or they had an accident and they haven't had any family member to come on and give their new YouTube family the information that Mary or John ain't gonna be, uploading for a while because they're in the hospital. Stuff happens. So when you jump to conclusions, you make a fool out of yourself. But I know too, though, that I do have to clean out my subscriptions, because when you're trying to get notifications from people that y'all live and popping, then some people that really did fall off really don't want to be bothered with you. You got to try to be able to decipher against. That's why it's important to engage and know who you're dealing with and who your real peeps are. You get what I'm saying? You got to really know that, because if not, you're going to jump to the wrong conclusion and don't even know what's happening. And then if you got people that got a lot of, supporters, they may not be able to come back around to you for a month or so. And then some people may not want to come around, but every so often, even if they do got the time, they just want to go and see some other content. What's the problem? You got to stay in your place and stop judging people and assuming. But I do know that you do have to take the time and clear out your subscriptions sometimes, because sometimes we are all combated and piled up with a whole bunch of folks that, it is done. You know when it's done. And it ain't no hard feelings. It's done. But I never, remove somebody off, from the subscription unless I know that I said something to them like, yeah, how you doing, Mary? When you get some time, swing by, and then you'll know if they're still active, or if their channel, you can look on their channel and see that they haven't uploaded in 5 or 6 months. It's up to you to be, respectful enough to say, you know what, I'm going to wait and see if they're doing all right or something. Or better yet, you got to clean it up. Because these folks, I got folks here that I've been had with 6 years, 2018, ain't never heard from them again. That's because it's done. Now, that's a long time, because some folks ain't coming at all no more. Not that it's been 2 or 3 months. They ain't coming at all no more. And I promise you another thing, too, she says. I used to pass away, and I didn't know. Yep, I knew. Heartbroken, yes See what I mean, Sherry? That's why I don't jump to conclusion, because you don't know what people are going through. And a lot of times, people have something going on, and you don't know about it, and they don't share it because they're dealing with something. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want to come on YouTube and say nothing, or something happened in their life, and they just been shut down for a while, or they passed away. Yep, here on YT. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I got somebody, one of my Jamaican ladies, just passed away a couple of months ago. And it was sad because she had been, on oxygen and fighting and struggling with a really bad, disease for years. And she was getting herself healthy enough to get a transplant. And she didn't make it. And I didn't even know it. I had seen it on Instagram. I didn't even know it because I had just was, talking, how you go to people's lives and chat with them and things of that, And I didn't even know it, and she had just not too long ago came and checked one of my videos. Yeah, it was terrible. And I don't know if you knew her, but she had 2 channels. And she was a nice Jamaican lady, and she had, I think, some type of lung disease. Petals. It was so sad. And this just happened maybe about a couple of months ago. I felt so horrible. And then there was another lady that I know that I was watching her channel, and she started talking about her medical problems, and then she kept saying that she had a procedure that she had to get done, and she kept saying that she was scared. Yes, you know who I'm talking about. Yes, her. Yes, her. Yeah, and I didn't even know it until I seen her kids put something on Instagram because they started doing the GoFundMe. Yeah, her. It took me down because me and her really clicked. And she had a huge channel, but she would always check me out no matter what. Yeah, do you know her, Sherry? And then there was another lady that I had met, and I got to know her a couple of months before she passed. In one of her last videos, she kept saying that she was having a lot of medical problems, and then they need to go in her neck and do something to her, stick to her heart, a whole bunch of stuff. No disrespect. Oh, you didn't know her. Oh yeah, she was amazing. She was a good woman. She had a nice channel. And I didn't even know she had passed away because I say maybe a couple of months before that happened, she had just came and watched one of my videos, and I watched, one on each one of her channels. And then for me just to be on Instagram and to see that, I'm like, well, I just, how death is though, so I ain't trying to act dumb, but, I didn't even know that it happened. It was awful. And she had been fighting, and then she had started going to this kind of hospital that she goes and stay a week at a time, and it was helping her lose weight and get healthy enough for a double lung transplant. And then I got another one that I caught her. As a matter of fact, I started watching her videos, and I don't mean to talk bad about her. I think her name was Asha. She had a different type of lung disease and lupus too. And I had started watching her, but when I started watching her, I caught her when she was dying, and I didn't know that she was dying. And she never indicated that right off, so I watched all of her series when she was in the hospital, but I also went and watched some of her series so that I could support her back when she was, before she got ill. And she was a young girl in her 20s. And I watched and supported her, and I went way back, and then all of a sudden, she was in the hospital, and she was in the hospital like 6, 7, 8 months. And I knew, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I knew that she wasn't gonna make it out of there. I could just tell, but I think she didn't want to let the audience down. But I knew that she wasn't going to make it because her, she, not to be rude, but when you work in the medical field, you know things. She says, yeah, you came out of those numbers. Yes, ma'am. I hear you, Susie B. You know how that go. And yeah, so I could tell that she wasn't going to make it. Even though she didn't want to tell, I could tell the way she kept showing like her oxygen level. You get what I'm trying to tell you. They decided to try chemotherapy for her to try to help her because she also had lupus too with this lung disease. But her and the Jamaican lady that I'm talking about, they both had 2 different type of lung diseases. And I knew that she wasn't going to make it out, but I think she don't know because when medical procedures, when people got what she got, what the oxygen level was supposed to look like, and then they had to put her on full oxygen, she stopped being able to walk. I'm not saying God couldn't work miracles and turn it around, but she wasn't able to walk anymore, and I could just see her declining, weight loss, couldn't eat, and I could tell that, God was getting ready to step in for her, and she praised God through the whole thing and gave him the glory and stuff too. So, she's doing good, but it was so sad the way that happened. Then I met another woman that was, I didn't know, I met her probably a couple of months before she got diagnosed, but she didn't really say what was going on, which ain't none of my business. And she kept saying that she was afraid to go get this procedure, y'all. She just kept saying, I'm afraid, y'all. I don't want to have this surgery, but I got to. I don't want to have this surgery. And she had grown kids and then a little girl that was about maybe, 8, 9 years old. And she was afraid, and she went into the hospital for the surgery. And the only thing that that they notified everybody saying that she passed away. I didn't know that was going to happen. You know what I'm trying to tell you? It's sad. It's sad. It really is. It's sad. Because I tell you one thing, we don't know what's going to happen. But I met some of these people on YT, and I promise you, a lot of this tore me up as if I knew them in my personal life. That's how good of a relationship that I built with them. And even with her, I never got a chance to go and talk with her and be in any of her lives. I just was only able to watch because she was in the hospital, and I never caught one of her lives. And I'm telling you, this girl was in the hospital, I think 6 months to a year. She had to, she left her apartment and never went back. And I didn't get a chance to ever communicate with her in a line because I never could catch one. And that's all I knew was her brother came on and said that she didn't make it. And boy, it tore me up. Boy, did it hurt. Because I was rooting. You don't never give up hope when you believe in God, no way, You never give up hope. But I knew that she was going through something that wasn't looking too well, you know what I mean? And I think she didn't want to hurt nobody that was her supporters and believers. So she just kept saying, oh yeah, they're going to give me another treatment tomorrow. They're going to do this tomorrow. She just kept a good foot forward, and didn't want nobody hurting for her. She never came out. Never came back. She was a young girl. Never had no kids or nothing yet, if she wanted kids, Because you don't have to have kids. A lot of people think that that's the only thing that makes you complete, to be a mother. And that's not necessarily true. A lot of people feel like you gotta, if you don't have kids, that you ain't popping in life, and that's not true. She didn't want no pity, and I was so proud of her. She was a soldier, a real soldier. I got like 2 of them that had that same issue. Because they knew for a fact that they wasn't going to make it, but they didn't want no pity. And they wanted people to associate with them in the living, that kind of way. And I understood that 100%. I understood that. Pride, also respect, and didn't want to hurt none of their friends. You know what I mean? And I knew it, though. I promise you. I'm going to be honest with you. And even though I met her a little later on down the line, I knew she wasn't doing good. Because see, one thing about it, you know that part. You know what I mean? And you know what you're looking at, the numbers. In medical, I could see that her situation was grave. Because it kept getting worse and worse. Each time she would do a video, you could see that she was literally, going back in shape. I felt so bad. I'm gonna tell you that. Even ask my family members. They have a birthday celebration for her every year, and I still go back. Like her brother will post something about her, or say something just in the memory of her, and I always go and check her out. And sometimes I get up in the bed and put on her videos and just binge watch it till I pass out. That's how much she meant to me, and I had just met her, by the way, too. Just met her. On her last, I felt so bad. On her last, I don't even know if it was her last time she was in the hospital. I think it was, barking on her last 6 months of being here with us. And I promise you, it hurted me so bad that happened to her, It did. And I know that she's out of a lot of the suffering because she was doing bad with the suffering. Because they even, with her situation, they tried to give her chemotherapy. And you know what it's like for some people to go through that, trying to do something to her lungs, and because she didn't have cancer, you know what I mean? But there's certain treatments that come out of chemo as well that treat other stuff and not just cancer. All the steroids, all of it, none of it worked. And then so I went back to make sure I learned how she first started with this, you know what I mean? What first happened to her. When she first got diagnosed with the lupus, and then it grew into, you know what I'm saying? It grew into something more with her, she ended up getting diagnosed with the lupus, and I think the lupus might have been the gateway to her having the lung disease, because, with lupus, your immune system fights itself and stuff, you know what I'm talking about. And I seen that's where she started off at, because I went to see her when she first, because I wanted to know more. I didn't want to just engage with her while she's in the hospital. I wanted to see how she was before she became sick, before she became, dependent on oxygen and all of that. I wanted to see her travel in life. And I enjoyed her content because she was a diva, honey. She stayed up on the hair and, clothes. She was a nice, fun person. The only thing that I felt bad about, too, with her is that, I don't know, I just felt like the guy that she was dating at the time, it wasn't him. Because if you in love with that girl and you was planning on marrying her, and she's in the hospital or critical, I figured unless he didn't have the papers, if he wasn't a citizen or whatever, green card, I don't know, because it didn't indicate any of that. But I felt that he should have came to see that girl. I felt bad about that, and that bothered me a bit. And then there was a family member that I felt that seemed to be a little jealous and competitive. Even though she was sick, she was still making good videos and getting good commentary and all that, you know what I mean? And I felt that one of her family members that had the channel too was a bit jealous of, how popular she became. A little rivalry right there. I didn't like that, to be honest with you. That bothered me just a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You know how you can tell how people around folks, it may be able to fool some people, but honey, that kind of stuff I always been able to see through. Ain't wishing nobody no shady negativeness, but I could tell that family member was a bit jealous because she was able to, have a good YouTube connection and good friends, and the family member was a little bit more, rude and frisky and rude acting, and a lot of folks wasn't rocking with that one the way they was rocking with her. And like I said, if you got a man and y'all was in a deep relationship like that, and you started getting sick, because he didn't meet you like that, so you started getting sick while y'all was in a relationship, and for you to be in the hospital like that, like the last year of your life, or even just getting on oxygen and stuff, and getting sicker and sicker, and that man never came to see you ever at all? Come on now. Something ain't right with that. I don't know why she put up with it. Maybe because she was just glad to have the romance, but she kept saying, yeah, I think I'm going to break it off with him. I think I'm going to break it off with him. And I think it wasn't just because, she was sick and she wanted him to go on and be happy, healthy, and whole. But I think it was because she could tell he wasn't rocking her right. If he wasn't, there's no way in hell that I would have a man that I done gave my body and time to, and I'm in the hospital sick like that. And even before you got that sick, never seen him come. Even if he was living in Africa or Rome, I don't care where he was at. But some kind of relationship like that, it should have been a little bit more love and concern. I don't know. That's not my business, but I think she tried to kind of, coat it down. But I felt horrible for her. He wasn't, nope. dirty. And she kept continuing to have a relationship, whatever that was supposed to be, because I don't know if that was a long distance relationship and you saying my boyfriend and stuff like that. But to me, even if y'all been messing around online or whatever for a whole damn year and talking about I love you, and then you end up in the hospital and this person didn't even come to see you at all, something's wrong there. I ain't trying to be shady, y'all, because that ain't my business. You know, I don't know what she had with this man, but I can tell she was woo and gaga over him, and he didn't seem to reciprocate it. And she was talking to him on the phone, and you could hear him talking, and he didn't seem like he really cared. Give me 1 minute here. I gotta do something in the background. I'm gonna put the music on, and then I'm gonna turn it back off. Give me a second. All right, Miss Sherry, are you still here? Are you still here, Miss Sherry? I'm gonna turn this music down. I just had to. You know how it is when you work out. You ain't gonna sit but so long. You ain't gonna sit but so long. That's why when like when you folks be working out or going to the gym, I can only fool around so much time because I done seen, and I'm not judging nobody, but I done seen folks that done left the gym and then went and spent 4 or 5 hours in Walmart, honey. I can't. Listen here. Especially if you know that body's kicking up, Roma. It depends on you know yourself. You know how you feel now. And I had times now that I'm like, damn, I'm getting ready to go home if I've ever went to a gym, that type of thing. And I got a reminder on my phone. You need to go pick up your order. So I done ran in somewhere, but I'm telling you, if it's popping like that, I'm gonna have to go home and get it together first. I can't, and that's like I did. I just did a home workout. You know what I mean? And we got a little gym going thing. Little thing and thing. And I had to step off here and jump in that shower. You know how that go. You can sit there. I'm sorry about that, sweetie. I was just trying to wipe this computer off here and I bumped into that button. But yeah, a lot of stuff that you may get out here and put on the front. You know how people like to, and I'm not saying that you got to tell everybody all your business and that you got to be a Debbie Downer or none of that. That's not what I'm saying. But sometimes you come out here in front so bad, you suffer worse or in private. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Sherry. You come on here and on YT or even in person with somebody and you front so bad that whenever you got to go back to the real truth, it haunts you even further because you have covered up something and then you feel embarrassed about it. And that doesn't mean to get out here and put all your business out on YT or sometimes you may not talk to nobody but God. You know what I mean? Not even mama, daddy, sister, homegirl. It may be something just be quietly between you and God. But when you live a lie after a while, your mind, if you decent, your mind gonna start telling you, "No, sister, brother, no." No, no. We needed the trutheth. We needed you to speak the trutheth. You know what I mean? Because sometimes that lie right there, they have your damn butt brainwashing your damn self. And then when the ish hit the fan, then you try to act like you don't know why it's cold in the room. You know? Come on. Alone. Look at your damn self in the mirror, clown, and be like, how long do I want to stay in the circus? You know what I'm talking about, Jerry? How long do I want to stay in the circus? I'm trying to pretend that, I'm talking about, yeah, you got people that can't see you. Yeah, I'm doing weight loss just to have some content. And I'm just saying, I'm not being rude. Just to have some content. Yeah, I'm doing weight loss. Yeah, blah, blah. Fake, because I ain't doing no weight loss. I'm trying to stay healthy, and I need to lose weight, though. But I ain't faking no funk. If I say I worked out, that's just all it is. Ain't no goal, nothing, none of that. I ain't gonna lie about it. But I tell you what, you get here and you play the game, you lie to me, you lie to yourself. It ain't worth it for no damn content. She's right thinking. Exactly. And too, with this thing here, too, one thing I honestly can say is that there is a point in our lives and situations that you can't worry about wooing the crowd. Yes, Sherry. Girl, you be right on point all the time. There is Sherry, there is a point in time in our life, and it's going to happen quite often, that you can't play the player or dog the dog. You know what I mean? When you get so far, for first of all, too, another thing too, and I know I've done it and I'll probably do it again. But first of all, when you lie to somebody, you lie to you're lying to them, lying to yourself, but most of all, you're doing one of the things that God says not to do. So you got to watch that. And I know that I'm guilty of it because I've said things that wasn't true to keep from hurting people's feelings, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? There's some things that you may have lied about because you were in denial. And sometimes you flat out have lied for whatever reason there is. But I tell you one thing, and two things for sure. You got to live with whatever it is. Whatever reason you did it for. Oh yeah. Ain't nobody playing no games here. Whatever you got going on there, even with this content, because I'm going to tell you something too, and I don't know, I'm not going to call nobody's names out, but if I need to talk to you, Miss Sherry, because I'm going to tell you something, Sherry, you had reached out to me and I didn't get a chance to respond to you, but you had piqued me about something on a channel there that we both visit. I'm not trying to be shady. I'm talking to you. I'm not trying to diss nobody else, but I ain't calling nothing out. I ain't doing all that because we ain't starting no trouble here. But you had a channel. There was a channel that both of us be on. Facts, yes. Sleeping night with what you done. Amen. Sister Sherry, she know what it is. Yes, ma'am. And that's the problem. And if you can live with that, I guess you lack of conscience, a sociopath, because we got them out here. We got some kids that are sociopaths. You could have a little 5-year-old son and bad buddy, a 5-year-old daughter, bad kid. Y'all know what I'm trying to tell you. And you see what they're developing to be. And instead of you trying to get some help, because going upside the head for that kind of stuff is not going to be the answer to straighten the kid out. Whooping them up, that ain't going to be it. Because if they already got an evil intent in them or some kind of presence that they was born with over them, beating them and all that ain't going to work. Cussing them out ain't going to work. You got to, not even, you got to, first of all, you need an exorcism. No, sir. You should turn to God, because sometimes you run and bring your kids to therapy and they have them all drugged up on that medicine and diagnosing stuff that ain't even there, or something that might have been temporary. You know what I mean? But what I will say is that when you got somebody that got some problems, you better get on it immediately. Because we talked about that, the gender stuff. But we didn't cover the ground about when you got some child with some kind of behavior issue. You know what I'm saying? Yes, exorcism, child. Because I'm telling you that the Satan is alive. And I promise you, he be here on the planet. He be here on the planet directing steps. And jacking people up and having folks all fooled around and they think they doing something. I'm telling you. And the devil will use people to hurt you. A lot of times it may be your own damn family and friends. He'll come up in your house and turn it upside down and leave. Leave. You know how they do, come and wreck it, shoot up the club. You know what I'm trying to tell you. And once again, you know what I'm saying, honey. Folks need to stop. Honey, look here. Look here. You can only play yourself. You know what I mean? Sometimes ain't nobody got to come in and do nothing to you because you already taking care of it, clowning around with yourself. You ain't got to say, oh, I got with the wrong crowd. Okay, we know that one. It ain't got to be, I got with the wrong crowd. Or this ninja that I was dealing with. No, you're in your own way. Once you face the facts that sometimes it is you. It's only you. You start getting that right, that's when God can start working on you. And you can start working through this thing, whatever it is that you're going through. Whenever you are ready to let go, and as they say, let God, that's when you pimping on fofos, down with fofos. You get what I mean? But if you want to keep playing the game and keep lollygagging around and, you know, perpetrating and faking the funk, then that's what you're going to smell. That's it. That's it, and that's all. Because I know so many folks here that don't understand that there's certain stuff you got to remember, you know, and we don't pay attention to this enough, and this is why people can't get with God the right way. They don't pay attention that some stuff in your life is meant to be a part of what it's going to be for you. You know, and that's hard. It is hard. But I promise you, God didn't promise you night without day. You got to deal with it. You got to deal with it. He did not promise you night without day. So, whatever is going on, that's your cross to bear. That's what you have to deal with in your life. And it doesn't, you know, and you can't even run up here and say, oh, I wasn't able to walk. I was born messed up and this other person got that. God loved them over me. I guess there ain't no God. You know how people start all of that? Come on. Let's talk about it. Come on. And you know what? When you don't know God, that's exactly the way you would respond because you don't know. He'd be sitting back like, I ain't doing nothing. You did it yourself. But be happy doing it. That's right. And you know what, Sherry? I'm going to tell you something. And I promise you, I know you know it just as well as I. I'm tired of people because, first of all, this is what I look at it. We got need, greed, and wants. We also have God, we have ourselves, and we have the devil. People don't realize everything bad happened to you. It ain't God. It ain't just Satan that's doing it. God will let stuff happen to you because he's trying to prune you back. You know, every rose has a thorn. He trying to teach you something, show you something, and he going to let it go down. Yes, because he will spank your butt. But secondly, the devil's always going to try to lead you in a negative direction. But sometimes, and a lot of times, you ain't listening to God. You're not listening to God, and the devil ain't did nothing. That was your own free will that you did that. Stop lying. Stop lying. Oh, y'all, what happened? Yeah, I got back to drinking. Yeah, I've been back gambling. You know that devil will have you. No. You got to take responsibility and own your own ish. The devil is not riding you for every little thing that go wrong in your life. You got to stop telling that lie. You got to stop telling that lie. Because it don't work like that. And you know how I know? Because I done been through it. I'm guilty of it. Trying to act like, oh, the devil, no, I didn't even feel no evil presence on me trying to goat me to do nothing. I'm acting stupid over here right now. And I know it. Because a lot of times when you get in stuff, God be trying to straighten you out and you don't want to listen to him. And it don't mean, because see, you know when that powerful force is coming, especially when it's getting you to do something God awfully wrong. But some of these little things went back to the club and said you wasn't going to drink that rum again because you know how it have you and you did it anyway. Ain't no devil had to come in and everything you get that go wrong is the devil's fault, because that's a lie too. And everything bad that happened to you ain't because of no devil either. Y'all better stop and wake up and know who you're talking to. Tell me, you're going to keep messing around and get yourself spun up in the web where you can't get out. I'm trying to tell you, you know. Because I don't care what nobody say. Anywhere you see smoke, there's fire. I don't give a damn if it's just a cigarette burning, an incense burning, A candle, where you see smoke, there's fire. And you know yourself when you sit down and think about it, you can kind of tell when the devil's kind of riding you because you feel it. You know? You feels it. You know when he on like a monkey on you, and then you know when some of the stuff that what he trying to get you to do, you know for a fact that it ain't got nothing to do with the devil. It's you wanting it just as much yourself. See? Where's the word? You heard? Where is the word? Because you know, and I promise you, I started, I've been trying to use those excuses several times in my life. And people are always so quick to feed it to you too. Like they'll say, "Oh, Margaret, oh, Sam, Michael, whoever, whatever your name is. Oh, don't pay that no." You know what? It ain't your fault because the devil had got on you and the devil was using you. No, not in that situation. That wasn't no devil, nothing. That was me deliberately being an a-hole and wanting it. The difference. Trying to tell you. You'll try to get your mouth fixed and yourself fixed and try to say the devil had you popping and going, and come to find out God will tell you something different. No. Because I know I'll meet you anywhere you at. And when I seen you cutting the fool, Satan was nowhere around. And you know why? Because Satan can't be where I'm at. God will tell you that. You heard? God will tell you that there's no way. That Satan was nowhere around. And no matter what Satan tried to do to us, we all know that he can only touch the physical part of us. He can't touch your soul or your spirit if you've given it to God. If God has the keys to that, he can't come in and do nothing. But also, we do fall weak and we make mistakes, and God knows it, and he's forgiven. He's very forgiving. You know what I'm talking about. But at the same time, we like to use it so we can have something to blame, so we can look polished, so we can look good. We always try to do that. We try to throw it on him, throw it back. Yeah, you was throwing it back, all right, yeah. I bet you was throwing it back, wasn't you? Oh, yeah, you ain't brand new here. You from the streets, too. You done something. Jamaican food, none? You don't want Jamaican food? Aren't you ordering something today? You don't want it because I'm going to do two things. Okay. But yeah, you throwing it back just like, if you got certain morals and values about yourself, and I'll give you an example, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But if I know for a fact that when Satan is riding me, it's almost kind of like out of my control if I'm not standing right with God. Or one of my moments that I got caught slipping. You know when it's that, right? We all know when it's that. Because I can give you an example, like for me, and I'm not bragging or anything like that. But I can honestly tell you that when I've had times when I've done something really awful, I know that the devil has been able to influence me. I know he's got me riding. But then I know some things that I know how to handle and just wanted to do it anyway and can't blame nobody. And should be ashamed that you didn't listen to God, though. But you ain't putting nothing on no devil because you acting devilish on your own. That demonic spirit ain't got to ride you no damn where. You done it. Just like that lust demon. And once I started trying to, get myself right and stop lying, because see, you need to get somewhere. You know how when you get, and I'm going to tell you how I know for a fact, too. I'm going to tell you how, and I'm not trying to tell this to push this on nobody and trying to act fly and show off, and there's a lot of times that I mess up that, too, as well. Let me tell you. When I do something that I know for a fact, that I know the devil's been goating me on, I can tell because how horrible it is. Even with me acting a fool and I do stuff on my own, I know that it ain't the devil. And I know when it's the devil because when it's really bad, if it's something really bad I've done, I know for a fact that the devil has got hand in that. And I got caught slipping and lost control. But I also know whenever I do some stuff that's really messed up and I know that ain't right, you know that we all know what the ugly cry is. Don't you remember that cry when kids used to cry when they used to get they got a spanking or discipline, and they got their feelings hurt. You know that kind of crying. When I do that, I know I've done something wrong myself. No, 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 devil. Stop trying to put that man, that person, that spirit always kind of make an excuse so that I can give you some clarity and like you ain't messing up on your own. When I get that ugly cry like that where I got to get somewhere and clown all over the floor and snot coming down on your lip and all that, I ain't trying to make nobody gross out. I'm going to be honest. You know for a fact that that's you. For me, that's my warning right there. That's my warning that tells me that they ain't got nothing to do with no devil. Because see, when you do stuff with the devil, you don't have that same type of remorse. Said yes, yes. She said, I know that crying. You know when you looking and you got to keep going looking at yourself in the mirror. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Oh my God. You can be 50, 80, 70 and get that downright cry that we had when we, you know when you were a kid, when you get humiliated, when your feelings is hurt and you know you done wrong and you feeling bad and embarrassed and hurt. You know what I'm talking about? Yes. Man, listen. I know that be me. But when I done something and I know that the devil had me riding, it's because I know I ain't been attached to God properly. I was so caught up in the midst that I know that he blocked me from my blessing, from hearing God, even trying to stop me from what I'm going to do. And I didn't feel like I was in control myself. I'm telling you, once you start getting, and I'm not bragging because I got a lot to learn and I'm going to fall a whole bunch more times on my own sword. But I promise you, honor and shame is two sides of a coin. Hello? Hello? Two sides of a coin. Hello? And when you know when the devil is coming for you because he has a way of where you're almost brain dead. It's almost like, it ain't almost like it is. Something is running you and you're not yourself. You get what I'm saying? You're not yourself. And you're off the beaten path, but you can tell how you're moving and how you're acting. You kind of like possessed, dragged down. You know what I'm talking about. Only folks that hear this message right now, deny spirit will get cut up because you're still cutting up. Yes, you say it, ma'am. Say it. And that's exactly what happens when you do that. Because you know how everybody always say, and it's true to a certain extent, I was in a bad place. Okay. I understand that. But where's the bad place at? Or explain to me when you mean a bad place. Did you put yourself there? Because anything that you do that's not right, no matter what it is, that's not God having you do that, first of all. So we can't even put God in this equation at all. God is not even in that equation. If you're not listening to him, then you're on another path here. And when you get caught up like that where you can't even hear God, a lot of times the devil has taken control of you, mind, body, and soul. And a lot of times that happens because we lose our faith. We're not in touch with our faith properly. We're not working with God, or we got caught slipping because we're in the middle of what a turmoil. What that could be. Somebody could have passed away in your life and your mind and got messed up. She could be on some kind of drug or some kind of drink and your mind ain't right, so you're not operating with your full faculties, that blocks the Holy Spirit out to straighten you out to keep you from doing. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Listen to me, and I'm not bragging, y'all, and I hate that any of this has to happen to me or anybody else, but I've had a time, more than one time in my life, that I had to make a choice to live. She's right. They be like, man, I'm down bad, and and sometimes it don't even be that. And any time when you tell somebody that I'm down bad and all that, once you explain your story your situation to a true believer, they're gonna be able, no matter what you're telling them, they're gonna be able to decipher that that wasn't no devil, that's you was cutting the fool, because I can see the look in your eye when it's demonic, and I can see the look in your eye when it's you acting a fool. You see where I'm coming from? I had to get in there and look the man in the mirror. And the only person that's bringing you to that mirror to face that is God. But when you're out here doing some stuff like you want to take somebody's life and abuse somebody, you're done. know if it's a lie. That's right. And that's it. Just like, and I'm going to say this too, and no disrespect, but you know how it is, and I'm going to say it like this. How about this? You know, your mama or aunt or somebody grown over you. You get what I'm saying, Miss Sherry? You know we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. When you get with somebody that know you, and they say to you, I'm just going to make it. Miss Mary said a bunch of y'all was out there, and you was the one that threw a rock and bust her window. When they tell you, come here, look at me. Come on, let's get deep. I don't care if it's your mama, aunt, pastor, whoever that know you. Say, come here and look at me. Look at me. When they say look at me, they engaging in the soul, baby. They ain't playing with it. It's not necessarily, oh, to scare you because you're going to get a whooping. No, I'm looking for the truth. And you can lie all you want. Either way, you're still going to get straightened out and reprimanded for whatever I decide that's going to be. It's going to go down. You know, when you look in my face and when I ask you like that as the adult authority over you, whoever you believe in, the pastor, whatever, you know for a fact that they're searching for that truth. And whenever you look at them, they're going to know. Even if you decide to lie, they're going to know. And you know how deep that gets when somebody, even if it's your husband, I don't give a damn if he's 57. I don't care if it's your 3-year-old child. When a person calls you like that, you know they know you, they're going to be able to see. Now, you can trick some people that don't know you, possibly. In my eyes, because the eyes is the window to the soul, and they know when you lying. You know anybody, come on, you can look at folks when you're around, like just say if you with some family or friends, and somebody, just say y'all in a store, a grocery store, and somebody then cut in front of the family in the line. You know, just say if it's your mother and somebody cut in front of your mother, you could tell that your mother's a decent person. She gonna take the high road, but she know what's happening. She may not say nothing, but you can say, Ma, I can tell the way you was looking, honey. If you wasn't, walking with God or whatever, honey, they would have been in trouble. You know what I'm trying to tell you. There's no way around you, baby. You can't be nobody else but you. And I can't be nobody else but me, and I like me, so I'm going to try to straighten this girl up. And like I said before, what I'm trying to do to get myself right, you know what I'm saying? Yes, you know. Amen. You know what it is, y'all. How you doing, beautiful Miss Gina? Bless you, and thank you so much for coming in. Happy Sunday to you, love. Nice to see you. You know what time it is. Even with you as a parent, a husband, a wife, a sister, a sibling, a cousin, you know for a fact that whoever you're dealing with in your life, and if something ain't coming out appropriately, you know how to approach them and what response you're going to get no matter what's coming out their mouth. You know when you look at them. And it's not even just a look. Physically, I felt vibes that I said to a person, did you do that? And they in the other room, Michael, which one of y'all knocked over the knick-knack? Not me, not me. All of them said not me. And you physically feel, I know it was Sam. I know it was Sam because I know how he get in there and cut the fool. I know it was Sam. You know what I mean? The hairs on the back of your neck gonna stand up. You know what you dealing with these folks. And it doesn't mean it's just a child. It could be your husband. It could be your sister, your sister-in-law. It could be a person at the grocery store. When you have that sixth sense about things and you know how to pay attention to reality and what's going on, you get the messages and the warnings to tell you what's really happening. Y'all know what this is. You know what I mean? Y'all know what this is. She says, I'm doing, baby. But don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. Amen, Sherry. That's right. Sorry, I said no. She said, sorry, I said no to charity. I do one donation only now after 37 years. Yep, no, that's okay, sweetie, because you know what this is. I'm going to tell you something, too, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Miss Lady here, Gina. I understand you 100%. Even what, I'm going to tell you what happened, too. I put up a poll. I didn't know what the poll was. Somebody done started my channel up for me and didn't tell me what my, look, Hangouts. Everybody keeps saying, call it a channel, call it a channel. But anyway, somebody had operated on here for me, and I started being able to do polls. So the first poll that I put up, it says, do you believe in God? And I promise you, before I can blink an eye, I got 100% on that, right? But after when I went back and looked, it got down to 94%. And you know what? I didn't say a thing because that's not my business to tell people who to believe in and what to do. I accept them. Just like I had somebody on here said that they're having a hard time, that they don't know what to do because we were talking about God. They said they don't know what to believe in because so many different nations represent. I'm not that confused, and I'm glad that I'm not, but I have to get respect to them because that's how they get down. You know what I mean? That's how I feel because it's too much scam. It is. And you know what? You're right about that, Sherry and Gina, because I'm gonna tell you what I started doing. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I do got some places that I donate cash to that I believe is doing what it's supposed to do. But when I've had any questions about donating anything, you know what I used to do? And I'm not telling y'all what to do. I'm not trying to show off or anything like that. But I'm telling you what you can do. Anybody can do. You can go to somewhere like Shriners Hospital and legally be able to be on the premises and getting consent from the staff and children's parents for you to pass out toys. And you see it going right into the arms of a little girl or a little boy. You can go to a nursing home and volunteer just to play bingo with them. Volunteer. You can go in the dollar store and get some dirts, a few little bit of, buckets and stuff, and help an elderly person make a plant that they can have and keep in their room, in their window. So there's a lot of things that we can do when you don't trust and you're not sure, because most of these organizations is ripping people off left and right. And I don't blame you, sis. I'm the same way. And I promise you, what we do is we carry extra money with us, or we have care packages that we put together. And when we see somebody homeless out, you can hand them some stuff that they can use while they're living on the street. A bottle of water, some toothpaste, a washcloth that they can pour some water on and wipe under their arms and put some deodorant up under their arm. I know I gave this man a coat. I see it even, no matter what they're going to do with the stuff, I know that it went where I wanted it to go. Even with people that you got homeless asking you for a couple of dollars, you have to make the choice to say, you know what, you need something to eat. And then you got to always run right to no McDonald's. It depends on what's in your wallet. Go get them a meal and bring it back. Or if you feel trustful enough to say, yeah, I'm going to give him $2 if he's going to get a bottle of wine or some crack, God knows what my intentions was. I done my part. I'm out. And I'm serious. I'm not being shady to disrespect nobody. She says, yes. She says, I love that. Food drive and clothes, yes. And I'm going to tell you another thing, too. I got one of my YouTubers on here, and she had a busy live going, and she kept saying, I want to donate. I'm cleaning out my house and places, but I don't want to give it to nobody that sells anything. I want it to be free. So if I donate to Salvation Army, obviously they're going to sell it cheap, but it's going to be a price. She said, I don't want to do that. And guess what I told her? And I hope y'all don't think I'm sounding goofy with these suggestions. I'm not telling y'all what to do, preaching or judging, but guess what I told her to do? Do a free tag sale. Do a free tag sale. Right? Do a free tag sale. Or if you're not comfortable with doing a free tag sale, bundle up some stuff and go drop off some stuff at a shelter for women and children, a man's shelter, and that stuff will be given to the people there for free. You can go even pass out the stuff yourself so that you can make sure the staff ain't taking it. Because y'all know what we're talking about in this world. We got some grimy low levels. And we know what this is. You know what I'm saying? But that's the only way I can do it. That's the only way that I feel for somebody that's uncertain is to go ahead and do it yourself, and that way you can see, because these organizations, I'm telling you, and no disrespect, there's a lot of them that's so dirty. Yes, ma'am, we do all that. Yes, that's how I am too, Miss Gina. And I promise you, a lot of these organizations is shady. Not to be rude, but they had this thing going, and I don't want nobody getting mad at me, but I'm gonna keep it real. They had this thing going talking about Black Lives Matters because of a lot of hate crimes that they felt that was going against a certain nationality of people, right? First of all, I'm gonna say it like this, and then not to be disrespectful. I don't like that. Let me see what she's saying. Remember, giving $100. I had that big earthquake, and still today Haiti is still down. See, that's what I'm saying. Because a lot of times them folks be getting in like that Black Lives Matter. I don't know if y'all heard that big mess that went down, but they were robbing those funds. That's that thing that they call themselves was doing. They was robbing folks. That's why I said if you don't know, don't do it, because a lot of those stand up for them fake causes and they be ripping that money off, and a lot of them that's saying all of that is against their own people. You get what I mean? So all of that stuff right there, I don't fool with none of that. And a lot of people get mad because I like to try to join in to help in a positive way, but it's a ripoff. It's such a ripoff. And then the folks that is trying to say that, they're the ones that keeping each other down. And y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, y'all starting to racism because when you're trying to support something, if it seemed like there was something heavily happening against a certain type of nationality or race of people, yeah, I get it. I get it that you want to support, but if you're going to start turning it into a racist thing yourself, then there's no point in it. And if you're going to be what you're trying to act like you're speaking against, there's a problem there. That's why I keep saying these folks here got to get this stuff together because a lot of this stuff it ain't shining through right. You keep saying this stuff, but I see you against your own self. You're against your own folks. So what are you talking about? And a lot of folks around here that we got, they treat each other worse than somebody of a different race. It's the individuals that's clowning around out here, and then you want to try to blame somebody else and say this and that. But what are you doing? You know, you're saying this matters, but what you doing? She says, what I do now. What on YouTube money I get is buy snacks, price and get unfortunate people in the neighborhood in the Philippines. Yep, that's a good thing to do. Yeah, it's a damn shame. But yeah, that's a good thing to do. And you know what? You folks can do something if they want to. Y'all know what we're dealing with here. Come on. Come on. We all know what happened here. And you know what you can and when you cannot do. And then you sit back and lie to folks, but you're lying to yourself because you know you could have did that. Well, what does that mean? Well, instead of me going up in here buying lunch for me, I could make me a sandwich from home and go get a meal and hand it to at least one homeless person. You know, we say this, but we always asking, oh, God, why don't you help them? That family was struggling for a refrigerator. Let me pray on it. No, why you can't get together with a couple of friends and y'all chip in and buy a damn refrigerator? You're lying. You're lying. You know? People be lying. That's why I said you ain't even got to worry about saying nothing. If you're going to come in here and tell a whole bunch of hoopla and tell a whole bunch of fibs and stories and stuff, you might as well not even waste your time because you're being seen for your actions. She left. I left 40 years ago from that neighborhood. I went back last year. It looked so much worse than when I first left. Yep, that's because ain't nobody building and straightening nothing out. That's the whole thing. And I'm gonna tell you another thing too. A lot of people, and I'm not, please nobody don't misunderstand me, and I don't care where part of, I'm gonna tell you, I don't care where you at in the world, the universe, the nation, the planet, where you from. A lot of times people are destroying their own neighborhoods because of how they live and act and behave in them. You know what I mean? How are you going to be sitting on grandma's porch talking about Black Lives Matter and you sitting out there with a 40 ounce and the blunt cussing with music blasting, glass and blunt wrappers all on the ground at your grandmama's house, and y'all know y'all just robbed somebody. So then when a drive-by happens, you try to act like you didn't know what happened. Excuse me, no shade. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I know. You understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you what I know. You ain't nah. And then grandma either too old or she a part of the game. You know what I'm saying? You're a product of your environment. She raised you like that, so that's what's gonna happen. We got to be for real with this, y'all, and stop acting like you don't know what time it is. Because once you start any type of coalition about something and you're doing some negative stuff towards it, you're racist yourself. It don't have to be just a black and white thing or whatever you want to call it. It's ridiculous. She says, making mad noise and yep, and doing that bull. Exactly. Amen. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Keep trying to say it's somebody else, but what are you doing? What are you doing? Who's sitting out here on the porch with their 14-year-old son rolling up a blunt or drinking? And I'm not saying this in just certain neighborhoods of any certain race of people. It's what's going on with the environment, the home. Well, what's happening? Well, Dad, you let Dad whip you up. Now I get a girlfriend. I'm going to knock her clean out. I'm going to beat my wife. You got to know what you're showing them. They're not helping at all. And a lot of times their neighborhoods is because of how they made it. Just like everybody keeps saying the hood. What is the hood? Because what I understand is called neighborhood. And what I understand is that your conduct in your neighborhood is what gives it a bad name. Corruption all over. Yes, corruption. It has a lot to do with how you behave in your neighborhood. And once again, what does that consist of? Well, if I'm sitting out here and I play outside every day, I don't give a damn if I'm 5, 6, 7 years old, and every time mommy give me a popsicle or I got a juice box, I throw it right on the ground. You ain't got no manners. Your parents ain't telling you when you finish eating that, bring that and put it in the trash. You ain't seen nobody trash can sitting out on the curb. Your mama let you go outside with the juice and all that and throw it right down the ground into your product, your environment, and your family, and you are messing up the neighborhood. I don't give a damn if you're a person that's purple, green, yellow. I don't care what language you speak, what race you are. Is you tearing up what you got? Exactly. And trying to call it the hood because you want to try to make it look like it's something popular to disrespect stuff you got, and you know you broke and struggling and ain't got nothing. You done it. Y'all hanging around like bumming around and stuff and trying to act like this. And I'm gonna tell you one thing too. Let's don't get this don't get calling something hood confused with being actually poor. Because poor does not equal hood. And that's what a lot of Caucasians and different people that didn't know what's happening in other races, but it's happening in theirs too. Any purple people, any black people, any orange people, any Asian people, any of us as people. I'm just going through some races. I'm not pointing at nobody. I'm just saying all of us in this whole entire world, it doesn't matter what race you are, what your nationality is. We got big people, fat people, bald people, little people, broke people, rich people, thieves, killer, rapists, pedophiles. They come in all shades, and the rainbow can't cover them all. I'm serious. I'm dead up serious. We all really got to pay attention to what we're talking about if we're going to open up our mouth. Because one thing about it, our tongue is one of our smallest muscles, but it's one of the hardest to tame. You can make or break somebody with what you say. You get where I'm coming from? Exactly. We all go through them times, and just because you know, because I know so many people that I've seen, even you know, it didn't matter what their race were. If they seen that they got more than you, if they drive down your street and they see the houses and stuff ain't looking too good, oh, that's the hood. Or what about somebody that's poor that don't have enough money to manage their lawn? They can't afford to get no vinyl siding put on their house. You get what I'm saying? Come on. In all parts of the entire world, we got killers, rapers, fat, bald, this, that, purple, green, yellow people. And it has nothing to do with hood. Anything that they're saying that's in a level of any type of poverty, you have to be a criminal or ghetto. And that has absolute nothing to do with it. You know how I know? Because I lived it and I asked God what it means. What is the definition? You know that for all of us with our different nationalities, people have names that they call different people from different, you know, cultures. Exactly. I'm just leaving it here. Gotta keep rolling with my friend. Oh, that's nice. Thank you so much for stopping in, Gina. Bless you. Have a good one, and thank you for stopping in. But yeah, we got to pay attention to that. You know, that's the whole thing. We have to pay attention to it because this is what's going on. You're not going to tell me. And you know another thing too, people confused back in the days. Like I'll just say with some of my family, some people confused being independent. You know what I mean? Being independent with being poor. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, when people are not financially established, they're confusing that with being ghetto. What does ghetto mean? Who put that definition? And is it true? Is it really true? Because I'm starting to see that a lot of this stuff ain't adding up. You know, it ain't adding up. The math ain't mathing. Because a lot of folks is calling certain stuff, and that's not what it is. Lack thereof has nothing to do with something being ghetto. Just because you go by, oh my gosh, their house is run down. Oh my gosh, do they even cut their grass? Oh my gosh, why don't they have an actual trash can? Why are they sitting out two trash cans that look like, trash cans that look like it came from inside their kitchen? That's because they can't afford the fee to pay the city for the actual big trash can that the city gives you. That's why. Yes, a person's attitude, you know, pretty face, bad character. That's why I always tell people when I'm on here that I don't want to be verbally unattractive. You get what I'm saying? I'm saying something here, and I mean it. I'm serious. That's why I always tell folks I don't want to be verbally unattractive. Because a lot of times you can be. And once again, your personality and what the mouth speaketh. Yep, nasty, nasty. Absolutely. And I promise you, I've had to turn on a lot of people because of how they behave, no matter what their race was. You understand what I mean? It had nothing to do with that. It's how you behave as a person is where the issue was at. It had nothing to do with that, you know. It had nothing to do with what color you were. Is how you presented yourself and how you behaved as a person is where the problem lied at. That was it. There was nothing else. You can't add or subtract nothing to this. And that's the truth. She said yes. She just can't hear nothing. That's all right, Gina. Go ahead and do your thing, sweetie. Just knowing you here is a blessing. Thank you so much, Gina. Don't feel no way. Just chill and do whatever you want to do. You ain't want to say nothing. If you don't come for a couple of months, anything like that, I got your back, sis. It's all good. I promise you, we don't play no games here. We try our best to treat people accordingly. But I know one thing. You can have all the stuff that you want to have, but I tell you one thing. When you ain't got your personality together right, oh, we got a problem, Houston. Oh, yeah, we got a problem. Because that anything good that you got going, that'll shut it down right there for you. Anything that you have going can be shut down with the quickness. The way you speak and the way you open your mouth up and cut the food is going to be a problem. And that's why I always tell people don't count yourself out. Pay attention to what's going on here. Take responsibility for what you can and can't do, because sometimes we get out here and cut it up and then want to blame that mess on somebody else. Yes, thank you, Gina. We have to be careful, y'all, because a lot of times some of this stuff ain't going over too smooth. And we got to know what we're doing here and take responsibility. And then I'm going to say this too, and I don't want nobody to get mad, because we got a lot of parents out here. Okay? But let's keep it real. Stop lying and covering for your kids when you know they done something wrong. Even, I'm going to tell you, even when you have handicapped kids, it doesn't mean just because they're handicapped that you sit back and just let them do anything they want to do when you know that what their issues are, and you let them run wild in a restaurant. It doesn't matter, because you're not handicapped. You know what they're doing. If you know that your son, if somebody, like I said, let's go back to this again, or your daughter, what's going on? Your son, your daughter, all three of them kids standing right here were the ones that went over and trashed that neighbor's yard. You better say, you know what I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying. Come on, Sherry. You know what it is. You know, sis. You know where we coming from on this one. And they're telling you, and you trying to be, decent to go to the parents' house. You didn't cuss nobody kids out. Just like, yeah, and that's okay, Gina. Don't even worry about it, sweetie. I know you've been here. I feel your presence, and I appreciate you, sis. Go ahead and rock and roll, sweetie. I promise you, we will never take it to no kind of way and charge it to your heart. We understand 100%. Don't feel no way. Just live your life and do your thing, sis. It is all good. Because I do a lot of stuff in the background. I put people on hold for a minute because I got to do something. Or if I'm at work when I'm doing a live, I got to pause it. And, I be kind of janky with what I got to do sometimes, so I get it. But yeah, when you got kids, somebody telling you, now, first of all, I didn't have to, somebody came to your door. Somebody came to your door, and they're telling you. Like, I'm going to give you an example. I got these kids here. I'm going to be honest with you. Some kids that I just had a problem with maybe a year or so ago. They kept coming. That game, it's funny at first, but then it becomes a problem. And there's a law against that, too, that I learned because I was in the situation. See, just because there's a situation going on don't mean you exactly can't check that. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And I promise you, what ended up happening was I had these kids that kept coming. They thought it was funny to keep coming in, in your yard, ringing your doorbell. And when they do that, They keep busting in and out. They messed up my gate and my screen door doing that a lot. It got out of hand, right? So here we go. You going, I don't know who the kids are, but I know that I seen one of the kids that's doing this in a neighbor's yard. So I said, listen, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. She said, yes. And that was funny at first. But when they're starting to do it and you got older handicapped people that's here jumping up, getting the door, you're disturbing people's groove, you know, broke their gate because of the way you're pushing the gate the wrong way in, it to mess the person's gate up. And when you crack that screen door, you know how you have that little piece on there that you put on there to keep the door a certain amount of wide open. Once you keep messing around, you breaks that. And I learned it because it happened to me. I'm going to keep it real with you. And, you know, I seen, you know, could never catch the kids. You know what I mean? And then we got some camera situation, too. I'm going to talk to you about two different stories here. So I could never catch and see who it was, right? So finally, one day, I seen, my family members seen, on the camera, some kids that kept acting kind of suspect around the house, okay? You know what I'm saying? And we watched that. Everything went smooth. Then all of a sudden, somebody rang the doorbell, but I went out the other way, and I was able to see one of the boys running around, but I couldn't, I didn't know, I got a good look at him, but I didn't know who he was or nothing to that, right? But I know that when I seen him over in one of my neighbor's yards, I went over to talk to the adult of the house, and I said, listen, the young man that is playing with your son has been coming and disturbing the peace over at my house. I didn't argue. I wasn't mad. I didn't go up yelling to nobody. I went and nicely rung the doorbell and knocked on the people's door because the boys were in the yard and then they left. I guess they went up in the house. So I rung the doorbell and knocked on the door, and I stepped back because I don't stand right on nobody's porch because you don't know how people going to act. So I backed all the way down to the 4 or 5 stairs and went right back outside the gate and stood there to wait for somebody to answer the door. And I said, the young man that's in your house right now has, because it's vandalism now when you're breaking stuff, has caused some disturbance over at my, property and caused some damages. And I'd like to try to, rectify this and get this straightened out. I am not going to charge nobody no money for fixing my gate or my door, but I can if I wanted to, but I'm not. I didn't say all that right then. This came along. The person that came out, oh, I know their mother. I go there, go tell their mother, go tell their mother, go tell their mother. I got to know their mother. No. No, first of all, you're talking all crazy and loud. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. Then the wife comes. No, and I know my son didn't do nothing. I know my son. I said, first of all, if you got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, we're not finna start a whole bunch of yelling because I'll just call 911. They'll lock both of their asses up. Don't get me started now. Hello. I tried to smile so hard you could see my cavities, but now you're stepping sideways. Hello. Slow it up. Because if your son is with them and the cops come, his ass going too. So you better heave the messenger. Listen, Linda. Hello. Yeah, I'm going to turn up. I said a couple of cuss words. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Oh, yeah. I'm not ashamed. Yeah. So I'm trying to tell these fools what's going on. And go tell the mother. Well, first of all, if this is a friend of your child and you know their mother, you go over there and tell them, because I don't know if she letting her son act like that out in the streets, or she may not know about it, but I know this one did. I learned that this one did. You should be able to say, listen, this is what I would have said. If somebody would have came to my house, if I had kids and told me that your son is hanging with somebody that's violating and doing bad things, I wouldn't say, just go to their mother. I would say, listen, this is my son's friend and he's on this street and in this neighborhood because of me. I'm going to go and talk to his mother. See, real grown folks, decent people. So, once again, and then they didn't go and get the kids. You know how you'll go get the kids and tell them in the song, da-da-ba-da-da, didn't do nothing. Okay? So, another day, I had some family member, I let that be. Another day, I had some family members that was getting ready to leave out the house, and it was 3 of them. The one I seen and 2 other boys, I guess they was getting ready to come in and ring the doorbell, and when my family members opened the door, they were right there. You get what I'm trying to tell you? They didn't do nothing. So when my family members opened the door, just regular, to go out the house, those 3 boys, were there. So we caught them right there in the act, right there. So I'm going to tell you, you already know how I get down, right? We already know. got on, and I ain't trying to be rude, I'm gonna be raw with you. Got on the Timbs, got the Vaseline on. Yep, say it. You already know where I'm going with it. Because now it's three of them, and when they ran, we seen where they ran. So I went down there prepared, me and two family members, to behave very professional. Come to find out, two of the other boys lived there. And their mama pregnant with her, she pregnant and her daughter pregnant, and some daughter's boyfriend pregnant, some daughter with her boyfriend. Here we go. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Tim's, I did one of them, oh, yeah, you don't want to say it there, because you never know what was going to go down, but I didn't look like I was coming to party. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I didn't look like I was coming to party, but I pulled it together. I had myself, because sometimes when you go to try to talk to somebody, something may break off, and I want to be prepared, but I had the 911, and then I had family members with us that was ready to do what we need to do legally. And then otherwise, sorry, but not sorry, just defense. Real talk. Got down there, spotted the boy. I know he's a minor. I know we're adults here finna talk to a minor, but there's other adults here that these kids is mamas and stuff in the yard. But the one particular boy that was in the yard of my neighbors, he didn't live where these other kids lived at. It was an apartment complex. Okay, so here she go. Who are you talking to? One of the women, the one that was pregnant with her pregnant daughter. Who are you talking to? Because he's a minor. I said, I don't give a damn what he is. I said, young man, what is that? I said, oh, wait a minute. That boy too and that one too. It was all three of them. Not that one, because that's my son. No, the fuck, not trying to do all that. I said, let me tell you something. Do we need to call 911? Because guess what, baby? You didn't even address this like a grown woman. I have them on camera. See, I wanted to let you play yourself. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Don't write a check that your A can't cash, baby. You trying to get like you finna turn up. That's the reason why I was prepared. But see, when you say the popo, then you better not. I better not find. That ain't even the right kind of way to handle it, because your son might have a problem. You got to talk to him the right way, first of all. And then you do that extra stuff behind closed doors, because what you going to do, spit in his face, and that's going to make him stop being acting a fool in somebody else's street on some, you know what I'm saying? None of them was correct. And I promise you, the other boy that was a part of it, he sat down, because once you go somewhere like that, crowds start gathering around you. That's why, you know what I'm talking about? Exactly. That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. So I'm trying to talk to somebody decent here. I'm going to show you the photos, but you didn't give me a chance to finish what I was saying, because you're in denial. But look how you living here. You already can tell it's not just, oh, they poor and you kind of, no. Listen how she's talking. If anyone says to a child that's an adult, and they're talking to a child and they're saying, excuse me, young man, you know that I'm not coming off inappropriately. You know that wasn't what that is. Anyway, once she seen that I wasn't coming with no trash and no bull, all the neighbors was coming out those apartments. You already know where I'm going with this. And the neighbors was like, no, ma'am, you right. They had no business doing that. Y'all go down there near that woman's house again. The other people was talking. But this dumb mother, once I said the camera, then she changed the beat in the 911. She changed the beat then, because she was trying to come for me like rah-rah. But after she seen that she was dealing with somebody that was an adult, that wasn't coming to play no games, that's willing to call 911 and prepared, because I wasn't by myself anyway. But the point that I'm trying to make is that this wasn't going to go in the right area, because all these people were trash. And it wasn't about nothing about poor. It's how they was behaving in their conduct and the words that was coming out their mouth. She tried it, girl. I promise you. She would have caught me back in the day. She would have been in labor right there on the spot. You hear me? You understand what I'm trying to tell you? She don't understand that somebody need to raise her. She needed to be raised. And she was a perfect example of children coming from a product of their environment. She was a perfect example to use, because I could tell the way she was getting ready to cuss and yell, and the child that we was talking to wasn't even being disrespected, and it wasn't even her son. Well, you need to go get your mother because these are grown people. Well, you a grown woman. Why don't you stand up for him if he's hanging around your house, eating, talking, and carrying on and laying up? Why don't you address it? Why don't you call his mother? Because you don't even know who the hell he is, who your son got hanging in your house. That's why. See, this is the game people play, and they never win. You see what I mean? You wasn't about nothing. That's why your son was a part of it, and both of his little homies that's going to get their A whoop messing with the wrong people. Because, see, I can call a few little silly nephews and somebody the right age for you and to tan that butt for you. See, we used to come from back in the day. Certain folks had a right to whoop your butt, and it ain't just anybody. You know what I'm trying to tell you? If Mr. So-and-so down the street told y'all to get out the street, you got out the street as if your mom and daddy said something to you. So you ain't got to be worried about, oh, well, they gonna tell mama. No, I got you with permission. You know what I'm saying? Them the ones that be fighting. Yeah. And she was pregnant. Then her daughter came with some old boyfriend, a teenage girl. Mama and her both was pregnant, trying to come in the yard and look nasty while we standing out there. And, well, I know, well, nothing. See, you know what? See, we're going to change the beat. You understand? Because like I said, a coin has two sides to it. Honor and shame is two sides of a coin. You get what I'm saying? And y'all think that y'all going to try to come out here and act a fool? Okay, and I said, you know what? Before all of y'all start chiming in, because the other neighbors, everybody was all right except for that one mother that was pregnant and her nasty daughter and daughter's boyfriend. So I said, you know what? I can see that you guys don't know how to behave. So you know what? It's all good. Let me just call 911 and see what they say. You should have seen how it changed up then, because see, they didn't want you to possibly go in their house and the drugs and the, you know what was, and it wasn't. That's what it was there. It wasn't assuming. I already knew the body language, the way they was talking. I already knew what they were, and they didn't have no. Oh, they poor. They ain't had nothing to do with no poor. It had nothing to do with what color they was. None of that. You can tell anytime you're trying to talk to an adult and they're acting the same way you seen the conduct of their kids, you can tell. And then when they didn't want the police to come about a matter of vandalism type of thing, because when you broke my gate and my door, I have a right. So by you coming to the door and not responding properly, it says a lot about you. And if this is a friend of yours, kid, why don't you call his damn mother instead of trying to tell me, oh, he's a minor, you shouldn't be talking to him? I said, well, hey, if he's a damn minor, what the hell is he doing on my property? I could have blew his ass away. Now I'm talking. Yes, I am. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Yes, I am. I'm coming off deep. Listen to me. Whoever want to run to the choir in the back of the pew and say something, say it now. Yes, I am. Because she needed to be, and I'm not saying that I stoop low for her, because this is my category too, and the part of how my personality is sometimes too. Like I said, I'm working with it. I'm working on my salvation, but I'll tell you what, when I got to reach you, you're going to hear me. I ain't got to reach out and touch you. You're going to hear me. Just, exactly. Just should have checked that child. Exactly. And instead, she wanted to go around the bush, in the backyard, in the basement, in the crunk, and cut the fool and get some mess started that wasn't even popping. That's what it was about. They wanted to try to start some kind of beef, or like somebody was finna get out here and have a fight and carrying on, and that's not even what it was. Because you know what? You are the reason why your son, and he's got them kind of friends. Who the heck who would you, I'm not being rude. What person? She said, hey, what's up, Cass? Thank you for coming in. Oh, thank you. Thank you. See you soon. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cass. I'll see you soon, too. I just left your house a couple of days ago. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it, Cass. Up in the building. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because I can tell you, if they didn't want you to say, you know what, I'm not coming here to fight, you're trying to talk to the person, explain, how can you have a child that's a minor that's up in your house and you don't know who their mother is? Telling the child, you need to go get your mother. You need to go get your mother because you're a minor. Well, if he's a minor and he's in your house, you're responsible for his recordings, right? Why won't you call his mother? Why don't you want me to call 911? Come on, let's be honest. That's because y'all ain't got it. Y'all ain't got it right here. That's the reason why. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They ain't got it together right, and that's the reason why you didn't want to take it to a legal matter, because you ain't doing right. How can anybody explain why she's ready to pop off? Exactly. And then pregnant. And then pregnant. And I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't for the streets like that, but I know what the streets consist of. And I'm gonna tell you something. She couldn't have done nothing with this. None of them. The man that I had with me and the woman either. With them two, honey, listen. They might as well start digging their own grave. Because if you would have put your hands on and one of us, and I'm talking about any one of them females, me alone could have took two. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I know how to ride if I have to protect myself. And my family member would have took both of them out by themselves, which was another female. But I had a man that would have crushed the whole crowd, all three of them little boys. And this, and they would have. You understand what I'm saying? They would have spanked their butts. You get what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not trying to promote no violence or be disrespectful, but I'm just saying if people wanted to try to throw hands or start some kind of beef, oh honey, they would have been in way over their heads. You hear me? You were no match. And most of all, when you come to something like that, any decent parent or persons would basically address you in a more proper way of saying, yes, ma'am, yes, what happened? What happened? Do you honestly think we're going to go down there and don't know how, being prepared, and then you're licensed to carry too? Say what? Say what? Oh, 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 pop, 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 pop off for real? Not using the terminology, the word pop off, but can pop it off because, like I said, I have to protect myself and stay guarded because I done been through some things. I'm not a victim. I went through the victim mentality for a while, but I'm a victor now. But you know what? I'm prepared. You understand what I mean? License. You know, come on, come on, come on. License, license. Yes, classless. License to carry, and I'm good with throwing them hands up if I need to, survive and protect myself. And no disrespect to nobody, because I don't want people to start getting turned up. Because you talk, and then folk, oh, she was on there talking about papa and all that. If you listen to the conversation, you got two ears and one mouth. You heard something else. You better go and find out who you was listening to, because you got me all the way turned up, twisted. Because folks here too, this is a very judgmental thing here. This social media, oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. You get what I'm saying? You have to. Sometimes you got to meet people where they at. Like I said, you going there, yes, ma'am, but excuse me, the young man here and the other two young men, they basically have broken my gate. They have been, disturbing my property, and I'd like to, have them reprimanded and speak to mom or dad, please. You couldn't talk to them people down like that. You couldn't talk to them people down like that. They ain't about what you about, sis. You go over there and them people is ready to take you apart. You can't do that over her. These are not the kind of people that you can talk to. You know what I'm saying? You can't talk to these people because these people is living for something else. But you got to be careful when you deal with these people that you don't allow them to destroy or even harm you either, though. Because see, you could be going somewhere to try to have a civil conversation, and somebody could come out one of them posses, out one of them houses, pow, pow, pang, pang. Because you went down there looking stupid and rowdy and out of pocket and end up playing yourself. And see, I didn't do it like that. I knew what I could do. Exactly. And that's exactly what it is. Wanting to turn up and stuff. And I promise you, honey, they weren't going to get no turn up out of me because I came, walking with the good intentions, and I know God knew what I was there to do. You feel me? So there was no chance that they was gonna get anything from me. You can't even suck the air out of the room, because I wasn't finna go for that. But I tell you what, I'm not gonna keep sitting here, because see, first of all, what they don't understand is that I could have called the cops, period, right off the bat, and instead of me trying to be decent about it and not placing any charges, I could have had them arrested. It's all on camera. You broke something. You did something. And you're not 9 and 10. These boys 15, 16 years old acting the fool. You follow me. You know what I'm talking about, sis. You follow me. These were some boys up in age to where when they try to go swing on a grown man, even though you are minor, you big as me, I'm going to knock your A out. Hello? Hey. And mama definitely wasn't no child. You know exactly how this party goes. You know how to boogie. You know exactly what's going on here and what you're doing. And anytime and you have some folks like that, especially with these men that I know that's around, and I mean all different backgrounds and colors and stuff, they're not gonna let no boy that's 17 years old, just as tall as them, gonna come and swing on them, and they ain't gonna lay your butt out. You must be crazy. And even me with a child, I don't give a damn if you 12 and you tall as me, you put your hands on me, I'm gonna try to restrain you like you a client at first. But when I see you getting a little bit too busy, I'm gonna put you down where you belong. Come on. I'm gonna put you down right where you belong, because that's what's happening. You're not gonna come in and just beat me down, because you mess around here and get yourself killed out here, letting these kids oversized and got the strength of an ox come and handle you. I wish you would. Because I'm gonna tell you, you don't put no fear in my heart, but I'm not stupid either. You know what I'm saying? I'm here conscious. I'm paying attention to what's going on. I'm paying attention to who's around me and what could happen. You know, not today, baby. Not today. And her too, even though she's pregnant, I wouldn't have wanted to do nothing with no pregnant woman. So I definitely would have walked away, because she got an innocent baby in her. Even if she tried to swing, I wouldn't have wanted to hit nobody pregnant, because that baby's life, anything could happen. You know what I mean? But I tell you one thing, I catch you after delivery. No, so let me stop. I didn't even put myself in any kind of situation that it could possibly be any kind of hands touching me or anything like that, because we stayed our distance, and which was more than 5 feet from this people. When we were talking, we never got up in nobody's yard, nobody's gate, nobody's sidewalk. We stood in the parking lot, because like I said, it was an apartment complex. But like I said, I had a man with me, a strong man that could take down let me tell you something, and it wasn't even about trying to do that. It was trying to be safe, because sometimes you go over there digging in the dirt, you don't know what you may get. You feel me? So I made sure that we went there, we had all our T's crossed and all our I's dotted, and we behaved like God was loved to see us, and the God was proud of us. Excuse me, when I got down there, I said, because I seen the boy first. And I said, young man, you know how you talk. Even if I don't even care. I ain't got to be 60, 70, or whatever age people thinking grown is, because it ain't that got to be that old. Just being a mature, decent person. Excuse me, young man. You were in a neighbor's yard the other day, and y'all know what y'all did, and I came to talk to the neighbor. Now you got two more boys. You guys have broken the gate. Young man, where's your mom at? Because I didn't know if he lived there or where he lived, but I remember seeing him in the neighbor's yard, and then he had two more boys with him. Come to find out, the two boys he had with him, they actually lived to the place, the complex that I went to, because I didn't know where they came from. And I was talking the way anybody, if I have kids and somebody would have talked to my child like that, I wouldn't have been mad at them. If you got somebody, excuse me, young lady, young man, now if you got somebody, you little B and you little men of effort, then I'd be like, even if they done something wrong, you don't talk to no kids like that. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And unfortunately, some of them are what that is, though. I'm sorry to say it. But I didn't go about it that way. I said, excuse me, young man, I am going to be placing a call to 911 because you guys have broken my gate. And then all of them, who, what, yeah. You see? See, nobody didn't want no cops call. And it wasn't like, because how you going to speak to, how else are you going to talk to a minor when they ain't got no parents that care? How about that? The children ran their parents. Exactly. And that's exactly why they were doing what they were doing. Absolutely, yes. Definitely, yes. And that's exactly what was going on. And the thing is, they were running their parents, but they were hanging with their parents. Their parents allowed them to do what they were doing. And that's the reason why they made sure they made it around the neighborhood, clowning and acting a fool, because their parents don't care what they do. And they thought they was going to come up and start trying to victimize somebody's house or act a fool. And they knew for a fact that they ran the show in their house, because their parents don't care what they do. Their parents hang with them and let them do what they do. So what they call this stuff was going to do is come and start messing around. And they know that if you go talk to their mama or somebody, ain't nobody going to say nothing or ain't going to want to be bothered. So they're going to keep coming, ringing your doorbell, acting a fool, cutting a fool, clowning, and ain't nothing going to happen. But see, you got the wrong house, baby. That's what you underestimated, who was up in here, because you sure don't know me. And we ain't gonna let nothing. One thing, we ain't gonna let nothing happen. And two things for sure, it's gonna be shut down. I promise you. Now, see, if you want to keep yelling, see, when I said that about calling the popo, Well, first of all, when I said her son was one of them, me to come over here, telling him to come over. No, my son. No, I didn't do nothing. I said, but the thing is, I got you guys all on camera. You know, steady line. See, my son, he didn't do anything. See, me, I bet that you don't yet. No, okay, all right. The other boy never would come over. He sat down and got in between the crowd, and they were sitting on the steps trying to hide. This one, the biggest one of them all, trying to dodge everything. And then the one that I was talking to, he held his head down. I didn't do nothing. I didn't mess with no nothing. I ain't do nothing, girl. You know, trying to do that, but with his head down at her. You can't talk to him because he's underage. Go get your mother. Man, I'm listening at this trash, and I said, you know what? How about this? Okay. First of all, I'm telling you, your son was there. And she's like, I know my son didn't do nothing. She made her son come over because he was none of them was willing to stand there and back him up when we approached him, even though we didn't, like I said, we didn't get in his face. He wasn't in the yard, but he was on the sidewalk. The one particular boy that I told you I seen inside of a neighbor's yard. You get what I'm trying to tell you? So we stayed in the, actual, out in the parking lot area. So we were more than 5 feet away from all of these people. Everybody that came out, though, you could get jumped and stuff like this, so you got to watch your back. But everybody that came out said it was wrong, and they seen and they know what was up. But anyway, when I said the part about the son there, and she talking about, no, not my son. I said, well, you know what? I got them on camera. And I said, you know what? I wouldn't come down. I didn't say, you know what? I said, I wouldn't come down here to make up no story. I do have them on camera, ma'am. And if you feel that your son is a perfect angel and he didn't do nothing wrong, I understand you. And the conversation ends now because I'm getting ready to call 911 then. How about that? She changed the whole thing up. Baby, you know you did. Wasn't reprimanding him properly, and I see why he acting a fool out here in these streets. I mean, some kid's gonna act up and came from a good family. You know what I'm saying? Some people, kids, you're gonna act up even if mom and daddy's proactive in your life and all that, and you come from a decent, village. That's not the point I'm trying to make. What I'm saying is, this was a problem. And she didn't, and I noticed that she changed up a little bit slightly when I said her son was one of the ones that's on camera. She started getting down to earth then, so to speak. But then when I said, and I'm just going to call 911. So why wouldn't she want 911 to come to her house? Why? Just think about that. Why? She got some skeletons that she wants to stay in the closet because she got something in her house, especially when you're trying to go into another language. And I understood everything you said, and that's why I told you I'm not judging her, because she's from a certain community or race or any of that, or what her furniture looked like with her door wide open, or what clothes she had on. If she tried to speak in another language and she didn't know I understood what she said. Mira, go put the weed. You already know. Let's stop. No, Papi got the cocaine, put it. All that old mess. You know what I'm trying to tell you. Yes, some wrong activity going on inside the house, and that's what made her get in touch with reality and didn't want nobody to call or say nothing. That's exactly what it was. Other than that, homegirl didn't give two cares about nothing. She was on her mission to behave nasty, disrespectful, and cold-hearted. And that's exactly what it was. She was cold. And she was going to come there talking a whole bunch of crap and acting nasty and disrespectful until she realized that this ain't gonna go away. Nobody here is doing anything wrong, and we about to straighten this mess out right here and right now. You can run, but you can't hide. And where you're running to, that's about to get shut down. So you tell me, you run the whole show right here. You got somebody, you mean to tell me right now, if I got somebody's child over at my house, I don't even know their mother, their contact information, if this child here hanging around here, diabetic, on any kind of medications, and they're just allowed to be up in my house, and I'm not going to say or have no kind of nothing, no concern. That's how you can tell the folks don't care either about nothing. Because to me, if any of these kids are coming to my house, I got to know who the heck they are and who their parents are. I don't give a damn if they're 17, 18, not here. This ain't the Boogie Lou spot. Yeah, you got to know who's in your house and then who your child is hanging with and being influenced by. White rice, please. You know what I'm saying? There's no way that you can tell me that you don't have no control over, oh, my son's 17 when he got friends over, I don't know. Yeah, well, that's your problem. It ain't happening over here. I don't care what you allow up in your house. That's your business. Because of the child collapse. Exactly what happens. That's right. And you know how many children, too, that are sick and got medical problems? And they ain't got no direction, so they hanging out here, doing it up. Then that's because she didn't care. Because she didn't even care what her own child was doing. You see, that's the whole problem with all this. Y'all let y'all kids get out here, certain people, and do anything they want, and then you expect other people to suffer the wrath of it. That's the whole problem with that. You don't care because you're not trying to do nothing about it. That's the whole thing. Please take care of your kids and get them in check instead of making it somebody else's problem. And a lot of that stuff starts at home. Because a lot of times she says, don't know if he needed a pump, read nothing. Did nothing. Don't even know that this child, if they ain't had nothing to eat because they came over your house right after school hanging with your son, you don't know if they got any kind of situations where they need to eat because their sugar levels may drop. You don't know if this child is a pervert or criminal. You don't know what's in your house because you don't even know your own kids. But yet you put them out here on the streets to be somebody else's problem, though. And think everybody, just because you sizing somebody else up to come to your door and you thinking they hood or they ain't shit, so I can do this and I can do that, and excuse my mouth, but you know what I'm trying to say. Especially when they try to size you up due to your color. That's the whole problem with it. Don't know what they're allergic to, nothing. And then they got your child hanging in your house. What if you got a pervert man or somebody up in your house? And you know where we're going with this. We all know exactly where this leads to. So definitely a problem. Because you got too much going on here and nobody don't know, what's really good. Because I know so many folks that got stuff going on in their house that they don't know. Well, who is that? Well, what friend is that? Oh, I don't know him. How are you going to tell somebody you need to go get your mother? Why don't you, if he hanging in your house, why don't you know his mama? I don't seem to, I can't understand that. Why don't you know his mama? That's because you're not in contact with what your child is doing and what's happening with who he hanging with. You could have somebody in your house hiding guns, anything, drugs. But see, when you don't care because you live the same way, then that's what it is. Like I said before, a guilty heart has no accusers. And I was looking at that and I felt bad for them because I can tell that they ain't got nobody watching over their back. And even for her daughter to be already having, because see, the thing is, the mother and daughter both was pregnant, and for your daughter to be pregnant with you when she already got a baby that ain't even walking yet, there's a lot we got to straighten out up in this house. What's the child with? She became overseer of that child. Yes, and see, that's another thing a lot of folks don't like to admit, though. But anytime when you have children that's in your recordance, whether you want to or not, you are responsible for them. You sure are. You can act the fool all you want and play dumb all you want. But I tell you one thing, if something happened to their child and they up in your house, it's going down on you. You can't run from that because it's the truth. It is what it is. There's no way that you're not going to be responsible. Even if you had a child that got hurt at your house and you had to call the ambulance, they're going to want to know. Well, who is this kid? Why are they at your house? Do you even know their mother? It's like having a foster child. That's right, an add-on. Definitely an add-on. And if you don't handle it right, they might start coming down on you and yours. They may come for you and yours because of the fact that you You got somebody child up in your house, because you know you can get in trouble in a lot of different states and places and stuff like that. You can even get in trouble if you got somebody minor child over at your house and they acting up and doing things they shouldn't be doing, and their parents end up calling on your household because your son been over there smoking weed, drinking in your house, having sex with a girl, and it's a minor, and you let that happen in your house. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It happens. You know what I mean? You can't get out of that. You are going to be held responsible. If somebody child said that they was over at your house hanging out, and then you know how kids do everything on cell phones and taking pictures and all the stuff that they do anyway. And if they end up having some kind of video showing, because you know kids smoking weed and trying to drink and chill or doing something fresh, they want to try to document it. And if you're able to say my child has a video and they were sitting up in your house, they're not gonna say, well, you was at work, or I was at work, I didn't know who my son had over. That's the problem. You are responsible for your kids, and if they're minors, whatever they do falls on you. I don't know how anybody could even get that misscrewed, turned up and don't understand that it doesn't have nothing to do with that. It's still gonna fall on you because you are responsible for what your kids do, whether you was home or not. I don't care. They don't care about if your child is an adult and that they were, if your child was a minor and that they're old enough to be home while you at work. Oh, my daughter's 16, my son's 17, so they had a right to be home by themselves. That had nothing to do with it. The whole point is if the child is, if you ain't got control of your kid while you ain't home, that's your problem. That's a problem. What's going on?
Hey. Oh, I was coming.
What y'all doing the same thing together?
I don't know. I was gonna ask.
Well, go ahead. If you don't mind, the live is open, so you want me to.
When she's sleeping, so I'm
Well, they have to get up if they're getting something. She said the first thing people gonna do is who was looking after the kid. Exactly.
After she wakes up, I'm doing matzah talk to let her know that.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, you ain't doing it yet though.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it at well, we try to do it before they randomly close.
Mm-hmm.
So before 5.
Okay, I definitely cause she said something about tacos too. So yeah, I'll tell her.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can talk freely if you don't mind being on the live. But yeah, so with that, I'm sorry, that's my family member there. But yeah, that's the whole thing. They're not going to care. They're not going to say, kids will be kids. If my son is 18 years old, well, not even 18, because we was trying to stay in this minor category because of what we're talking about here. But if you got kids, that's your own kids in their home and they got people in the house hanging out and chilling, it doesn't matter. Oh, hey, brother man. My YouTuber said you got a nice voice.
Oh, wow.
Oh, say it so they can hear you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
You hear that? He said, thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, see? Yeah, and I told him I love his voice. It sounds like deep, but she said, you're welcome. It sounds deep, but it's respect and decent. Because, see, we don't do all that foolishness. You know what I mean? That's exactly what I'm talking about, Miss Sherry. Because I'm telling you, all of this stuff that's happening like that, they're not coming to ask you, well, so-and-so OD'd in your house. Well, it wasn't your fault. She said, yes. She said deep and manly. You say something else, we'll bring you right to it. Yes, that's what I say. I'm going to let him say it to you again.
Well,
About what you said, thank you and stuff.
thank you again. I appreciate it.
You hear that? That's that voice too, and I love when you speak to me too, because it sounds so powerful. So powerful. She said yes. You know what I mean, right? Yes, ma'am, and I promise you, it's not just because it's my family member, but this is some of the best. Better than who I am. You get what I mean? Not who I am, because I'm better, with my life, because I done messed up a lot, but I'm just saying. One of the best. Yes, she said, you are a king. Aww. He said, that's awesome. You remember too, Sherry. Me and you've been Cherry. We've been talking for a while now. Maybe I don't even know if me and you've been hooked up here for about a year. But you remember when I used to open it up, the live, and I'd be talking and saying that I done got home now, and my family, you're gonna hear them in the background, and I got a female family, one of the female family members that be saying stuff. Same crowd, and I promise you, they're not from the streets. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to brag or nothing like that, but they don't do bad like that kind of stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? She said, "Yes, I remember." Yeah, but that's one of them. And got one of the females here. Yeah, I did my workout today.
Oh, good.
Thank you for putting the treadmill up for me.
Yeah, no problem.
But they ain't about the streets type of folk. Actually, their lives is better than what I've done and been. You know what I mean? No shade to nobody. But I got that the female one here is well, look, one of the females is sleep, and then they're walking with God deep. You know what I mean? And they don't live all kinds of old ways like that. I promise. I tried because, honey, I promise you, what I am working on, becoming and trying to get into. If I think that sometimes certain things as I cross the past, I mean let me see, said amazing spirit you have, and you do too, sweetie. You do too. That's why we in this right now. That's why we in this, because we're together, and we ride in the same kind of way. And I promise you, that's how it is. Because I'm gonna tell you, a lot of the stuff that I've done, I can't believe that I can even look at myself now, because I done, honey, we all got some stories, and some stuff is way worse than you may think that folks have done and been through. But I also know that a lot of the stuff that we've done in our lives was our cross to bear, meaning that's what you was going to be, or that's what was meant to happen in your life. And God can turn it around for the good no matter what you've done. Just like, I don't know who it was. It was either, I keep forgetting these two guys, Ted Bundy or, oh, you're so sweet. Right back at you, beautiful lady. Right back at you. Thank you so much, sis. Because I be needing some real deal shutdowns over here, especially coming on YT, because I don't got a lot of, I got a lot of nice people that I met, but some people it's different. There's no shade to try to judge nobody that you knew longer, or because of their orientation, or what skin color, none of that. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It's just that some people got something that goes beyond certain measures, and then you got other people that we all right, but there's some that just get you the right way. Yes, he has. That's exactly what I was getting at, Miss Sherry. Yes, yes. That's Sherry, girl. That's exactly what I was finna say. Because I know that we got put here together, and I promise you, there was another. She says, "I don't know how you feel. Some people just get it." And yes, exactly. It's the Most High. Amen. Amen. Hell, listen, a spiritual connection. Sister in Christ, you know how that go, and everybody ain't with it though. It ain't, you know what I'm talking about, because we had another one. I don't know if you remember, and I'm trying not to start no shadiness here, be silly, but I have to be real with you. We had another one that used to chime in with us. I'm talking about months back. I know you remember, and I don't know if you rock with them still or however, but some folks have went down the wrong road, and I promise you, they have the capabilities, but when it really came down to it, their hands showed. Girl, I wish I could get at it better. We are family. We are related. Yes, yes, yes. The same daddy. That's why I keep telling people, sister from another mister, brother from another mother. But guess what? There's only one father. And my father, God, is my mother's father. He's all of our fathers. So we're all related. That's what I keep saying, with people that don't seem to understand that it has nothing to do with what skin tone you are, or none of that. Because you can't pick your family. You can't pick who's gonna be your mother. But you can pick your friends, and can pick you a good husband to have kids with, but you can't pick that, so you go with that one daddy up there. That's our Father, the Most High God. Amen, sister. And that's what I keep trying to tell people. That's the one. That's the one. You get where I'm coming from? That's the one. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Amen, amen, amen. Give him all the glory The thanks and the praise. Hallelujah, honey. Yes, ma'am. Yes, indeed. We have to. And you have to know who you belong to. You know what I mean? And we may meet a whole bunch of different people, but every relationship ain't the same because some people is walking a different pattern. Like you may talk to another Christian, but y'all Christian connection is different than yours is with somebody else because they got different views about stuff. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but you know you get where you're being fed at. You know what I mean? And God brings us all together. So you know who you got something with, and you can tell the difference of what relationships is real, and then you got a lot of people on here and in your personal life that's just reason and a season, a pass by, a pop by, you know what I mean? And it ain't nothing more. It ain't nothing more, and ain't nobody left here hungry. You get what I'm saying? We know what it is. To know who you are. Exactly. Exactly, cut from this cloth. That's what I'm saying. Because everybody, because I told your sister, I didn't had, and I'm not disrespecting nobody and how they love God. I'm not judging nobody, but I'm telling you, I've had a lot of women that came on here that I thought was on the same belief, and that after I seen how they showed themselves out and how they did what they did, I'm like, you know what? They was, you know, they weren't real with it. You know what it is, even if it's just them making mistakes. You know, still they weren't what this is that we're talking about here. Because I remember me and you and another one of these females here used to be on here like this and spend time and do things together. And you see that, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, and I'm not being shady, but you see they're no longer here. And I promise you, I can tell you exactly what happened. And I can honestly, 100% hold my head up high and tell you that I did nothing wrong. I promise you. I promise you. And somebody flipped off, and you see, that's another thing too, how you can tell how people are, because people will be cool with you as long as everything, you know, everything is flowing their way. But as soon as you have a problem with somebody or misunderstanding, just by the way they behave, you can tell if what they've been presenting all along was fake or real. You get what I'm saying? You can tell when you're with people if it's fake or real, because it's just like with me and you. If we're talking right now, right? And if you said to me, well, Rruk, you just said something that's not, you know, quite true. And I have to thank you for helping me instead of what you talking about, girl. You ain't in my business. You see what the difference? The difference you'll know from me talking like I'm talking now, and just when you found something I did wrong, now I'm on turn up now. Yes, yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And like I said before, folks got together, formed some kind of posse with somebody that they met through you that you didn't even know. Now y'all trying to act like y'all besties and running around starting a whole bunch of ish. I'm telling you, I got all, I promise you. I promise you. I can show it to you privately. Every receipt. Every receipt. And you know what I cannot stand? I cannot stand when you have a person that's trying to be in the middle of people and they know what the truth is, but they want to try to act friends with both sides, but starting trouble. See, I'm not that type. I'm the type that I can be friends with people that don't get along and not be a mess in the middle. Just because you may not be friends with this person or that person, but I'm friends with both of y'all, I'm not going to be shady if we're all friends, you know? I'm not going to be shady if we're all friends, being two-faced, talking about this one with this one, that one. I'm not going to do that. I know how to be friends with both people, and the best way to do it is keep folks separately. Come on, why don't you blast folks instead of, yes, hiding behind the scenes, exactly. Exactly, and that's the perfect thing right there that I keep saying. I don't know what's going on here, but I know that I've seen some folks that tried to come in come in the live, and they tried to start hanging, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying it in no negative way. I promise you, no jealousy, no silly fool kid crap. I don't rock like that. But what I can honestly tell you is that I've seen quite a few people come in the live, and they on some shadiness. And you can tell how they form together because a lot of the foolishness that they're doing, you're not with it. So then they start trying to do it amongst each other, and then they end up backstabbing each other. And it's not even just YT, any social media in my physical life. Because I got people that I know, even though I don't hang with nobody now because my situation has changed, but I got people I know that we all three was friends, whether it be two men, two women, whoever. And those two had a falling out. I've been able to stay friends with both people, and how I keep it from being any mess is because I don't talk about one to the other, and if they want to make me choose a side, I dump both of them before I play any foolish games. You feel me? People turned up like clowns, dancing for that circus. You know what I'm talking about? Loving the trash. It gets crazy. It gets crazy, and I'm totally disgusted. Totally disgusted. And I promise you, honey, they ain't got to worry about me with none of that, cause none of that was my beat that I rock. I rock to. I can't do it. It's crazy. I'm talking about went real whacked. And then you got another person. And you know what I can't stand too is when you got somebody else that knows what the truth is, but they want to see people beefing and ain't decent enough to try to straighten out the matter and say, you know what? That ain't what happened. That ain't it. I know what it is. And gonna tell you on the side, but won't say it in front of that person. That's dirty. It's grimy. That's the mess that I don't like. Two-faced, shady, want to see somebody get caught up. And then and I can tell when these people start trying to make friends like that and don't even really know each other, know it through you, and then try to get in and form some little fake phoniness, and now they're kiki and ka and don't even know each other, and then getting together for a negative cause and starting a bunch of mess around with folks. It's trifling. It really does not make any sense. And I don't know why people do that. I just don't get it. I don't know why people will sit back, especially grown people, and they know in their life right now they're on the outs with a lot of people and a lot of stuff, and they still continue to try to, make the things worse on themselves, but they want to drag somebody else into it. You know what I mean? I promise you, and that's why I said I'm going to decide to watch how, pay attention to who I be bothered with. It is real, honey. I'm going to tell you some grind. You heard me? Grimy. I can't. I just looked at this stuff and I'm like, what is really going on here? What is really going on here? How did this happen? I can't. And now I am, and I carry myself guarded in a more of a different way, because sometimes you can have people that are with you, but they're not for you. You get what I'm saying? They're not for you. They may be with you though, because you ever notice when people don't like you, they are quick, fast to try to stay up under you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. They'll hang and hang and hang, but you realize that Because you ever notice too, one thing I notice about like YT, and even when you're trying to be a cheerleader and all kinds of gatherings like that, people pretend to hang with you, but they really don't like you. And a lot of these YouTubers with these big channels, half the people that's supporting them don't really like them. They just want to be up in their business. You know what I mean? Friend to somebody we can be adults and talk about it. That's right. That's right. Be adults and talk about it. That's what I'm saying. Because I can honestly tell you, honey, I've watched a whole lot of this mess. He said, because they want to, spread folks' business and start trouble. And one thing about it that I keep saying to a lot of people is that what you don't realize is that a lot of negative stuff that you do out here and try to hurt other people can end up sealing your own faith. You get what I'm trying to tell you? While you busy trying to play somebody, you end up playing yourself. You know what I mean? And I promise you, it don't go down good when you do that, because you always lose. You always lose, and once again, you have to live with yourself at the end of the day. You have to live with yourself and know that, you know what, this stuff didn't have to be this way. How did I get, why am I caught up in this? What am I doing? You know what I'm talking about? Because I promise you, I know for a fact that there's so many people out here that are supporting. Because you know what kills me too is that I be watching a lot of people, especially a lot of folks, no shade, a lot of folks with big channels, right? And they got so many people that's supporting them. But if you ever see their comment section or you're ever in one of their lives, if you would see the hate that they're getting from their supporters, they're making money off of people hating them. You get what I'm saying? They're making money, and maybe they don't care either. Because you're gonna always, out of what 100% of the people, 90% ain't gonna like you, and that's just how that kind of thing goes. You get what I'm saying? That's a given, and we understand and we know what that's all about. So a lot of people that don't like you, by them even them clicking on your on your channel or your hangout spot or coming to a party that you having, that know they really don't like you, they're actually supporting you and it's working out for you in a positive way. But also you have to look at it and say, if these people, if you got a lot of people too that is against you, and you think, I don't care as long as they come and I'm getting views and clicks, I don't care what they say. But just imagine if all of them decide to turn on you. One of my favorite fruits. Just think about it. Just say if them type of folks that's coming shady, and like I said, you care whether they really like you or not, as long as they supporting you. Just think about if they all decide to turn on you, what's gonna happen? You get what I'm saying? You just look at how that force can be with you or against you, really against you. You see, that's scary. That's real scary. That's why I don't play with it. You feel me? I don't play with it because you don't never know if that force turns. I promise you, if you got that many people around you that don't really care for you and they decide that you're not worth them disliking or being bothered with anymore, it's going to go down. You heard? It's going to go down. Yes, eat and enjoy. It's going to go down. And that's where the problem's going to come in at. Enjoy. Enjoy. Because I got a lot of that stuff that I'm seeing that, honey, let me tell you. You let all them folks, because you ever notice too, even in no disrespect to nobody, you got a lot of our famous people out here, and you tell me, and I'm not trying to be negative here, I'm just keeping it real of what I know. You know what I'm saying? And you got the famous people, just say for instance, you got somebody famous, and you got all these people that's liking you and supporting your music and all that kind of stuff. Let them turn on you. Oh, it's dragon fruit and watermelon. Okay. And you got these people that's running behind you, and they turn on you just like with our famous people. Just imagine when you have all of this stuff going on with famous people and they turn on them when they see them out somewhere in public. They be ready to attack you instead of loving you. You get what I mean? But their children and stuff can fall on yeah, exactly, on the children. That's right. So made trolls and make a killing off of it. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. That's why they do it, girl. They're making money off of trying to make fun of you. But they need you for content and for you to put money in their pocket. Troll told me I'm gonna leave. YT, better be careful because if they don't know my father is, they better move. That's it. That's what I'm trying. Girl, listen. You know what? We here, sister. You know we up in here. We up in here. We are up in here. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And like I said before, you think about how much danger. Why would a famous person be in danger if all of the people love them and admire them? Just think about it. Just think about it. Out of all the famous people that we got out here, why, when they are seen on the street, they get attacked by the people that's supposed to be loyal and care the most about them? You know what I mean? They be ready to attack you because some of that people don't realize, and I ain't saying it to be rude or because it's a cliche, but people don't realize there really is a thin line between love and hate. It really is. It really, really is. I'm telling you, it really is. And if people don't get that in their head, I'm telling you, they're gonna get lost in the sauce. Cause I'm telling you, folks, it ain't all that. You ever notice how stuff can change? And it's not even just in relationships with a man or a woman. It's not even just that. It's friendships with female folks, co-workers, folks that don't even know you well will come for you and turn all the way up. That's why I said, folks better wake up out here. You, honey, you are absolutely amazing, honey, and we all have to know that about each other. I'm right, folks, because a lot of this stuff ain't easy, girl. A lot of this stuff ain't easy out here, trying to be out here in the world with horrible people. And I promise you, all of these relationships are not the same out here in these streets. For some people, you may treat them well, but you can see them for who they are. You know what I mean? But you still treat them well. Because I know so many people that the way you can laugh and talk with them, and everybody see your dialogue. You being honest and real and caring about them. She just finished bowling. Oh, how did you do, Gina? How did you do? How did it work out? Yeah, folks are dangerous too, girl. Yes, they are. Did you win, Gina? She back, Sherry. Gina said she just finished bowling. That sounds nice that you had your good fun. Did you win? Awesome. Did you win? Ooh, that was bad. That hurted me so bad about her. It's okay as long as you had fun, Gina. Yeah, girl, that right there. And you know the thing that story killed me with that Selena thing too is because that woman, they brought that woman in, and that woman should have been more like a mother figure around that girl than to be a hateful rivalry. But you see how people pretend? A wolf in sheep's clothing, sister. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. I know what you're talking about, Sherry. Horrible. That's right. It's okay as long as you had fun. Yeah, that woman there, that was crazy. With that Lena, that story bothers me till this day. Yes, pretending. And I mean really, really doing some stuff that's very convincing. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. That is horrible, wasn't it? That pretending, that's what I'm saying. What about you when you are in a relationship with a man, I don't, two people together, however, you know what I'm saying, and you find out that person been with somebody else, or they got kids by somebody else in your relationship. Oh yeah, yeah, you get a good swing in there. She said, let that stress out. And I'm telling you, that's people don't realize stuff like that is very therapeutic. Even if you take a drive somewhere, bounce a ball, even if you just take a walk by yourself, go in the bathtub and soak out, light some candles, let that stress out. Let it go. Because I'm telling you, stress manifests into so many physical problems. You know what I mean? If you don't catch it at the right time, it manifests into so many physical problems where it bring your blood pressure up. It can do a lot of damages to you. Not just your mental health, but your physical health. So you have to always decompress. Because being stressed out will drive you nuts. A lot of people don't pay attention to that. And I'm glad you were able to unwind, honey. That's why I always say, even on YT, when I'm with the right group, I know if I let my hair down, somebody will brush it for me. You know what I mean? Because that means a whole lot. To let that out, because I know sometimes we be hopping and hooping around here and don't realize it's stress. My nails, my feet, getting massages. Yep. Self-care, Sherry, and I watch, honey, them videos that you have with the in there taking the time to carefully wash your hair and detangle it and spend time. Self-care, pamper, because I'm telling you, when we fall off of that scale like that, we lose every time. We sure do. We lose every time because, see, a lot of times with us, especially like with women, we always are so busy taking care of other people. She says, I walk almost every day. I need to have my mental clarity. Yes. Taking care of my special needs. Yes. You are welcome, Sherry. Listen to me, Sherry. Here I go again. Sherry Shepherd. Watching her too much, sir. I haven't really watched her show. Yes, Sherry, you got that right. And you are more than welcome, my dear. It's all true. It's all true. Good people. And I'm telling you, that's one thing that I noticed that with a lot of us as people that we forget about is really self-care. We really got to pay attention to, how you take care of yourself. And yes, that's right. Get out there, Gina, and do your thing. Absolutely right. And that's good. Need to have my mental clarity. Honey, I'm going to tell you, people don't realize when you don't have your mind, honey, you ain't got nothing. If you don't keep that mind right, honey, you might as well forget. I don't give a damn how many BBLs you got, what money you got in the bank. When your mind ain't right, it ain't going down right. You heard? And I mean that 100% all the way. When your mind ain't right, everything is a mess. Because people don't realize you ain't humble. But see, material things and what you look like has nothing to do with your mental. You know? And I have that conversation with a lot of people that run around just trying to get, and they don't realize they need to get their mind right. That's what you gotta do. If you get your mind right, you'll be right. And so many people are worried about all of the, physical stuff. Just have. I must sit with my Father daily, even if I'm out. And about I'm talking to him. I know that's right, honey. I'm telling you, when you stop, you stop putting him first place, things will fall apart. Sherry, you know what I mean? Mm-mm. Things will fall apart if you don't get right. Mm-mm. It'll all go down quick. You feel me? It'll all go down quick. Have you ever noticed too when you're not intact with God properly, things fall apart for you? They really do. When you're not serving the Most High the right way, things ain't gonna go right for you. And a lot of people don't understand that because we do have a lot of people that aren't believers. So I'm not trying to judge nobody because there's a lot of times we be sitting here and it may look like we're the only ones in the live right now. And there's a lot of people watching in the background. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, when you're not connected. That's how the devil comes in. Mm-hmm. That's how we get caught up in the flesh and start doing things that, we ain't supposed to do because we're disconnected. And I know. No joke at all. You know what I'm talking about. We all know how this go. That's why I don't play with it. I know exactly what that's like. And see, a lot of these things that we talking about, we done made the mistake, so we know what it consists of. And that's why, too, a lot of older people try to help youngins along. And a lot of folks try their best to tell the youngins to save them a trip. Because sometimes I know that people got to fall on their own sword. But sometimes if you can get a helping hand to keep you from messing up, it's best to do that than to have to go through all that trouble. I know there's a lot of things that if I could have got help with, I wouldn't have did it. Mm-hmm. I know that for a fact. There's so many different things that we have in our lives that if we don't pay attention to somebody that tried to tell you some of these things you can't turn back on. I mean, God can forgive us and stuff, but there's some things that you do and mistakes that you make that can change the course of your life. You didn't have to go through, you know? And I promise you that. I can speak on that because I know I done it and probably will do it again. Because even though I'm talking about it, it can happen again, though, you know? Yes, I'm snacking on some nuts. Yeah, you got it right, Sherry. I should have said that to y'all, and excuse me for that. Yes, I am eating some mixed nuts, girl. I got a few different things. I got some pistachios, peanuts, walnuts. I got some cranberries, some raisins, and getting a little. This one here, you know how you get them different mixes, and they all protein, energy. I got a mix of all of it, cause I haven't eaten. I try to fast, you know what I mean? And then when I get ready to break it down, I'll get on some nuts. I got some walnuts in here too and pecans. And there was a good snack nut. She said, it sounds delicious. I better be talking about the mukbang, huh? Or look, MSR. Crunch. I love snacking on nuts. Woo! Oh, that's one of my things, girl. I should be saying I'm doing the ASMR now. ASMR. Woo, 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 woo. Ha, 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 ha. Ooh, ooh. So let me stop being silly. We're just having a little fun, though. And I meant to say something, but I feel like I'm sitting right here with y'all crunching and talking, and right in the living room with me because I'm home now. And I done got too relaxed. I'm really chilling. I forgot to offer y'all something. Y'all need some? Cause I definitely didn't even realize. Cause this is how I get when I get with my homies like this. Like I said before, I know if I let my hair down, one of y'all will brush it for me. You get what I'm saying? So it feels really good to be able to get with people that you feel comfortable enough to, enjoy and be yourself and feel comfortable with it. Definitely. I know that for a fact. And I promise you, it don't happen like that with everybody. You got to know what you know, she says. I love it. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? It is. That's how I feel. And I promise you, I done a few different things while I'm here, while I'm talking. 'Cause when I got home here last night, I like to put up a room darkening, um, something to darken the room off because when you get up, it be too light. She says, eat your peanuts. Love it. Not bothering me at all. Love it. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Thank you. Homie vibes is what it is, girl. Homie vibes is what it is. And I promise you, I have, she says, I know. Listen to me. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Gina, and I am so glad that you appreciate us having these conversations, and I am also sorry that your mother is not with us physically. But the spirit lives on and she lives in you. Thank you so much for such an awesome compliment. And a hug to you. A big hug. I'm hugging you right now, honey. Because mama's still here. She just maybe not be here spiritually. I mean physically, but she's here spiritually. Because and that's what I've been insisting on with my family too, is that for them to know me. You know what I mean? For them to know me. For them to know me on a different level so that when I'm no longer here, they will always feel my presence in the way that they should and healthy, but a way that I'm able to still be able to talk with them and they can hear me. You know what I mean? Because one thing about the spirit doesn't die. The spirit doesn't die. You know? And when we all are finished and done with this life, even when stuff happens to us, and a lot of people don't understand that, but even when people don't get it, when you have this, like with us, we got mind, body, and soul, and I promise you, no matter what happens to us, and I don't want to sound creepy or weird or kind of like I'm hardcore and rude and don't have no feelings, but I honestly can tell you that to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. I believe that. And I also believe that no matter what anybody does to us in our bodies, and I mean, we got a lot of bad stuff that happens out here in the world to us physically as people. People are unlifing people out here. Y'all understand where I'm coming from? People are unlifing people out here. And I promise you, no matter what happens to the flesh, can't nobody do anything to your soul. I can feel my aunt come. Yep, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. I promise you, there's nothing anybody can do to your spirit. And that's the most important part of you. Even though our bodies matter, obviously, we live in the body for a reason. But no matter what happens to our bodies, and like I said, a lot of people have been physically harmed, unlifed, and a lot of things has happened to us out here in the world. But I guarantee you one thing, can't nobody touch the soul but God. It belongs to the highmost. The devil ain't even that powerful. You feel me? I promise you that. The devil ain't even that powerful enough to separate what God has created. Mm-mm. Anything that happens to you, no one can touch. You feel me? No one can take that from you. Because when somebody unlifes a person, they're not taking your soul and spirit. They're only dealing with the flesh. Which what does God say about the flesh? Ashes to ashes, dust for dust, and I'll give you beauty for your ashes. It can never be touched. You hear me? Never. And I promise you, Amen, Amen, Sherry. You know what I'm talking about. Listen to me, Sherry again, and I keep getting, and it kills me too because I got somebody YouTuber. One of them name is let me get it right, Leilani, but I know somebody named Alani. Rrulani. I'm like, what? And then every time I turn it on, they got Sherry Shepherd doing the Wendy's show now. Well, it's Sherry Shepherd's show now. And then I get caught up with the Sherry. And then when I see you, Cherry, I be getting it mixed up. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Our body is the only house the spirit. Exactly. Only the house the spirit. And I promise you. Oh, you are welcome. And God bless you, Gina, and your family. And your mama is doing good. And I know it's different to be with somebody physically and spiritually, and that's the reason why I'm trying my best, I promise you, to have that right relationship with God, and also to make sure I have that right relationship with my family, and that they have the right relationship with God. Because if they have the right relationship with God when I'm here no longer and they got to go on and live, I want everybody to live their lives. I don't want nobody crying and worried about me, because I know where I'm at and who I belong to. And for any of them to worry. Whew, I'm getting emotional. Whew. Okay. I am so sorry, y'all. I got in my feelings here. Y'all got me like, woo, woo, woo. Ooh. I'm sorry, because for her to give me such a compliment and then her mother's not here, and for me to see Gina as a great woman that she is, and to, can say I remind her something about her mother, and then all the respect and praise and stuff that you're saying to me, Sherry, it just got me in my feelings, and I'm sorry. Oh, as you know, whenever you talk about God and His goodness, it takes us somewhere. You know what I mean? It takes us somewhere. Yes, you know what I mean? Because that got me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That got me because I promise you, you guys, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. $1.50 actually. I have hundreds and hundreds of people that, and the same as you guys too, hundreds and hundreds of people in our personal lives, physically, co-workers, the person that works at Walmart, the cashier, somebody at the bank. We got hundreds and hundreds of people in our lives on social media. Hey, Tamika, God bless you, beautiful. Thank you for coming in. It's nice to see you. Happy Sunday, darling. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. Blessings to you, my love. Blessings to you. You got to excuse me. I'm trying to get my composure back together because we got in here deep talking about God and stuff. And I'm telling you, won't He do it, y'all? And y'all know what I'm talking about. Won't He do it? Honey, I promise you. What the thing is too that is so hard for people to understand is that If you don't trust him in the midst of the storm, how can you trust him just because you're getting what you want when things are settled? You understand what I'm saying? We cannot stop the rain from falling, and we can't dodge every raindrop. You heard? You get what I'm trying to tell you? And if that's the only time that you can be happy is when you get what you want, you really don't have a relationship with God at all. And I feel sorry because it's a waste of time. Because, people, even with you having your own husband, wife, kids, family, pastor, church, whatever you do, even with all of those people, folks are supposed to be with you through thick and thin. You don't stop loving them because they did something to you. You see? He come before a newborn baby, honey. There ain't nothing over him. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Ain't not a thing over him. You feel me? This is a thing that we all need to understand, that we all have our crosses to bear, and the more you run from God, the harder it is going to be for you to understand and get to where you need to be in relations and in fellowship. But you can't do it. It's not going to work, because if you're only believing in him, and I always say this, that we have to seek his face and not his hands all the time. That's another problem too. Sometimes you can need all you need, and sometimes you need to just spend time with God and not ask for nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? Sometimes you just got to chill back and enjoy whatever it is, whatever this pain, I'm all right. This high blood pressure, I'm all right. You understand? I'm dead up serious, y'all. And I know a lot of this stuff is better said than done, but a lot of stuff that I speak to you about, I'm suffering a lot of this different stuff myself. Not just these two particular things, but a whole range of things. If he said I can do it, I can do it. This too shall pass. There's nothing that I just say this for instance. We all got custom-made stuff, certain custom-made stuff in our life, and then we all share a lot of the same stuff that other people have. You get what I'm saying? But I promise you, you're not the first or the last of anything. You're not the first or the last of anything. Absolutely. That's the see, that's the thing. See, that's the thing, Sherry. That's exactly what I'm talking about. How can you only be happy with your child, your husband, your aunt, your sister, just because they're doing something that you like, and then as soon as they do something wrong, you stop loving them? It don't work like that. You got, and I know that there is some relationships that may not be able to be mended in this life, because some people can do some atrocities. I've seen some people that have, and I'm going to say it like this, you guys, and I don't want y'all to get upset with me, and I'm trying to keep it real as possible. There's two guys, I don't remember which one it is. It's Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy. One of the two said that before they got unlife, because you know what they were put on death row, that type of thing, you know what I mean? And I have to say allegedly because we're on YT. But when before they got unlife, they said that they got saved. And everybody around, there's no way after what these guys done to, the amount of people that they unlife, there's no way. But you know what? God works miracles. God works miracles, and you don't know that. We don't know that. You understand what I'm saying? We don't know what God has in mind for these particular people. Let's be honest. I'm not trying to give them no pass because I feel some kind of way about them. But see, what I say doesn't mean nothing in the end, or how I feel. God may use them for something better than we can imagine, and one of us may not make it to heaven. You get what I'm saying? No judgment. I'm not being shady, because that is something hard to forgive. But what I do want to say is that we don't know what God has planned. Let's look at it for what it's worth. Who did God use to carry the 10 Commandments? Let's just break this all the way down. Let's break it down. Who did God use to carry the 10 Commandments? Just think about it. We all know. Who did God use to carry the 10 Commandments? Moses, right? Well, how is Moses carrying the 10 Commandments when he broke one of the commandments? Don't y'all remember? Moses murdered somebody. What are the 10 Commandments? Isn't that one of them? That we should not kill? Think about it. Why did God use Moses to carry those 10 Commandments when he already broke one of those commandments? You understand what I'm saying? Moses also had an anger problem. He also stuttered. You see, nobody's perfect. But see, what he did wrong, God turned it around and used it for the good. Don't you see that? Just think about it. He broke one of the commandments, and now he was the one that carried the commandments, and he broke one of them because God restored him and turned him around. What happened to King David? Uriah was one of his King David. Uriah was one of his loyal soldiers that was more so like a best friend to him. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. One of his loyal soldiers that carried the commandments. I mean, that did wrong. Because him and Uriah, he wasn't just a soldier. He basically was. They were friends too. On top of him being his soldier. But at the same time, King David decided not to go to war, which the king is supposed to be present anytime there's a war. Anytime that you have war, anytime that you have war, you can't you can't you're not supposed to stay behind as a king, right? So what he did was he deliberately didn't go to war. King David. Okay? And like I said, Uriah and King David were like friends, even though he was, one of his soldiers. He deliberately did not go because he wanted to stay behind, because he was lusting after King David's wife, period. And then he seen her up on the on the rooftop sunbathing. Come on, y'all know where I'm going with this. Think about it. Bathsheba, come on, come on. Who's that? He left already? Okay, I was just messing with you. But you understand where I'm coming from? He was lusting after Bathsheba. But now remember, I'm not going to disrespect nobody, but I'm going to say it like what it is. He had a concubine of women already. Y'all know that man had more than one woman. Come on. And he was that dirty and that grimy that he stayed home deliberately just to mess with that one woman because he had the lust demon on him. That's all it was. The lust demon on him. So he was willing to do that, knowing that he could have had any other woman that wanted to be with him, by the way, because we don't know if she wanted him, because she was forced. Actually, he made them bring her to him. She didn't have the option to say no. I don't know if he saw her baby, yes. I don't know if she fell in love with him, wanted him, but she was ordered to be with him. And like I said, he had already had a house full of women. He could have had any woman he wanted, but he was with her, right? He wanted her. And what happened was, while, Uriah was away at war, she got pregnant by him. Why, Most High took, yep. And they lost the baby, but at the same time, oh, she says, sorry, just got busy. Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay, Gina. We just talking. So when that happened, he tried, when Uriah came home, he tried to get Uriah to go home and mate with his wife so that it can look like she's pregnant by him. But Uriah said, no, I am your loyal, I'm loyal and I'm serving you and I'm not going nowhere. So he couldn't get rid of Uriah. So what he decided to do was make sure he had him killed, just to cover up a secret that he was messing with this man's wife and also got her pregnant. You see what I'm trying to explain to you, how dirty this stuff worked? But guess what happened, though? He tried to hide from that for about a year. I believe it was about a year. He tried to hide from it. You know what I'm talking about, say it. He tried to hide from it, and guess what? It was rotten in his bones. It didn't matter if he had all the women in the house, still got her around, still screwing her. He lived with what he's done and kept trying to hide from God and ignored. And what did God do? He brought it to his attention, but he also was forgiven, and he turned his life around. The Most High knows, and the Most High is the reason why he was feeling some kind of way, because God was in his butt. You know what happened. We all know what happened. We all know what happened. And see, and that's the thing right there. You can run, but you can't hide. It doesn't matter what folks think. It's what God thinks and what God knows. And you couldn't possibly have done anything God don't know, because he already know what you did before you did it. See, a lot of these things are tests for us to see how dedicated we are to our Father, too, if we go against what he tells us to do, or what we know is right or wrong. And when we do that, we tempt and mess with our own faith. You know what I mean? God don't need us to read the Bible. He don't need us to read the Bible for him. We need to read the Bible for ourselves. So we can't say he needs us to do it. He wants you to want to do it. Not that just he needs you, because we got free will for a reason. Yeah, and check that. Yes, he did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am there. That's exactly what it is, Sherry. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all got to excuse me, because I'm still getting my voice and stuff back from here, about to melt down here, crying and carrying on. But yeah. So with that being said, it haunted him because what he did was wrong. And he had to come clean with it and get it straightened out. And like I said, Uriah wasn't just, a soldier. They were friends. You know what I mean? Yep, that's what we talking about. When them friendships and them relationships, you can handle that stuff decently like a real man or a woman, and check them and shut it down. You see what I'm saying? You see exactly what I'm saying. And I promise you, I've had several situations like this in my physical life and on YT where you be trying to talk to people and get the stuff straightened out properly, and they want to go run and jump off a bridge with it and act a fool and put on a show and drag folks in it and ain't got nothing to do with it. A mess. And then you got to deal with it at the end of the day because it's your life. That's right. Then broadcast it. Exactly. Just like with, I don't know if you remember with Noah when he got drunk. One of the sons was laughing at him because he was naked, and the other son covered him up and helped him up. You get what I'm trying to tell you? You ain't got to do all that. Because the wheels on the bus go round and round. You heard? This is the stuff that we be trying to talk about here. And when you get deep into this kind of conversation, a lot of times people don't want to hear this because they're not getting into it right. Yes, saw him naked. Yes. Saw him naked, and one of the brothers didn't, he wasn't with it right. Yes. You know what I'm talking about, Sherry. That's why I keep trying to tell people that, if you're going to cover this thing, you got to really speak what really is true, and you got to make sure you confer to the Old Testament and the New Testament, and you know what you're talking about. Say it, girl. Say it. Folks can't handle it. That's when you right, see, Sherry. And that's the thing, too, about it. People only want to grab scriptures to make themselves seem a certain way to impress any other people with throwing a little taste out here and a little taste there, but they really ain't well-rounded with it. You know what I mean? No, it sure ain't. And you know why? Because they're not really with it. Or when the truth has to be dealt with, they're not in that area of dealing with it. You feel me? And that's a big problem right there. That's a big problem right there. And that's the stuff that I keep talking about. People ain't with it. When they ain't with it, they quit it. And you know what I'm talking about. That's why I keep saying you gotta pay attention to what you're reading and what you're doing. And if you're gonna get into it, you gotta go all the way in deep. You can't just get the quick surfaces of the stories and then ride off. You got to go in. All the way in. Because if you just touch the surface of it, you really ain't got nothing substantial to hold on to. And that's when you get lost in the sauce. Because you only know just very little amount. And then you think you boss up. But when you run into some real rockers and rollers, they're going to definitely set it straight. Because a lot of times people don't understand we got to do better than this. You can't just touch the surface. You got to know what you're standing on. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't want to do that, though. I've been noticing that when you get deep into it, people don't want to hear that shit. You hear me? People don't want to hear that. If you're not doing it the way they want you to do it, it's a problem. You got to know who you're dealing with, because I got so many people that they only tell you like a small portion what's on top, but you don't know what's in the root. You know what I mean? And that's when we have the problems. When you don't know what's in the root, because see, the top of the surface, see, that's the thing too, like with us, the body is the outer, but what's inside is really what we're looking for. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't understand that because they only want to be a certain, deep only to a certain extent. And then the rest they don't want to be bothered with because, see, they got to make sure that they grab a small portion so they can, act like they're walking their walk, but they just talking. You know what I mean? They're not really, connected, but they want to appear. And see, anytime that you got to do something like that the front for other people, you're not grounded with God the right way either, and that's all going to fall apart eventually. You know what I'm talking about? Exactly. Take them up, yes, to the Most High. And yep, the scriptures, see, that's the thing is, that's when the ones ain't really living, they ain't really down with the scriptures. They've been playing a game all along. And I've been seeing a lot of stuff like that happen, where you got people that want to act like they're doing something, and they're not. And it's not only just because you may be, you may have a situation where you may be further on your journey with God than them, and they haven't reached where you at. We don't judge anybody. You got beginners that's maybe just started studying the Bible, just got saved, maybe just starting a relationship with God. But at the same time, you got people that's faking the funk too, though. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the problems come in at. That's where the problems come in at. Because them ones that haven't reached there yet, they need to indicate that instead of trying to boss up. You get what I'm saying? And get into arguments and works of the flesh. Admit that you don't know and start arguing about it, because it ain't nothing wrong with it if you at the beginning stages. You know what I'm saying? Yes, exactly. And they gonna give you, how some people don't know how to dance, they say, and they hit you with their 1-2 step. That's how a lot of people like to do with the scriptures. It's like a lot of times when you have the pastor and he's sick or out of town, half the time their wives, the first lady. I know a lot of Bibles. Back in the days, the Old Testament says that a woman ain't supposed to preach. You know how that go. She said a woman says it, but be mad at. I don't want nobody getting simple. See? Yep. That's what I'm talking about, Sherry. Because you can't get mad. Like I just say, for instance, if we haven't talked about the Bible or God, right? And I turn around and I say, well, you know what, thank you, because I haven't got to that scripture yet. Or I'm a new studier. I'm just now learning. Keep it real then. You see what I mean? But don't come in and argue against and try to start some kind of beef with somebody when you know you ain't even standing up sideways. You know what I'm saying? You gotta own it. You gotta own it. You gotta own it. Because I know there's a lot of times that people be talking to me about scriptures, and there is a lot of stuff that I haven't read yet. I'm not ashamed to say that. I ain't got to it yet. I might have jumped to another story, or I might be the person that go into certain scriptures because I'm praying on something that's happening in my life negatively, so I haven't been over there yet. And I promise you, I know that I'm not going to live long enough to be able to understand and recite every story in the Bible and know everything. It's not about that, no way. And you don't need to know just enough to get by, but be for real. You know what I mean? Enough to be for real. You know what I'm saying? That right there, that part right there. Don't play no game, because I promise you, like I said before, we had a lot of people that we had been chilling with here for a while, and I know one person that honestly have you, they'll sit there And I can tell that they're getting it, because with me, a lot of my stuff, I ain't gonna lie, I know from the top of my head, but there's a lot of stuff that I don't, and I write down, and I, rearrange things so that I can comprehend and share it. So I know that I need to have stuff written down and get in the actual book. But I know I've had a few people that came here and they would sit up deliberately and come in the live and say all kinds of good stuff with God, but you can tell once something hit the fan, you can tell that they didn't even really believe in the stuff that they were saying, because if they did, they wouldn't turn up like that. Comes to women preaching, they gotta teach this scripture. Yes, ma'am. Oh yeah, Joel. Yeah. And see, there's certain things that you got to go into the, into the word and search for. You get what I'm saying? Because I know you remember we had one of these chicks up in here. Yeah, praise the Lord. Praying over the live. God bless the live. Yes, the Lord said in Matthew 12, 1980. Yeah, saying all of that stuff. And soon as one thing that they misunderstood, they flipped all out like they've been marching for Satan all the while. Wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm going to keep it real with you, because I seen homie. You blew it, and I had a feeling you was a little bit too much anyway, because I know God was telling me something about a few of these people and my own family, reading the chat and all of that, and then you know what I'm trying to tell you. You already know, because the way I see that person, everything they said was just about a lie. They see, people don't understand the research. See, when you leave some breadcrumbs, it ain't just for the birds. You get what I'm saying? When you leave a trail of breadcrumbs, it ain't gonna be just the birds eating them. Anything hungry is coming to eat. You know what I'm trying to explain to you. And I kept saying something is wrong here, this character here. Something is, after a while, because I gave them a chance and I figured they was talking God and they always said some good stuff, but it's all a game. And I watched them go around to a whole bunch of people playing that same game on Y. And no disrespect, this situation specifically happened on YT. People coming and riding with you on the lives all the time. Down, 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 down. Right hand don't know what the left hand doing. Down, down. And then all of a sudden, after they put up their front for a long time with you, you starting to see, that what? Your boat got a hole in it. Exactly. Yes. Your boat got a hole in it. You've been sinking all the while, sis. No shade. And I thought that the relationship that we was having, that I was going to be able to try to help you as I'm dragging my own butt along, but you wasn't here for that. See, Satan used you to march and dance, and now you're feeling what's going on here. Because I watched this, and I promise you, I got all the receipts. I promise you. You cackled and hung, cackled and hung, cackled and hung, all of the right stuff, all the motivational talk and all that, and all the while you was dancing with the devil, Boogie. Baby, come on. You played yourself, because what you meant to harm somebody else sealed your own fate, sis. Come on. You messed that all the way up. And that was because you weren't real with it. You only sat by to pretend, and it kills me with people. Just like I got this one lady, not to be disrespectful, this is another woman somewhere. I'm not saying nobody's name, so if anybody got a guilty heart, that's your problem. Because if I'm not calling you out, you can't say I'm trying to throw subliminals, because I don't give it. I come right to you, baby, if that's what you want. But I'm just saying, they kept saying stuff like, in different lives. Yes, because soon as I have a problem, I drop down and pray. Soon as I have a this or that, God. And then you see a few of their videos that they don't know that you seen, and I seen you turn it up totally different than what you said. It ain't that you got caught slipping. It's your true you was showing, because you didn't know that somebody might run across that you faked and pretend you was a certain way to. You didn't think that it was run across that. That's what you thought. You get what I'm saying? That's what happened. See, this is why I keep saying, you know what I mean? Watch what you're doing out here. Because, you end up playing yourself, and real recognize real for real. You get what I mean? So when you do that, you walking and you're riding dirty. Because, I mean, this person is just everybody. And then they got all involved with all my friends, and went all over to their channel with all of that mess and pretending and faking it. And yes, bless the live. Yes, praise God. Yes. Because Samuel said, oh yeah, and Leviticus saying all of that stuff. But the thing is, you can read and say anything, but are you living it? I'm not saying that you don't make no mistakes as you go along, but you're not really with it, because you told on yourself. You went around here and you tried to, rock to a little reggae, rock to a little hip hop. You understand what I mean? Shake the booty, you twerked a little bit. You know what I mean? You turned this thing all the way up. And come to find out that wasn't even, none of it was real. Because soon as you had a problem, you changed. That's just like right now, if something happened to you and you've been praising God and something happened to you, you experience a loss, you start really like trying to downright hate him, not just be like, God, why did he let this happen? That's a different kind of cry. Because you're so caught up in sorrow and hurt, he knows this. But to turn evil and cruel, deliberately inviting the devil in to help you attack God, it's a different ride, baby. Come on, come on, come on. We know what we're talking about here. I don't care who listens in the background, don't agree, whatever, whoever. I know what I'm saying. And the majority of the stuff that I talk about is my life experience, and you can't tell me it didn't happen. You understand what I'm saying? I don't give a damn what you say. If you stuck your hand in the fire, it got burnt. Oh, I didn't get burned. I was fine. No, you didn't. She said, definitely a different ride. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I said with these folks here, you better get yourself together here, because see, you ain't playing with nobody. At the end of the day, you sitting here talking about I'm living in the palace, and then you somewhere crawling up in the hole every night with no blanket. That's you playing games. And I'm not wishing negative on nobody. You see, you don't have to prove anything. You need to live. Stop worrying about what you're trying to show other people and all that. Get yourself together. Get yourself together. Everything has been a lie to get people to feel sorry for you, playing all of that game and go fun and who hap and dop, and it all showed itself. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't say nothing and then you sitting there with your legs wide open. You understand what I mean? You can't say nothing. You played yourself, and I promise you, a mess. And the thing is, I had already peeped it, but I kept saying, cause see, I'm the type of person that I'm easygoing, and I can be very forgiving, sometimes to no fault, and go too far with it. You know what I mean? Hey, Biscuit, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Happy Sunday. How you doing? Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping in. Much love to you too, bro. I appreciate it. Much love, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, they are. Sister, you got that right, because I'm gonna tell you, and you already know what it is. I try not to do no drama. I ain't with all that, but sometimes I want to let a few of my people, because I'm gonna tell you, I seen these people that behave like sharks in the kiddie pool. You hear? You hear? I'm serious. And then they done ran around to half the people you know over there with the same song and dance. And see, there's certain things that are going to be said the same way all the time, especially when you're quoting any kind of scripture and all that. You can't change that beat. You know what I mean? You over here, twerking, honey. This is a church song. Hello? You over here twerking. I said, this is a church song. Hello? Come on. And think about it. But you running that same dialogue. It's almost like you're reading from a script. And keep popping in everybody, and I've seen you, because what you did was you sat over here and got fed. Your comprehension was off. Yes. You know what I'm talking about. Say it though, sis. I'm sorry, Sherry, but you know what I mean. I'm serious though. Be honest. You know what it is. I'm sorry. You know what I'm talking about. When somebody is trying to think they playing the player. Or you standing here trying to say something, and a person can see right through you, but they're still trying to give you a chance to come along with some hugs and stuff. You know what I mean? This person coming in here with all this lying and drama, damn, you know what? Maybe they need a hug. Maybe they got been done wrong. Maybe they need a little help. Who are we not to be forgiven, right? We have to treat people fair. We have to treat people well, right? But at the same time, you can tell when somebody, after a while, see, you got to realize you never miss the water till the well runs dry, baby. Hello. After a while, you start saying, wait a minute now. The last time, because see, you talking to me, whether it's typing or however. And as you doing this, I'm writing it down. I'm going to go with you guys, too, whatever y'all doing. You already did it.
Yeah.
You did it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to get something for another time. But, yeah, so with that being said, You got to remember, when I say, you got to look at it for what it's worth. If you say something that serious, folks is going to start writing that down and keeping up with it. You get where I'm coming from? I need you to help me with something too when you get a second there, bro. So with that being said, I remember precisely, because the type of situation that you're in and what you said was so serious that you couldn't forget it. So I'm on, you praying for people and stuff. And I'm not saying I'm all that and I'm perfect, because I swear I act a fool. I told you he ain't done with me yet, y'all. Let's don't get confused. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not making no excuses. Just because God is forgiven doesn't mean you can keep sinning. That's not what I'm saying either. I'm being truthful the best I can about this foolishness. You got people looking at it, working on it, trying to back you up, and you are in somebody else's life that is actually somebody y'all both happen to know separately, or somebody that you met, because you don't have a channel. So somebody that you met in my life, you're over there telling them the same story that you told me 8 different damn ways. Come on. You didn't think I'd see that? It must have been meant for me to see, because that person does a lot of lives and they got a lot of videos up. So it could have been possible that it passed under the bridge. But no, I think I was meant to see it for a reason. So, which is what's true? Yeah, cause you know what I mean. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about, don't you? Yes, Sherry. You know what I'm talking about, because you're sitting here thinking, "Dang, oh, that is messed up." You know what I mean? But I can direct you to some people, and I know some people in that town. You know how we start to go when we want to help somebody. You try your best to get it in, and help the person out, and try to see some connections that over that side where they at. And if they got a cash app, you considering trying to get a little bit of coin over to them and all that kind of way. And then you realize, wait a minute now, is that what's her name talking there? Is that what's the name there? Wait. Because a lot of times, sometimes people don't think it's not about being nosy, but with me, I'm gonna tell you like this, and I'm gonna keep it $1.50. You can call it nosy if you want to, but sometimes when I go to people's lives, I like to read what's happening in the chat, so I can come in and know where I belong in there and what the conversation is about. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you could call that nosy, but you know what? As long as you call me, how about that? And I get up in that piece, and I see this same person that had been saying a whole heap of stuff to me. And it's the same stuff, but it's mixed up and it's changing, and the dates and all that. And you realize, wait a minute now, this something ain't right here. This person has made this up all the way through, got people in prayer groups and all this stuff for you, and you going to everybody lying, and got a few people that was down and just cash app you for you to get, something else. You didn't say that's what you was looking for. That's not what you said. And then you start looking, with your peripheral view. Wait, who? Wait a minute, who the Rruk? I know she didn't just say that, but when she said it, she said that, and this ain't no stuff like, oh, I was older. That was when no, when I was younger. Now I got old. Some of this stuff I can't even remember. Nope, it wasn't that kind of, there's nothing that you could do. Nothing that you can do that would change what you've done there. There's no excuses. Nothing. Because once I seen that, oh, I got it now. Once I've seen that, there's no way that you could take any of that back. There's no way. Because the certain stuff, like if I'm going to tell you this right now, not to be rude or nothing, because I know we all, child, you know what it is, Sherry. I know we all got all kinds of mistakes and stuff that we make. And we do, and there's some stuff. And see, what I do is if I'm not sure, I always try to say that before I run off at the mouth, because you know what I mean? Stuff happens, and you can mess with people's lives and their hearts and their minds when you don't come off correct with them. So if I have something that I'm not sure of, look at Sherry, you know what I'm talking about. What I'm not sure of, and I'm not going to come up here and try, like I told you, it was 2 of them. I have to say allegedly Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy. One of them 2 said that they got saved, and that was it. But I wasn't sure which one, so I said one of the others instead of solidifying. Yes, Lord, that's it. Lord, yeah, I know. Wait. All of that foolishness. Come on, stop. But if I'm sitting here telling you, and I'm gonna be honest, yeah, this didn't go good. I'm dealing with something right now, sis. I'm dealing with something right now, sis. You know, talking to me, and then got all my people in there in their live. I got something going on here, sis, and you know, oh, you all right, girl, and everybody. Uh-uh. Okay, I might have to take this call. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. But yeah, so with that being said, I started calculating it and I started remember because I wrote down notes. You know how you can write down notes, especially if you want to pray specifically on something for someone. You write down what their issues are and that type of thing. And this is not something that a person could say and they said, oh, you know what, girl, I got it mixed up because this back happened back when I was 16 and I'm 45 now. You know, that it wasn't that. It was something that just happened this weekend or last weekend or 2 days ago. And you said it one way. Yeah, because I went over some people's house and I thought they was my friends. And you know, I've been struggling with somewhere to stay and they stole my whole bag of clothes. Then you went over to another place. Yeah, I was at my mother's and them house visiting because I hadn't been friends with my family in a while, and somebody stole my car. But you, if you know what I'm trying to tell you. These stories around the world. Oh, wait a minute! I don't mean to cut this up. Is that? Oh my goodness! I ain't seen her in so long. Is this Grace? Hey, sis. I know it's been a while, and that's okay. That's okay. I've missed you, and that's all I'm gonna say. And I hope you're well. I've been trying to. Nothing with us, is it?
No.
I've been trying. Oh my gosh, she said I've been trying myself together. You know what I've been going through.
They should have
Then.
no higher fences than that.
Wait a second, I can't even get
Call
this one.
from 14130.
Hey, y'all, I'm sorry about that. Business calls on a Sunday, and I don't know why. Now, let me get into this. This is Miss Grace. I apologize. No disrespect to you, Miss Grace. Listen to me. I don't care how long you're gone. I'm just glad that you're doing good. And I pray that everything is all right because I know what you was going through is no walk in the park and not easy to come back from. I hope you're still here because I got caught up. 2 calls came in on my cell phone and the house phone back to back. And they weren't calls that I could let go. And I apologize for that because I respect you guys being here and spending y'all time. I really do. And I am so glad that you're back. He's got in the way, just trying to get my life back. I know what you mean, honey. That's an everyday struggle for me, sis. I get it. I am doing amazing. My family's doing good. And even if we got some troubles, we still doing good because God is looming over all of it. Yes. Peace to you, my beautiful lady. Thank you so much for being here and stopping by and giving some love. She says, okay, right. She says, Rruk, I'm about to bounce, honey. Love you much. You too, Sherry. I'm sorry. I hate to miss you. Okay, Most High God, you have a beautiful rest of the... You too, Sherry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you, my beautiful sister. Blessings to you. Enjoy your new week. Sherry, I am so sorry that I had to cut out because she been with me. We've been riding like how we do it for a long time. Yes, Miss Grace, I am so glad, honey, and don't ever apologize for taking time to get your life together and deal with what you got to deal with. Don't ever feel no kind of way. I would never take you for granted, judge you, or ever feel any kind of way. You have been absolutely amazing. I thank you so much for rocking with me. I appreciate it. And I hope you are doing better because I know you had your times that things was happening. And I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that. And I'm glad you're able to come back through and you're doing a lot better, sis. I'm so sorry that all this has happened to you. Thank you so much for coming, Grace. And I hope everything is good. And I'm going to tell you, I know you've been gone a while. I ain't got no drama or nothing, but there's a lot of stuff that's changed. You know how YT works. So there's going to be a lot of different stuff and people than what before. I had to, kind of out with the old, in with the new type of thing. You know how that go. You know how that go. People are in your life for a reason, a season. Oh, I know what you mean. And take your time to grow. There's a lot of folks that me and you both know that are not who they said they were. Yes, you know what don't you? Come on. Come on. Come on. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? And I promise you, and I'm not bragging, perpetrating, or acting phony. I ain't done nothing. I promise you, anything anybody try to call out or say anything, I got all the receipts of anything, because that's how I roll. I am the same as I was months back, and I'm going to continue to be the same way. Yeah, all these folks is a trip, child. I promise you, they got stuff popping. I'm trying to think of exactly what you're talking about, though. Let me know, sweetie. Great, because I'm going to roll out and not sure what you're saying. Somebody phone? Yeah. Timer's off. Oh, that was your timer? What do you think? Yes. Said they didn't have the curry chicken, so they're gonna have to cook chicken. But I like her to pick. But I like to pick something else, or if she can put some barbecue. Some fried chicken and curry sauce on it. See, because they didn't have it. I didn't want nothing else. That hot jerk and all that. You know what I'm saying? You know how it be. And they didn't have no ox either. I'm trying to remember what left off last. She says, "Wow, you are Realistic. Come on. Thank you so much, Grace. Thank you so much, Grace, because I'm telling you, honey, a few of our folks are not, it's over. How about that? Because we got a lot of Decepticons and things going on. You know what I'm talking about. And there's so many folks here that had you, can ride with you a couple of months, have you thinking that they were one way, and then you find out that, you know what I mean, something's smelling here. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Move the refrigerator back and there's a you know? Honey, let me tell you, child, oh my goodness, honey. Yes, horrible, horrible. And I promise, if you come back like you used to and how we hang, and I'm not trying to force you to do anything or anything, but we start back chilling, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. You're gonna definitely see that. To be honest with you, there's not. To be honest, you probably may not recognize half the people that's here now, because you know how they say, out with the old, in with the new. She says, going on question. I know YT. We started to change things up slowly. Yeah, they got a lot of different things going on, but nothing too deep. It's just the conduct, a lot of it, of the behavior of people, and people having a lot of beefs and craziness going on out here. You know what I'm saying? And just like a few different things with, I guess, certain requirements they have with certain stuff. But it's definitely nothing too deep. You know what I mean? When it comes to YT, it's just a lot of the stuff still, like, folks may not be getting proper notifications. They trimming back a lot of people's subscribers. A lot of that stuff was still still the same as what it was then. But it's all of these folks. Yeah, but you're talking about something else. Yes, the folks. Girl, the folks, honey. And you're gonna be like, well, I know we used to chill over at so and so with them, and I thought they ain't over there no more either. Hey, honey, you would be shocked, especially the ones that said they was Christians. You know what I'm saying? Especially the folks that there is a lot changing on YT too, but it's not as bad as the conduct of a lot of people, though. You know what I mean? The conduct of the folks, it's been a train wreck. A lot of folks got too much going on here, sis. Too many problems and troubles and worries. Keep that walking. It's a good thing for you. Keep walking. It's just crazy. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Awesome stream. Keep walking. It's good for you. It's good for you. Yeah, sis, you won't believe. I swear, there's so many people that I know for a fact. You got to excuse me because I'm trying to support somebody and talk to you at the same time, and I don't mean to be rude. Yeah, it is. She said, "What? Oh no." There's a lot of these folks that you thought were this way and that way that fell off the path, and obviously a lot of them haven't been being truthful. You know what I mean? I know that's right. Well, I tell you what, I can't get it the way I want to because I try not to badmouth and be negative to nobody and their channels and none of the situations, but I put it this way. A lot of folks that that was riding, they end up getting called out and not being truthful, especially a lot of folks with this religious stuff, bantering and, praying and saying all this kind of stuff, and that they doing this and doing that in different lives, and turned out that they're not even really who they pretended to be. It got real. Oh, I need it. somebody like you around to see what I meant. Because it's a mess, and I can't get it right to you because I don't know who, what ears and what, and I don't want to try to throw nobody on the bus or give nobody no bad name or, disrespect nobody's channel or nothing. But honey, there is a lot of folks that we all been hanging out with and thinking they one way, and bam, she's back. One of my women said been gone for about 6 months or more. Been going through some medical problems and with husbands and stuff gone. It's messed up. Dag, I wish I could get it to you. She said, I like to subscribe to channels our age or older than to deal with the drama. Exactly, and that's the shame too, because the majority of the ones that we think are cool and drama free is these old folks, older than me, in the 60s and stuff, That's the stuff out here, my stuff. Y'all take a little bit longer. See, and that's the problem. That's the problem now, Grace. The older people, you're going to hear some noises because I'm at home now. They're acting up. The older people. Make sure this stuff is right. I got like at least about 6 people bumping into. Let me see. She says, LOL. Look at her. And the thing that's so weird about it too, Grace, is that a lot of the older people are starting to have just as much drama as other folks. You know what I mean? I see all ages kicking up. She said, I don't want to step in it. I know that's right. I know I can't step in it. I ain't got time. I ain't with it. You already know. You can tell by talking to me right now, Miss Grace. I'm the same as what you left. She said, wow, that's crazy. Yeah. You're just going to be shocked. When you hear, you're going to start seeing the difference of the people that I got coming through here. Because I learned. I woke up. I woke up like this. I'm going to leave this out here. I really need to take it off out these bags. I can't hear you. Yes. Instead of when I'll take it out the bag when y'all stuff comes up. Just look at it. You know what I mean? All while it's early if a problem comes up. Mm-hmm. But yeah, she says everything happens for a reason. I'm listening. Yeah, learning that myself. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And that's the whole thing too, because I promise you, honey, there's a lot of wolves and sheep clothing all around us in our whole lives. Physical, social media, so on and so forth. You know what I'm talking about. So with that being said, we have to stay grounded. You know what I mean? Stay grounded. Because there's so much stuff that done got crazy out here in the world that you don't never know if it's somebody that you was cool with 5 minutes ago going to be the one to turn up on you in the next 5 minutes. And this is in life too, our physical life. Anything could happen. If anything could happen, honey, they doing it. Anything that you could possibly think about. Folks is out here really done changed the game. And we have to be careful when you walk out here in these streets and make sure you know who you supporting and be careful. Because a lot of times folks will get you caught up in a whole bunch of mess and then they muddy the waters for you or something you ain't got nothing to do with. You know what I mean? And that's how folks is doing it out here. They done got on this rough ride now. And whatever drama that they get caught up in, they're trying to get people to come towards your way with it, and too much happening. Folks really got to be careful of how you tread out here, because it's a shame too that this is like a lot of social media stuff that's just as bad as being around people physically. It's weird how folks can get this place turned up. A lot of craziness going on. A lot of people going through stuff with channels and stuff being shut down and things of that. It's getting scary. Got to be careful, because it's people. And the thing is, it's not even, you would think a lot of older people, especially when you run across the ones that you feel that's religious and saved, and they worse than whatever else is going on. You know what I mean? Out in the streets. Everything happens for you. Yep, she said that. Even family, yeah, that's the worst sometimes. That's right, they're crazy and it's scary too. Yes, ma'am. And I don't want to throw all this on you because I know you just got back in here, but you said you wanted to hear it. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, and like I said, when you come through shit, it's crazy and scary too. Yes, it is. And I promise you, I don't even know. I'm trying to think of how many people that I still got coming through here that you remember, because from when you was here last. Yep. When you were here last, I think I probably got I maybe got from the people that if you remember when you were in the live who you seen and stuff, I probably got ooh, maybe 6 people from that left, and everybody else is brand new. That's how serious it's been out here, sis. You get what I'm saying? That's how serious it's been out here in the road. You feel me? That serious. That's how bad it's gotten. It's all changed that much. And you remember, I'm not saying I had a whole big channel over here, nothing, but I had quite a few people. We had quite a few, like our regular crowd that we see every time, we all meet up at a live or whatever. And a lot of us, we recognize the folks that's been around us. You know what I'm saying? Well, like what we used to, I don't have a lot of that no more. It's I got a whole brand new situation going on here. had to, move on, so to speak. Like you said, everything happens for a reason. Good reason, too. I'm telling you, girl, you would be shocked. And there's so much I would love to be able to tell you, but I can't get it out here because I don't know who's in the bushes, who's ducking in the attic on top of the roof, and I don't want nobody to, get the misunderstanding. You know what I mean? Yeah, she says, who? Who? Oh. Oh. I don't know. Look how she I can't get it. Sis, look. See it? You see it? I wish I could get at you with so much different stuff because a lot has changed over here, sis. You know? Oh boy. She says, I'm going to have to give. She said, I'm going to have to give you my number on Instagram. Oh, Sister Lynn is absolutely amazing. She's been having, I don't want to speak nobody else. She's doing good. Me and her, we still locked in good. She's doing good. She is doing really good. Absolutely amazing. And just the way you remembered her, she is blessed. And a good person and still doing her thing. She done had some stuff that, stuff to be going on YT, but it's nothing with her. You get what I'm saying? She's amazing. She's her. She's still doing amazing. Squirrel still doing amazing. Steven is still doing amazing. You know what I mean? Like all of them living for Jesus and Miss Nass, all of them are a blessing and absolutely amazing YouTube family. You remember all of them like Tamika and all of them? All of them are doing good. Yes, all of them. All of that whole crowd of people that we all were in the same lives a lot. And you know what I'm saying? All of them are absolutely amazing. I don't know if you remember Gary and Jesse. They're still blessed, beautiful young guys doing good. Everybody, all of them like that are absolutely amazing. They never change. They're all doing the same exact thing. They're the same way they are, up, down, around. I mean, Stephen has grown. I mean, at the pond over there, he has grown all the way up to a big, big channel now. Oh, thank you, thank you. And you just missed Sister Lynn too, cause she had just had a live. But all of them ones like that, like the majority of the people that you used to see in her live, you know, they all of them are doing good. She says it's beautiful to know some things and people haven't changed. Yes, it is, honey, because the change, it ain't fun and it ain't easy. You know what I mean? Because change can, change for the better can be hard. You know what I mean? But when you have change because of something negative, that's even worse. So you get what I'm saying? But all of those people right there, the majority of them, as far as I know, are still, doing good. And, everybody is the same. I'm trying to think who else was that from back in them times when you was here. She says, I didn't handle change well. Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's okay. I think that you have a right to have your emotions and deal with what you got to deal with and process it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times we don't know how something is going to affect us, and it doesn't mean that we're negative or that we don't believe in God. It's just that we're human, we live in the flesh, and when we hurt, we hurt. You know what I mean? And that's all okay. I get it. I get it, and there ain't nothing wrong with that, because that's a part of our emotions, and nobody wants to be in that predicament, but we know there's things that causes it to happen, and the only thing that we can do is just be human, and
That's our stuff.
I see it, and accept it. You know what I mean? And just work past it and try to grow each day, and God will strengthen you back to where you used to be. You know what I'm talking about? Because can't nobody, who it is? Nobody can, walk your walk for you. You know what I'm saying? It's all up to you, and God already knows what's going to happen to you before it even happens. And I think that a lot of people don't realize that our emotions are very fickle. You know what I'm saying? They're very fickle. And anytime somebody has blessed you with a beautiful person in your life, you're obviously going to go through something where they're not here anymore. You know, they left that gate open or not latched properly. Except when you got a closed gate. I don't know what they were. Some Muslim ladies. They still there? Oh, I thought I seen them on the thing. Yeah, because they were closed the gate. Oh, with a car. Driveway. Oh, the women are in the driveway on the side. That was his friend that's in the front. I thought they was in the black Jeep, but it's somebody else. Yep, those are the women. I don't know. Did you want that off? Did you want that off?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
My stuff came in, they didn't have the curry chicken, so they gave me fried chicken with curry on it. So they didn't put it over, they didn't do it right. They didn't put it over, they only put it on the rice. That's what this is just for that. But yeah, Miss lady, so much is going on here, honey. Life is life, and she says, hello, Night Owl. How you doing? It's oh, I forgot. What happened to you, girl? How you been? Thank you for stopping in, Night Owl. Girl, what's going on with you? How you doing? How's the family doing? I appreciate you coming in. Happy weekend to you, my dear. I hope all is well. Thank you for being here, my darling. Thank you, thank you. I'm just chatting it up with Miss Grace here. Yeah, but I don't know Miss Grace, because there might be a few people. I think there's probably maybe only maybe one person that you might end up back in contact with that I'm no longer in contact with, and I don't want that to become nothing between me and you. You know what I'm saying? I just want you to keep that in mind. I can't really get at who it is because I don't want to be, no kind of disrespectful or nothing like that on the tube. But there is going to be, and I'll find a way, kind of, or they might say something to you, but it ain't got nothing to do with me. I promise you, 100%, 100%. Ain't got nothing to do with me. And guess what? Got all my receipts not faded. I promise you. I promise you. I come in peace. So I haven't, it wouldn't be me on my part. Let me get some of that lettuce there, can I?
Yeah.
She got some too already maybe on hers. Or does she need any too? But I promise you, Miss Grace,
It's already wiped it.
Say it again.
It's already wiped it.
What, her stuff?
What? No, the countertop.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me wash my hands first. I promise you, it ain't gonna be, no kind of nothing between us. You know what I'm saying? I do not want that to be something that interferes with our friendship, because I think, if I remember correctly, I don't know how long you might have known her. You know what I'm saying? Longer than you known me, and I'm not with all that either. I go by what relationship we have. You get where I'm coming from? So I'm not gonna never try to, get nobody caught up, but I promise you, I ain't playing no games either, though, because I've already tried that, with a few said folks, and they try to be in the middle, and it just gets all, discombobulated, and folks just, I never been that way. Even when I was a child, I knew how to make friends, and I don't try to, block or stop people from being friends and things of that, or even if it's somebody that, some people that I know that I don't get along with, but you're still friends with them, that's none of my business. You know what I'm saying? But I know when drama is at hand too, though. You get what I'm saying? So that's something that I always like to keep in mind, to make sure that nobody gets lost in the sauce. You get what I'm saying? Because that could easily get started, especially when you got folks that, you guys have in common. And maybe some people may not get along, but see, it ain't nothing, I promise you. I think you would be able to tell, because I think what was happening here is some folks got a lot of people fooled. And see, I didn't know a lot of stuff until the truth came out. You know what I mean? I didn't know there was no truth to be had, but I promise you, at some point in time, even when you were still here, I started seeing a few laggy things going on, and God has started speaking to me. And then I got family that be watching the lives and things as well, and they started telling me that I should be concerned and watch out for a few different people. You get what I'm saying? And I know God was trying to tell me that, I'm going in a different direction than what somebody is not what they are. That's what was showing to me. Somebody, and then I could tell the way they were acting. And then once I wasn't sure, I kept trying to believe and hope that's not what it was, right? So I decided to go on and start paying attention to other people that we have in common. And then I start seeing them run around with telling the same story but changing it up and not being truthful. And then I started learning that something's wrong here. You know what I'm saying? Something's wrong here, but like a fool, I kept believing, oh no, they, this people, that person, they good. Give them a chance, bop, 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 bop. Kept me in, you know how you do. You know how we do as people, wanting to believe and love and hope for the best. And then, bam, bam, it happened. It happened. And I promise you, what I started doing is taking notes so that if anybody's trying to, rub it off the wrong way, I know exactly what's going on. You get what I mean? I'm for real. I promise you, I think by now, even though I know we don't know each other personally, and I know that you haven't been on here for a while, and that people can change over some months and things of that. But I promise you, I know you can tell you're a good woman of faith and understanding and clarity. I know you can tell that I pretty much sound the same way that I was back then. But that don't mean that I couldn't have turned evil and, still trying to fake it off like my old self to play games, because people do that. You get what I'm talking about? I'm going to be 100% honest with you. People do that, as they call it, fake the funk. It happens. We're human. Yes, sis, that's what I'm talking about. So, with that being said, I can honestly tell you that anything that's changed and occurred and it wasn't me. 'Cause I'm not from that cloth. I've experienced too much hurt and things and comprehension and what I'm trying to do with God than to be out here trying to harm anybody. You get what I'm saying? So that definitely is not part of my recipe and how I'm made up. I don't do people dirty, and I don't hurt and harm nobody. Because I know God has a plan for my life, and if I want to be blessed by Him, I don't have to pretend to be religious to win people over and then turn around and the true colors come out that you're really not. I don't have to lie, manipulate, and try to destroy anybody to try to make myself look good. I'm just living my life and being me. Also, when it comes to like with this on YT, you can kind of see when stuff goes down how the functioning is on people's channels, certain people's channels. I don't have a channel, I got a hangout spot. Betty, I got a hangout spot, so but you can tell the flow of it, how they building, if it's doing better or not. So I didn't know you knew. You get where I'm coming from? And like I said before, once I see, I'm trying to figure out, because I may not be able to run into you at particular places that I don't go or people I don't deal with anymore. But I want to try to give you an idea so that if you go around these folks, you just watch mentioning me, because this is how they are and how it turned out, and it's all a lie. To be honest with you, it's all a lie. You got people that just flipped out, and I had a feeling that they were that way when I first met them, but I just try my best to give people a chance. You know what I mean? We got to really, I wish I could get it to you. I wish I can get it to you. Because I promise you I haven't said anything. And you know what I keep trying to explain to people? Whenever somebody do me wrong, even if it's in physical life, some things here is meant not to be said. Like for instance, if somebody do something to me wrong here on YT, I'm not going to call out their channel and try to embarrass nobody or disrespect them unless that's needed. Because sometimes stuff is needed. Yeah, I'm sorry. But I'm good with it. And I ain't got no problems, no loss, no nothing. But at the same time, we have to understand what's right and what's wrong. So, I promise you, I did not do anything to anybody. And I just don't want you, even with you knowing certain people, to get caught up in the middle of nothing, because I know that this type of person, I didn't know they were like that fully, but I had a feeling something was wrong. And if you start, getting involved with anybody, that it don't become nothing between us. If we all, because I know how to be friends with folks that don't get along with other folks, but I don't do the drama. I've been here about 45 minutes. Yep, yeah, oh yeah. I told you I had to let it go. A whole lot. A lot of different people. As a matter of fact, I probably got like maybe 6 people that I've been knowing from back. I knew them back from about 6 or 7 months back. And there's probably only 6 left. Everybody else is brand new. Break me out the plastic because I'm acting brand new. So, the majority, that's what it is now. You know what I mean? This stuff, I'm going to give you some of them hot onions that burn your lips off. So I just want to try to, she said it's good though. She said, I've only been here a certain amount of time, and you can see the difference, right? Uh-huh. And I promise you, it's nothing that I did to anybody. It's just that stuff, I gotta be standing right. And I decided once I started doing this YouTube thing is to make sure that I'm surrounded by the best people as possible. And then when some of them ain't right, God show it to me. You know what I mean? She said, keep it moving, sis, for the better, yes. And I just hope that nothing happens here that messes me and you up, because me and you been pretty cool. You know what I mean? Amen. Amen. They sure do, sis. Absolutely. They sure do. Oh, okay. And if so, you can cut some up from the house. Right, I don't like when they do that. That's right, it ain't lettuce, and I don't know how they try to pass that off. Cilantro and lettuce are two different things. That's not good. And I tell you, Miss Grace, you know God and Jesus got you too. That's why you back and doing a lot better. You know what I mean? I just want to make sure that, me and you, I got by your action and how you treat me. Oh, you have too, Miss Grace. You have too, and I appreciate it. But one thing I just don't want to happen is that somebody else that you probably felt the same way and they've treated you well, and they may not show you that side of them that I've seen. So, I just don't want that to come between us. Because if I could say, you would know exactly who it is and what's going on. You would be like, oh, are you serious? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately. You're going to be shocked because a few of these other people, you probably feel the same way about too, that the way you complimenting me, yeah. The way you complimenting me, you probably feel the same way about them as well too, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want nothing to come between us, because certain ones like a lot of drama that you may reconnect with, and anything they may mention about me, I promise you, anything. And if you feel comfortable with meeting or reaching out to me on the outside of YT, I can show you every bit of it's a lie. Every bit of it. Because I'm not wired that way. Well, that person, I didn't know they was wired that way either. You know what I mean? I had no idea. Just like you saying, you said actions and how you treat me, and you have always been respectful and caring and loving. You have too, and these other people have too, or that's what I thought until, you know what I mean? Because I didn't know. And then when I started realizing some things, I was trying to, give it the benefit of the doubt, and I let it go too far. And the person actually turned up. And this is a few people that we both know. The person turned up and tried to switch some stuff off like it was on me, but I promise you, beyond a reasonable doubt, it was not. It was not. They just completely bugged out, and they tried to, turn it around. And like I said, I thought they was respectful and loving, caring, and loyal too, and he got me on that one a little bit. Like I said, I should have listened to the warnings. Yeah, absolutely. And I promise you, they flipped out. Because I clearly told them that it had nothing to do with them, but they took it and blew it all out of hand, and then who they were trying to hang with that they met through me, they tried to get with that person, but that person knew too, but that person tried to stay in the middle, which I didn't allow because I let it all go. You get what I'm saying? Because if I know something that's not true, and I've got friends or people I know that's not clicking with each other, I'm not going to sit there and let them go at it when I know that one person got the whole thing wrong. I'm going to straighten it up and build a stronger bridge back to a connection better. You know what I mean? That didn't happen. The new person came in and was shadier. The new person. Oh boy. Honey baby, let me tell you, I don't know what's going on here, but I tell you one thing. I can't do it. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Them kind like that. Just, spread it low and wide. Because if I know for a fact that somebody got something wrong, instead of sitting back letting them think the worst about somebody that something that didn't even happen, I would say and do something about it. You know what I mean? But I could tell somebody was delighting in that. Oh yeah. It's a shame. You know what I mean? It's a shame. And that's right, and that's what I did. I didn't go into nothing further. I never went backwards and forth, nothing. I exit stage left immediately, right on sight, I promise you. Anybody will tell you that. Right on sight. And I never discussed it no further than other with my family here at home. I never talked about it with nobody on YT. Half of these situations that dissolved, like I said, all the people that was there before, there's probably 6 left out of the people, if you remember, that's it. And I didn't do anything, I let it all go. I guess they will. And a lot of them want to stunt your growth. They do. Because sometimes when you have people in your life and you know this person good and that person good, you find yourself caught in the middle because both people have treated you well, but you don't know who did what. No, thank you. You, you are right about that. She said, didn't see the mob. And that's what it be too, though. Because I know you in your life, and all of us, and meet somebody that you didn't know that side of them. And they blew your mind when you did, or when you learned. One of them situations, especially when the person portrayed themselves as being a Christian, and in fact, when they were saying that they were a Christian and what life they used to live, they're actually really still living it. And the mask came off. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. One of those. So once you meet that other part of them that they claim don't exist anymore, then that's when it gets scary and problematic. You have to excuse me if you don't mind, because I'm eating something I haven't eaten nothing at all. It's my first time really eating. I had some peanuts and stuff, but I didn't eat. Then you start saying, oh my God. Well, I knew Mary, I knew Bubba, I knew John. He was never like that. You know how that goes. And that's in your physical life as well. And this could happen to you physically, by family, well, I tell you all of it. And it's hard to be friends too with people that are jealous of you. Because a lot of times when people are jealous of you, or that they don't really like you, they'll hang up under you and pretend. So they'll be in your every move, you know? And then they flip this, yep. And make you the bad guy, yep. That's how it is. And I promise you, it'll blow you away. If only you knew.
To make you look like a bad guy to justify their act.
Yep. to make you look like a bad guy to justify their actions. Mm-hmm. Because this did not go right. And I started seeing, like I said, some of these folks becoming unhinged. But I tried to believe and be cool. You know how that go. And I should have just cut it out early. But I tried to believe, and then they tried to turn it on me. You know? Very sad but true. And like I said, hey, absolutely that friend and that sis stuff, because I realized not even just on YT, but in personal life, people wear a lot of masks. You know what I mean? People wear a lot of masks, and they sometimes they win you over to f you over, as they say. You know what I mean? So you have to hope and trust that what they're showing you is who they are, because a lot of times we all, people all know that we have different sides. People act different when they're sick, when they're mad, when they're angry, when they're broke, when they're hungry. Just like babies. We know that. But a lot of times with friendships and relationships, boyfriend and girlfriend, homegirls, best friends, co-workers, people can pretend to be one way to win you over, and then when they get comfortable, the claws come out, you know? And that happens in a lot of cases with people when they want to. It's like I said, these people pretended like they started a new life, when in fact, they were still in the middle of their issues. Exactly, it's sad. I know that's right. She said, I isolate. That's right, get somewhere and get yourself together so nobody don't, fracture your emotions. It's been craziness. It's been a ride, honey. And I think that happens to a lot of us, because I got a lot of people that I have worked with, and a certain part of them I seen, and then after I got to be around them, working with them, a whole nother story. And sometimes, if you don't know how to behave or control your emotions, you need to get somewhere and isolate yourself. And the ones that need to don't. And then they affect everybody around them. You know? But yeah, honey, a lot of stuff has changed. And I don't want nothing to mess us up. I promise you. That ain't who I am. See, I'm the type of person too that if I got a problem with somebody, I don't have to address them in front of everybody. I know how to do things mature, privately, and respectfully. A lot of times it ain't what you say, it's how you say it. And that's right, we don't do it. We sure don't do it, and that's the reason why I'm still going. Still going. Because once you give people that power, it's almost like you submitting to the devil. Because when they act up like that, they got the devil got them going. And the devil will use people to hurt you, you know? So we have to be careful with that. Because that's how he operates. Nope, nobody's worth it. And I promise you, honestly and 100%, I had said something one time to one of the people, simple words, and and it wasn't even verbally on here, it was typing. None of that had anything to do with you. That's right, and we'll never get too old to learn something new. We'll never get too old to learn something new. You know? And I tell you, we grow. Even though we're getting older, we're still growing. So that doesn't affect our ability to learn. Excuse me. Just because you get a certain age, don't mean you stop learning. I mean, I know a lot of people who get a certain age and don't never change. They just never got mature, you know? And that's the truth. And life passes you right on by when you don't get enough in you to humble yourself. Hmm? You want more? I'll get more for you. I can't take them. They're burning me. Too hot. You like it, don't you? We can deal with it. Are they? I know. I can taste it. I can taste it on the chicken. I mean, on the fish. A little bit spicy than usual. More after that, and then we have about 2 different orders of fish to have. We got to protect our peace because a lot of times, when you, she says whatever you, she says whatever you type or said, and it had a person offended, you might find something with. Yeah, and that's it too. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, ma'am. And the thing is, several people were trying to explain that to that person, and they just kind of flipped out completely. And I got all the proof of that, you know. They took it whole and just rolled all the way out. And I only said something that one time, and it wasn't nothing nasty, and I just said, nope, it got nothing to do with you, honey. Let it go. That's it. Done. Never spoke about it again. Never talked to nobody else about it other than me and you right now here. And like I said, my family. Never discussed it nowhere else. And that's just one of the people. It's been, like I said, since you have been gone, it's probably a good maybe 40 people or so that is done. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And once again, sometimes when you have people that start behaving dysfunctional, some of them never was really with you. A lot of them was with you because of what you can do for them. And another thing too, when people don't like you and they perpetrate, some of them like to stay up under you because they want to be in your business. You know what I mean? And then shortly after that happened, for people, because I didn't, shut nobody down or nothing right then at that point, because I didn't know how to do all of that blocking and all that. All of a sudden, a lot of my good folks started saying that they've been getting blocked. You know what I mean? When you start figuring out, oh, okay. People coming around bugging out. You need help. Because you can't say you walking with God and you doing all of that. There's no way. You cannot say that you're walking with God if you're doing that. Mm-mm. Because you can't put God in it. You know? Yes, that is creepy. This is these people is blessing everything all the time. Always dropping positivity. Always there, 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 there. Everything you do, they're there. There, there. God bless, God bless. Pray over the lives. Yes, sister, carry Lord Jesus, all that over and over 50,000 times. And then as soon as they get comfortable, they lose their cool. You know? That's why I told you there's a lot of wolf in sheep clothing. And a lot of these people that's saying that they're religious, they aren't. She said you can't walk with God and hold hands with the devil. That's right. And I always say that too. Can't shack up with the devil and expect the Lord to pay your rent. And that's what I always say. Yes, ma'am. You know? So, I learned, but I tell you though, I had been getting told to stop being bothered. And I kept believing, trying to believe and act stupid about it and not listening. Because I felt myself, right? I should have, done something about it. And I tried to keep giving them a chance. I know God, said something to me and my family. And I kept fooling around with it. As I seen the person changing, you know. It was going past being supportive into a little clingy and weird in the wrong way. And I figured because the person had, spoke about the horrible things that's been happening to them. So you figure to be that one bright light, if you can, in their life, And that didn't work. Trying to do the right thing ended up getting you caught up, you know. So, like I said, I never, like the only person that I talked to this deeply about it, other than family. And you are good people too, and I'm glad you made it back. How have you been? What have you been doing to get you past what you had to endure? How is the people? They sure do. I learned that too. People will take advantage of you. You got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. One thing about it too, when you treat people well, they take it for granted, and you got to watch out. When you got somebody that used to being treated bad, and you try to treat them nice, you're not ready to handle that yet, or at all. Or some people pretend to be good. And I was listening to a lot of different stories that these certain people be saying, and I realized that they were a common denominator in all of it. I'm glad you're hanging in there. How's your mother-in-law doing? Well, okay, they were hotter than the. So I won't give you no more of them. Just to, I could do a few carrots. No more. Okay. I think they absorb their flavor more. The heat. Yeah, I don't blame you. I hear you. Stay away from it. And I promise you, I got like right now. Since then, I got two really nice YouTubers. I don't think you know them. Two of my nice YouTube sisters that passed away. Then I got one of my other YouTubers just lost a family member too.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand, Grace. You got to grieve in your own way. Yeah, I understand what you mean. You had to step away. So sometimes when people are grieving, they got to be left alone. You know what I mean? They got to be left alone and go in their direction with it. Cause I know a lot of times when I'm going through something, you get tired of hearing, even though it's all good, you get tired of hearing, sorry, sorry, sorry. You know what I mean. You hear it, but then after a while, you just want to go somewhere, and chill, and all that's all right. All of that is all right. That comes with it. It goes like that sometimes. You gotta get somewhere and get your mind right, and you may need to do it alone. Once you do that, you have a chance to heal and do it on your own terms. And then slowly God will start rebuilding you after He lets you walk it out. You know what I mean? And once that happens, you get on your way. And you will be all right. It just takes time. I've been talking on here how many hours? I don't know. I think it's trying to see, huh? Since I don't even know. Was it 11? I don't even remember. 9, 8, 7, 6. She said, I'm starting to take care of myself now and eat right. I was losing myself. I didn't know how to eat anymore. Yep, that happens, honey. You're grieving. How is your hip doing? If you don't mind me asking. Uh-oh. I'm sitting here smacking down. Hey, uh-oh. Hey, brother. Blessings to you, brother Marquise. How you doing? Happy Sunday, bro. Thank you for stopping in. Do you see who's in the building? You gotta excuse me, honey. I am crunching down over here, brother Marquise. Bless you, brother, and thank you so much for stopping in. He said, still in a lot of pain. Uh-oh. She said, I'm glad you well, brother Marquise. I'm glad to hear it. She said, still in a lot of pain and then gaining weight ain't making it no better, huh? I can imagine. I'm sorry to hear that, but you're on the right track now, right? Are you hot, Grace? Is it hot where you at? We hot all year round. It's hot year round, baby. Now, when you go into the States, now that's a climate change. In the islands never snow, never get cold. He said, yes, Lord, it's hot. He said, it's hot where he at. Oh, yeah, because I know a lot of places in America, is coming up with the spring and summers and all of that going down. So yeah, he said it's hot. I know I got quite a few my YouTube folks that's in Texas. If you in the island is hot year round, but if you in the States, you got season changes. You know what I mean? Well, I can imagine. She says, mm-hmm. He said, yes, Lord. You imagine living where the weather is always up in the hundreds with heat. Hot. And you got to live with that every day. Other than, being inside. In them islands, honey, hot year round. At least in the States, it can break off and have different seasons to give you a break from it, It's all good. I can handle. I know you can, bro. What's up, Jesse? How you doing, bro? Thanks for coming in. Happy Sunday. She said, I'm hoping for milder weather. You ever notice with the weather, whatever you get is too much of it? Whatever you get now, and one thing too, people don't realize, the weather's changed permanently now. It doesn't matter. How you doing, Jesse? Thank you for coming in, brother. It doesn't matter where you live at in the universe. It doesn't matter where you live at now in the universe. All of our weather around the whole entire world, whether you're in the States, the island, it doesn't matter where you at. The weather has changed to being bipolar no matter where you at in the world. Everybody that I know around is experiencing different weather that's going to stay changed permanently. Hey, Jesse, what's happening? What's happening? And it don't matter where you at now in the universe, the planet, the weather is going to be changed permanently, forever. It ain't going to go back. I'm going to pop some music on, turn it down a little bit. Uh-oh. Damn, I can't get this to go down. So it don't matter where we at. It's going to stay hot, y'all. Trying to get it where I can talk a little bit because I've been going for a long time. And I don't want to be verbally unattractive because I've been talking. This is one of the ones I've talked the longest in a good while. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. This says earthquake in New Jersey and New York. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. All this is bad everywhere now, y'all. The weather is never going to be as what we're used to from the past, wherever you are in this universe. It'll never be the same again. Yes, man. Yes, sir, because you know what? Pretty face, bad character. It can go down, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah. I just be making up some of these little corny cliches. I'm glad you liked it. Yes, let me turn this down for a minute here. Because I don't know if y'all can still hear me over the music. I don't know if y'all can hear me over the music because I want to rock with it. I just got to try to listen to it myself to make sure it's level. But yeah, that's a little cliche I made up, Brother Marquise. Just like when they say with women, they say, a woman, don't be a Debbie Downer. So I said, well, they got one for women. what can I say to a man? So I made up Nowhere Nate. A Nowhere Nate. And a lot of times you can have a pretty face and a bad character. I don't know if y'all can hear me still. I hope so. And I'm over here eating. You know what I mean, Grace? Honey? That's why it's so important. She says you're changing music too. Yes, Grace, this is probably like 2 or 3 of the new songs I got coming up. I'm trying to get it together over here and turning it into a little bit of something more serious instead of just a hangout spot. But I just like to chill so much that it's hard for me to do. But yeah, I changed that up a little bit, and I'm trying to do a little bit of something more here because I'm having fun, and I'm glad you like the music. When I be listening to these beats, I gotta find something that can, that can rock. You know what I mean? That won't be too, crazy and out of control for other folks that may not like music too much. Oh, she said I'm bobbing my head up and down. Okay, I'm gonna turn it back up, sis. You want to party? Let's turn up. I like a little bit of reggae, a little bit of salsa, R&B. You know what I'm saying? Get a little twerking in there. That's what I was just saying to that person, honey. This is a church song. Why are you twerking? You know what I mean? I'll turn this thing up. And just like sis was saying the other day, people are trying to make a lot of this stuff normal. And I'm not saying that there's such, because we always say the word normal. That's used as a cliche because there's no such thing of normal or being perfect. But people trying to okay a lot of negative stuff. You get what I'm saying? And it's getting way, way out of hand. Just like a lot of people think, even though there's nothing wrong with whoever smoked marijuana, I'm not talking about the smoking period, ain't my business. But what I'm saying is a lot of people don't know the difference between when they passed that law, they don't know the difference between what the state did and what the federal did. She said a little bit of everything. Amen. And what happened is people think they can roll up outside the bank, police officer in there, at the gas pump, lighting up a blunt. All this, y'all, you know what? A lot of this stuff it be all right. It's the way people abuse it. You know what I'm saying? We got to get this round here, y'all. I'm telling you, this is going down. We really got to get some help here, because I promise you, I'm not with it. There's a lot of stuff that I'm not going to be riding. I'm not going to be riding with. And see, people don't even know what's going to happen if things get down. Everybody how you got all this homestead stuff and things of that, which is good. But something, with the prepper and all that, I believe in some of that stuff. But see, it ain't nothing to start getting yourself too afraid of. Also, don't overdo it with prepping either. It's all crazy. Yes, it is. And what's good is bad. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. People are getting crazy. Like, I'm going to tell you something. I'm not even embarrassed to say it, y'all. Trying to do this prepper stuff, you got to look at it. And I'm going to say this for everybody, not even just me. You got all of this stuff, right? Just say, for instance, you got all this stuff because you're trying to prep. I got a freezer, deep freezer. I got everything set up. If something go down. Okay, just say, for instance, if you ain't rotating your meats and paying attention to what you got going on, what if you have a power outage? And you got to remember, a lot of people may get hit at one time. You can't buy enough bags of ice. You can't take this food and put it over in mama freezer. because they got a power outage too. So some of that we got to be careful with that. Also, when you're prepping too, and I'm not telling nobody what to do, I'm telling you what I experienced, I learned, and where I done went down the path wrong and done messed up. You got to go check on that stuff. I done went and had flashlights put up, batteries corroded. I done went and looked at a couple of canned peas and things that I got, green beans and all that non-perishable stuff, and the damn peas sound like I got a rock in the can because you got that stuff and you acting like you got it all, served up and ain't even got your ish together. They're playing with the weather already. Yes, you know what? This is what I keep trying to tell folks. This is the new situation that we got out here now. And I know a lot of people don't, like to talk about this kind of stuff, but I feel like the government and all these mad scientists and folks like that around is messing with some stuff here, y'all. I don't care what nobody say. Controlling things. Just like with this C-19, the C-19 was not a virus. It was a plague. As long as we continue, she said they ain't playing. She said, yep, he right. And as long as we keep on continuing to sit back and look crazy and be copycats of what somebody else doing, we're going to miss our own boat. You get what I'm saying? This government don't give a damn. Y'all know what's going on here. I know everybody, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? The people are not taking this stuff serious. A lot of this stuff is man doing things that he ain't supposed to do. You get what I'm saying? We are experiencing the trials and tribulations that were made deliberately. Not all of the stuff is what God said that we're supposed to deal with. A lot of this stuff is created by man for different reasons. And there is a lot of mad scientists that experiment with viruses and germs and things like that and cancers and all that. I know what the heck going on. I don't care what nobody say. People don't pay attention to all of that stuff. What's going on? What the heck they need to go up to the moon for? What are they going up there for? I'm just saying. This astronaut and for what though? You going up there and do what? Do you know how many, and I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just talking about some real deal stuff. 26 storms already in. Yes, it is. And they just keep on adding, and then they try to be so happy. You ever notice how happy the news forecasters are to give you some negative news? They think they're God assigning you a life. You get what I mean? They love to be able to try to tell you something, and half of them, they got themselves already protected. Just like with this C-19 stuff, when this stuff first hit, do you know how many months the kids would stay in school and places stayed open before they even let the general public know, before the CDC would tell anybody anything? Watching how many people is dying, and what people are not paying attention to is that this, listen here, y'all, and I'm not trying to be shady, spooky, and anything that I say, I promise you I can verify, because I don't like to, talk no crap and can't back it up. And I always say, everybody running around here, face down, ass up. Do you know the difference if you're standing up with your head and your head's down and your ass is up? You understand what I'm saying? This is what's going on now. You laughing at me? Yeah, you know what I mean? Face down, ass up. Dumb. What does the ass know? Not to be rude or nothing. Just think about it. You get, that's not a good position to be in, and I'm not talking about getting your jiggy on either. You get what I'm saying? People are not paying attention that all of this stuff that's going on here, these things are precisely planned. Yes, she said, yes. 26, yes ma'am. It's getting worse and worse. This ain't the, you know what? We thinking we saying something now. Watch what's going to happen. All of this stuff, y'all ain't been noticing anybody anywhere you live, whether it's this, what are you saying? Yes, man. Oh, yes. If you look at it for what it's worth, don't you see all of this stuff getting depleted? And it's hard, the conversation that I want to have on here, a lot of people may get offended by it, so I try my best not to speak too much of it, not to be shady, because I'm from a mixed crowd of family, a whole bunch. But I'm trying to tell you, America can barely hold itself down. Less more than to keep taking on. And when you're from somewhere, people get mad at you because they think that folks don't want to help or do nothing. That don't have nothing to do with it. Just like a lot of times, y'all know what I'm talking about. A lot of times people don't want to pay attention to it, but how is it that if you fall upon a situation where something happened to your income, just say like with C-19, or your job closed down, and before you can find another one, you got to fight to get unemployment, but somebody can come from somewhere else and they get to live for free. It's not fair. Yep, the heat wave. Yeah, that's another thing that's seeming to be a whole problem where they've had to cancel school and all these carrying on things, and you got to put your refrigerator on 150 and all this stuff is some things that they anticipate to happen because they're causing them to happen. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. And I might be wrong. Maybe people don't understand me, but I'm telling you. All of this stuff is going down here, and folks are not paying attention. Anytime you live somewhere and you can't get some type of help that you need, but yet anybody can come from somewhere else and get it, how does that make it right? And I'm gonna tell you another thing, and I don't, and not to be rude, but I'm gonna have to be raw. It don't have nothing to do with my orientation, my skin tone. Ain't got nothing to do with that because see, I'm not a crayon or a marker, so I don't want nobody calling me white, black, purple, green. I have a complexion. Wake up, first of all. Look at what is going on out here. You could be working like a dog and doing what you got to do, and then when you fall upon hard times, you can't even get employment which is designed for you at a time of need when you're unemployed. But you can pop up from the damn moon and get everything for free. I mean, the houses, everything. I promise you, I can prove it. I know what's going on here. And that's a problem. And a lot of things that I want to say here, and I hope I don't rub nobody the wrong way. Even though a lot of people got the, and I'm gonna get into it now. I don't want nobody to get upset with me. To say that they are not. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. I think they're messing with all of it, Grace. Everything. The shortage of food, all kinds of stuff. Because if you look at how many different grants and programs that is given to people coming in from somewhere else, and if you didn't have the money to help people out when they were going through something here with the C-19 and other things, how are you having that all of a sudden? You understand what I'm saying? They got even where, I got some different families in different states and stuff too, and they're rebuilding new parks from some urban loans and all this. Well, how can you do that and you can't help somebody when they're hungry and they're down? It doesn't make any sense. That's the point that I don't get. It doesn't make any sense. There's something going on here that's not quite right. Uh-oh, where are you at, stranger? Look at this guy here. Now, I'm going to get on his butt. A brother ain't even looking out for his sister to straight up diss me. No, so let me stop. How you doing, bro? Thank you for coming. Blessings to you. How is homie doing, little homie? Thanks for stopping by, brother. Hello, hello. I know you've been doing your thing over there. How's everything going? I hope you're doing well. And how's my little homie doing? I was wondering, I said, I just told him we keep saying hi to each other in other people's lives and don't be able to, clicking, but stuff happens. So I'm just talking a lot of junk, y'all, but you know how it go. He said, shoot, girl. I know, brother. I got to mess with you for a minute there. I got to fool with you. I'm just messing with you, and I know how it is, though, because these YouTube streets, not to mention, your own life. Some people are parents out here. We got a lot going on here, so we got to do the best we can to get through this thing called life. He said, shoot, you wouldn't diss Miss Rruk. You is something else, bro. How's life treating you? I hope you're doing good, brother, and I hope little homie's got it going on over there, too. We're just chilling and talking about all of these problems with this kind of weather and stuff that's going on, and you like the top dog for that type of stuff, teaching people how to live off with the grid and less is more. Because I keep trying to tell people that a lot of this stuff that I learned coming up as a child, a lot of people confuse being independent for being poor or being resourceful. And I remember back when I was younger, that coming up, they didn't even have no lanterns. They had a candle. You hear me? Candles, outhouses. They grew everything. Little homie is good. He's been playing with his cousins all weekend, swimming all day. That's nice. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. That's right. That's what it's supposed to be, too, for kids to have a life of peace and fun. And I'm glad to hear it. God bless it. God bless him. It's so cute. He getting so tall. He growing up. He getting tall, too, there, Vandal. But, yeah. We got old school stuff, too. And Vandal, you won good for that type of stuff. You know what it is, Marquise. You won good for that because, see, I keep trying to tell people, like I tell you, I was somewhere, this was some long years ago, where they usually don't have any kind of tornadoes. It's not known to be in that state to ever have anything like that. Thunderstorms, all that, but not tornadoes. And I ended up being maybe 5 blocks away from when an actual tornado hit. So with me from the old school, you run and ask people, do you got a basement? Do you got somewhere to go? You know, trying to, before all this stuff hit touchdown. And folks was worried about jewelry and PlayStations. And I'm like, man, listen, you know what? When you grown, stop. You know, even if you got, and I'm not telling, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to tell nobody what to do, preach or judge anybody. But when you raising kids up, or you around any young kids, even if you're not a parent, you're an aunt, godmother, neighbor, a homie, a friend, please show these kids some old school stuff and stop this foolishness. Yeah, he slept 14 hours the other day. I told him he probably grew 5 inches. It was a growing spurt, definitely, because I see he done got taller. The Wizard of Oz, you got that right, Marquise. Amen. You know it. Yeah, he grew. I've been looking at him. He getting taller, and it wasn't just because his hair is up taller. It's him. He growing. These kids are growing. Overnight. This time is flying by. But please, everybody out here, please, and I know you're already doing it, Brother Vando, and a lot of you guys here on the live right now is doing it, but please be the one to show your kids that less is more, that you can get out here. I done cooked rice on a grill. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? On a fire. You got to understand that you got to crawl before you walk. And a lot of people don't utilize all of this stuff or use it, or they look at it like, oh, well, my grandparents, they was poor and they lived on a farm, that we didn't have nothing. That ain't even what that is. A lot of people are not poor. They're very resourceful and they're independent. And when I used to go down, like an American family, when I used to go down to their house when I was younger, they didn't have nothing but candles. So whatever you had to get done, you got to do it by the grace of the daylight, or whatever you can stumble around with the candle and do. Yes, people pay attention, look at what's going on. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And you were out the door kids. Even when I was younger, even in the city, even when we was in the island, we still played outside and did more. People are not expecting the better stuff from their kids, other than everything's a PlayStation. There's nothing wrong with having games and nice sneakers and stuff, but we did chores. We used to shovel. When I was in the States, we would do clean people's yards, take out the trash to find ways to make money. It wasn't the option just to run and sell drugs or become a criminal. That's not what it's all about. Folks are not teaching kids the old school stuff. And like I said, when we would go down, they didn't even have they had outhouses. My grandfather, anything that he ate meat-wise, he raised up himself. All of the peas, green beans, broccoli, collard greens, cabbage, all of that stuff was grown right. When he owned the house, he didn't own just the house, he owned the land. He ain't paid nobody no taxes. When somebody passed away in the family, I promise you, they buried their own. I'm not playing games or trying to sound weird, none of that, for real. I remember all of this precisely to a T, and it's all true. They didn't do all of that. You didn't worry about all of that. You did your own. They very suddenly had to go into town to get some meal and that kind of things like that. We had a well. You get what I mean? Yeah. Homie knows about work. He's a great helper, but he plays games too. Yep. See, that's how you got to do it. Level it off, because everything is not, shits and giggles. No shade. I'm just saying. Even for kids, they need to understand that you gotta make it happen. And if you're used to things given to you, you get lost. He's not just all games. Some kids, and that's the truth. That's why I keep saying, like I said, when we used to go down, I'm gonna be honest with you. It first started off with this set of family, because in Jamaica it was a lot different too. With family there, Puerto Rico, because I got a whole listen to me for real. And when I'm talking about the Georgia South folks, they didn't have no lanterns. We had all that stuff, outhouses, that kind of stuff like that. My grandfather grew all his cattle. He used to walk around literally with a 12-gauge shotgun. You understand what I'm saying? Grandma didn't have no wash machine, no stove, none of that. Wash hands with a washboard by the river. You hear me? Washboard. And before she got a washboard, she used to wash clothes by hand just as good as a washing machine. Before she got the washboard, that was like a blessing of luck. You know what I mean? Other than that, she was washing clothes by hand. And mind you, she had 9 kids and a husband. And then grandkids coming down to visit and stuff for the summer. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? He says, I call mine. Yes, I know that's right. Yes, he said, call mine. Crapper cable. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Old school. All of that stuff like that. I remember Back when my grandmother used to be in the kitchen and she would be pulling together some dough, and I'd be thinking, oh, grandma finna bake a loaf of bread. No, she was using that like we use plaster. You know how people use plaster when you got a hole in the wall? She was making up that batch of dough to plug up the holes in the wall. See, you didn't have all of that stuff that you got now. You had to make it do what it do. And a lot of this stuff was not about people necessarily being poor. They just was resourceful. They lived off the grid. They did their own thing. He says, I've been at my mom's in a minute, but I'll be back on the property soon. That sounds good, and I'm glad mom's doing all right, Brother Vandal. And yeah, so we got some stuff to look at. And when we went there was no TVs. And finally, I tell you this, and no shade, they finally got a radio. They finally got a radio, okay? He says, yeah. He said, yeah, dough. Yep, say it, brother. You know what I'm talking about. So dough hard as a rock, solid as a rock. There's a song that sings that in there, but that's what I'm telling you. That's what they used because they didn't have no plaster and all that kind of stuff like that. They said when my grandmother used to have her babies, they used to have a midwife, and the midwife, she would come and be lit. You hear me? Lit. And y'all know what I'm talking about, lit. And they used to put a stick in your mouth. No air conditioning either. Not at all. They used to put a stick in your mouth, and you go on and have that baby. There was no C-section, no epidural, no nothing. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Nothing. You lucky. He says, I use fire for TV here. See? And that's another thing, too. Now that you mentioned fire, they didn't have no stove either. Everything was cooked outside like a campsite. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about with the grill and all that. I'm talking about making your own fire. You get what I'm saying? He says, I use fire for TV. You was a trip, man. They didn't have none of that. When they cooked, they cooked from a fire that they built. And they used various things to get a fire going. And we appreciated all that. And I know that we all used to spend more quality time together because the kids would be out there. And we had times that we were able to play free and be out there, but there was times that we had to do our chores and stuff too. He said, of course, I got my phone back. Long-term internet. I started fire. I hear you. You is something else, Vando. I know what you're saying, bro. Say it and know it. I know. And I promise you, yo, we got to be grateful and understand that a lot of these kids in this millennium now need to be dragged back to the old school. Even if you got, just say, like, I know all y'all not at that age probably, but just say it if anybody here is like a grandfather or even just a father, but we'll just say some grandparents, their daughter and son is raising their grandkids a certain kind of way. Well, you make sure when they come by you, or if you're a parent that's, in your 20s and 30s, start implementing some of the old school stuff in your kids' lives. You know what I'm saying? He said, because sometimes what happens is you get the kids and they get programmed by the TV and they don't want to go outside and do nothing. And when they do, it's limited to them rushing to get back to that PlayStation and that game, which is all good stuff for a kid to enjoy this. So, but show them something different, though, that life has to offer. Take it back to the earth, Mother Nature, life. And sit back and get it together, because a lot of times folks go too far out and then they forget where they came from, and then they don't have nothing stable. They don't know how to act because they're not used to nothing but playing all the time. You know what I mean? And that's the thing that I've been noticing. Oh, he said, guess who? Now, who this? Uh-oh, brother got a whole bunch of channels going on. He said, the third land, guess who? Oh, you is a trip. Oh, so you know what? I got me a couple of them ninjas too, bro. I just don't say who they are, but I need to do it because I wanted to do it to support more people. You know what I mean? He said, I love when you say that, guess who, and start that laughing. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on here that we have to, look at. Look at him. I know, right? He said, guess who? Vandal the third. Oh, my goodness, man. You is totally crazy up in here. What is you doing, brother, man? I sure have been missing you. I have been missing you, man. And I am glad you were able to stop by. I got a sister here, too, that I had been missing for a while, too. Because you know how life goes. You know, you don't jump to conclusions about people. You just hope that they're doing well. You know what I mean? and you rock with the best, you know. And hope that everybody is doing all right here. Because this YouTube thing, I don't care what nobody say. Even if you got control of it and you do it when you get ready, a lot of that stuff is a lot of work too. Even though it's a pleasure having all these extended brothers and sisters, it's still fun. He said, yeah, this is a support ninja account. Yes, that's what I got a few of them. I just ain't put them out on the road in a while to get out here and help people, you know, to support more people at a time so that that can get everybody to where they, you know, need to be, whether they're working on watch hours or whatever they, you know, whatever you're trying to do on YT, because everybody on here for different reasons. But I try to back as many as people as possible. I got like 2 people running right now on other devices, and today's been my actual home day without, you know, caught up in nothing and really able. I've been on here a long time talking and chatting and shooting. You know, I know what limit not to go past, regardless if I'm just chilling or not, you know. But yes, Marquise, you got that right. We got a lot of stuff going on here, y'all, and I promise you, I love to go into like deep talks with any and everybody about what's going on here, because people are in denial and you know, ignoring a lot of stuff. Because I'm going to tell you something. I remember years ago, you know, we were me and a family member. It was I think it was the summertime. It either was summertime or breaking into summertime. I think. I can't remember for sure, but I know that it was hot, and all of a sudden it started hailing small, small little balls, hard balls of hail. And it was coming down like, you know, we were in the car, all like that. And it was melting immediately as soon as it hit the car and dropped the ground. And that went on for about maybe 3 or 4 seconds, and it stopped. This is not it, y'all. I looked around here, and I'm telling you, if you pay attention to, if you ever have a chance to collect some rainwater, if you're in a state or wherever it may be where it snows at, get a hold of that snow and see what you're working with, because the texture of the rain has changed, the texture of the snow in different places. The sun and the moon don't set right like they used to. The light is getting dimmer. And I know the eclipse stands for a whole lot of things, but you know the sun and moon ain't supposed to ever be that close. So when that happens, God's telling you something. Wake up if you believe. I'm not judging nobody. Hey, what's up, Stephen? How you doing? Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Happy Sunday. I hope you have an awesome new week. I'm glad you had time to pop in. I hope everything is going well with you, family, and health. It's so nice for you guys to stop in too, because I got my old time sister here, and I just was telling her about how all you guys are still doing wonderful. That everybody is still and I told her how much you have grown and how, you know, big your channel done got over there. So yeah, and you get to see her now for yourself. Yes. Everybody. But yeah, we got to pay attention. There's a whole lot of stuff that's changing out here, y'all. And you got to either, you know, stand for something or you'll fall for anything, because I know what's going on. I be watching, and even right now, I'm starting to see, you know, different places that it gets scarce. He says, and they beautiful. Days I'll be hooking up StreamYard and hosting a senior party. It'll be my... Oh, you got to where you needed to be, brother? If that's what you're saying, congratulations. StreamYard. Everybody keeps using StreamYard. I want to try it. He said, hosting a singing party. It'll be my mom. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Woo-hoo. God bless it, brother. You are lucky. Congratulations. Oh, my goodness, man, because you got in here and did the work. Because you remember way back when I met you, you weren't doing it like that. You know what I'm talking about. You was just chillaxing. You weren't into none of that. You just was coming on and giving the recipes, how to make deer and all that kind of stuff, stew and things. You know what I'm talking about. And you got into it, huh? Because I would have never thought you wanted to, because you was just so chilled. You know what I mean? I'm glad for you, man. That's awesome. If that's what you wanted to do, go for it and enjoy yourself, brother. Congratulations to you, homie. Big homie. The big homie. Wow. So you done already showed up and showed out, huh? And you know, remember how long ago me and you met? I didn't even know that you would ever want to get into it like that, because I remember you just not too long ago started doing lives, huh? You used to chill back, so now you on your way, huh? Good for you. Vando is doing a monetization party. He's gotten monetized, and that has to mean that. Yes, sir. He says, Bob Marley said, I bet you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people. Hey, honey, let me tell you something. Bob Marley, honey, was a legend. And you know, it's so funny, too, because when I started doing, because I had an actual channel before the hangout spot here at Rruk of All, but when I was doing, when I started doing these lives on Rruk of All, I used to have a picture of Bob Marley. I don't know if you remember that, Vando, but I rocks with him. I think everybody likes Bob Marley, too. But you got that right, brother. Go ahead and go for it. Congratulations. You deserve it. Do your thing, honey. He said you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all the time. And you know that's been a cliche that's been used, and it really, really represents itself well. So home is going all the way through, huh? And I remember, because I remember you used to come in and drop them recipes and stuff and just chill. I remember coming over to your channel, and I think I had looked at every video you had and every short, and then it was just chilled. You know what I mean? Then you disappeared for a while, and then you came back with your new crew or your community and started your thing. So congratulations, man. He said yes. He said yeah. Do what it do. Not trying too hard, not sure. I know exactly what you mean, man, because once you get, you know how I got so many people that's falling apart over that, you know what I'm saying? That's why I try not to let it take me nowhere in no kind of direction, because that's not, the only thing that's popping in the world, because we are, majority of us have some kind of job or something going on, getting it in. He says, not 2 point. Very stress about it. He says, just post. Yeah, see, with me, no matter what I'm doing on here, I'm going to always be on here to chill and hang out and cut the food. Because I love having it, because I got so many people in different time zones. That's why I got up there Sunday, Monday, because I got my people in the Philippines and different places of the world that it's a whole nother day for them. And we got different time zones, in different places where you live at. You could be going to bed, somebody could be waking up, somebody could be afternoon, all kinds of different time zones. And I like to hang out because I don't really do too much of hanging with people in my personal life. So when I get on here, I get a chance to chill. So I get it and I run it. I've been having this running for a while. And today was a day, a really good day off just to chill out home. Though I've been able to sit up here and really chat it up for the first time in a long while. He says, my live earlier was just... Okay. He said you had a live early, and I didn't even get no notification for it, bro. Because I know I had been running into you, here and there in other people's lives. And I'm like, let's make sure we keep in touch, No, my live is just facing up in the sky, looking at the clouds. Okay. And I know that's right. You know how you got to get it how you live, bro? I know that's right. And I promise you, this has been so amazing for me, because this is what I like. I like people. You know what I mean? And it's been a hard time for me being able, I've been having a hard time being able to deal with a lot of people out here around the world, because I have to live, pretty much kind of off the grid, and I could be here, there. You can go over in the islands for a couple of months and then come back to the States, try to find work this season, so that if you got to bounce, you got to bounce. And I got a lot of stuff hanging over my head, but once again, I'm not a victim. I am a victor. You know what I mean? I'm here to chill, to enjoy this thing called life. But I am so glad that you're where you want to be. He said, pointing up in the clouds. Yeah, I know too. You got with your and I noticed what you got with your started doing your lives and things like that, and that got you going a little bit quicker. Yeah. He says, yeah, I was asked why I do live streaming. That's what I did so I can just connect with different people. I hear you. I hear you. You do your thing there, brother. And like I told you, I'm just trying to get the understanding of who been blocking, because that's what I want to ask you too, and a few of you guys. Who has the power on here to block your supporters? Do anybody know the full answer to that? Who has the power to block your supporters?
Yours. Oh.
Uh-uh.
Oh, okay. Hey, D.
What's going on, Charlie?
Not much. You still streaming?
Yep, how you doing?
I'm doing.
Good, doing and doing. You say Rruk, Rocker, Roka?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. How you doing? I said, I'm doing.
Fuck me this out. First person shooter. I come out with 3 switches. Crash out like fuck rap. Up the ante.
Mm-hmm. Let me see what my brother said over here. Let's see what he said. Okay. He says, yeah, I was asked why. Okay. He says, oh, that's moving fast now. Let me see. I can't remove them. Okay, so yeah. That's what I'm trying to get a better understanding. Yeah, I still just post. Okay. Okay, let me go down here. Okay. I can remove someone from the channel. Okay, but other person, you can bring them back. Or back. Several people who are removed. Yes, yes, he says. Others can delete messages. Yep. That other people put up or put them in timeout. Yes. And also remove them from your channel. See, Randall, I'm so glad. Please, because I was trying to talk to you the last time. I think you understand. That's what happened. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. And I think I said this before. I don't know if Grace knew. That's another thing, Grace, that I was talking about that I had meant to tell you. What happened was, right, I started having people that were reaching out to me on Instagram and trying to contact me, right? And one of my ladies is a crafter. She's like 70 years old, and she said that she didn't know how to operate Instagram, so she had to get her great grandson to contact me because she wanted to know why I blocked her. Then all of a sudden, that happened with her. And then it started being 5, 6, 7 people that keep saying, Rruk, did I do something to offend you? Are you mad at me? What happened? Why you block me, Rruk? Why you block me, Rruk? And I started losing. I lost probably like about maybe 20 people that thought that I blocked them, and I didn't. And then there's some, about at least 6 of the people, I tried to tell them that I didn't do anything, and then they stayed kind of mad at me, so I never heard from them again. And and I feel bad that that happened. There's nothing I could do about that. So what I decided to do was, instead of talking to a bot, I decided to reach out to actual YouTube and find somebody that I can ask these questions. Even though I got a brain of my own trying to figure out, and I got some family here, we was looking at it. But when I talked to the lady, she told me that a lot of people, he says, I trust mine everywhere I go. Well, see, that's good for you. But see, that's the whole thing too. I thought that I had some trusted mods too, but what I've learned from this woman, she told me the best thing, if you don't know what's going on, maybe you take your wrenches down and see what happens. That is the only reason why. And see, nobody here, you're not nobody, but a lot of people didn't have enough respect for me, and people came in arguing. If you really came here to talk with me, and you can hear me, or we can type to each other, what's the problem? Even with the wrenches, I know that it's easier to connect to people when you have a wrench, but if you're smart and you can read and write, you should be able to get it down. Don't stop my flow. If I tell you I'm having a problem, you're supposed to be my friend. Don't dog walk me. It ain't right. That really bothered me, and I got a chance to see what people really were. He said, I thought so too. You took my wrench. He said, you're so super. Shut up. Marquise, you crazy. He said, I practice and it comes. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. And I don't understand. So this is what I'm asking anybody that has a channel, because this ain't a channel here. Rruk of all is a hangout spot. But I'm just saying, if you got people that being blocked, right, and you know that you didn't block them, because I'm not afraid to tell nobody, and I'm not trying to act like I'm Billy Badass or anything like that, because I don't roll like that. But I'm not afraid to have a private conversation outside of YT, even if we have to go to Instagram and tell a person the friendship is over. And by me telling them that, I shouldn't even have to take no wrench, because they would leave me alone, hopefully, and we'd be done. You get what I'm saying? But that's not the case here. You get what I'm trying to tell you? That's not the case here. The case with me is I kept having the majority of my people blocked, and I didn't know what was going on. So I was advised just to take the wrenches and wait and see if anybody get any more blocks after that. That's all I'm saying. And there is a few people on here that we have parted ways. It ain't nothing I did. Because, see, one thing I don't do, I don't care what nobody say, what they think. When I come on here, just because I'm willing to talk about everything, go up against the wall, come back, talk about a roach or fly or ant, I'm not a drama person. Now, people have came and drama dumped on me and tried to, dump trauma, but I'm not the author of no kind of drama at all. Even though I talk like precise as I can, I keep it real, and I'm willing to have a conversation, that does not label me as anything negative. But when you get people that come on here that's kissing ass, that's fake and phony and trying to beg up to people and not laying it out right, people get it twisted. You get what I'm saying? That's not what it is. And the thing is with me, I've had people that came on here with a lot of problems. And then folks are coming in live and hear me talking, and, oh, they drama over there. No, it ain't me. Shit, did you read what happened when your ass popped in the live? Won't you see what they said? Read what the conversation was. I didn't paint the narrative of it. Read it. Don't blame it on me. And if I am drama, boof, be gone. Okay, come on now. He said, no, but you won't tell them how the cow ate the cabbage. Though you are brutally honest, I love that about you, sister. Oh, bro, thank you. And I know you will too. Because we already know Rome wasn't built overnight. You know what I'm trying to tell you? There is no reason to play that game. And you know what I want to tell you too? How can you go to anybody's channel, hangout spot, whatever you call yourself on YT, and people getting mad at you or how you doing things over there? If anything, if you don't like it, bounce, baby. Bounce. And it's that simple, though, and it's not to be dirty or negative. Go ahead with your bad self. I don't understand. I've never went in anybody, and thank you so much, Marquise. You just touched my heart. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you really see me, though, because a lot of people look at, oh, they drama, they loudmouth, they keeping a lot of shit going. You're not paying attention, especially if you're not a real rocker and a roller. You're going to come over and say anything, but yet you trauma dumping somewhere else. Not drama, trauma dumping. See, we got a lot of categories that we need to fall into. Emotional dumping, drama dumping, trauma dumping. Some people trouble bond with each other, for real. Some people trauma bond. You get some people together, felt like the world to do them dirty and stuff, they get together and go on a spree. You know what I'm trying to tell you. People doing different kind of things. Yes, they are. I promise you. He says, I won't attend a channel if I don't like it. See, and that's the thing that I keep saying. I don't know why anybody would get upset. Do you know how many people, and I'm being honest with y'all guys, I can prove it. I got my receipts, and they're not faded. How many different people now that I have that stopped coming because of a wrench? I got one new person that I just recently met, and they came in immediately when they came in alive. But what's happening? Where's the wrenches at? Where's the wrenches at? How am I supposed to connect? Well, first of all, I don't know you from a can of oops paint. You get where I'm coming from? Just don't get upset with each other over nothing petty. He says, facts. I tell so many people that there are millions of channels. If you ain't exactly move, yes, yes, Vandal, that's what I'm talking about. And change the channel. That's exactly what I mean. Slide to the left. And I don't understand that. So the person came in the live, and the first thing they said, well, how am I? First of all, when you first go to somebody, if people got channels, if you go to their channels, ain't nobody gonna hand you a wrench if they don't feel they know you in some cases. Now, when I first started doing the wrench, I was giving them to everybody because I didn't know what power they really held. I just wanted to be friends with everybody and be cool. Dumb. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, I did it like that, and then stuff started happening. But what I don't understand is this person came, this was just what, last week or so, they came in the live. Well, I don't know why I don't got a wrench. This doesn't make sense. Why doesn't anybody in here have wrenches? How am I supposed to bind hosts? You need to do better than that. I can train you in 5 minutes how to do it. I can train you how to drink a leak, to do, just kept going on. And I verbally explained what was going on, and they still continue. I still decided, since they came to my live, when I seen that they had a live, I went over to their live, and the first thing they did was take set on me. Soon, oh, I'm glad you're here, Rruk, because I wanted to get you straight about the wrench stuff. It's not fair. I don't know if I'm going to be able to come to your channel if you don't have no wrenches, because that's not right. They said that then. Okay? Then they came to another one of my lives. First thing that they said in the live, once again, I don't think it's fair that you don't give people a wrench. There's a lot of people like us that are good, honest people. You need to give us a chance. You need to get to know us. You need to give us a turn. And I'm like, who the hell is this clown? I'm sorry. I'm going to say it. Yes, sir. I didn't say that to him, though. I didn't disrespect him, and I'm not talking two-faced. I'm just saying it in my head because I know how to behave. You know what I mean? And I didn't understand. If you came in the live and you asking me questions, and I'm not verbal, I'm not just typing, I'm typing it to you, but I'm verbally telling you somebody has been doing something. Do you want me to show you the receipts? Because I got all the receipts. I got all the receipts of what's been going on wrong. I got, even right now, I got 2 of my YouTube women that just told me last week that somebody blocked them. One lady said she was in the middle of chatting and saying something to me, and she got blocked right in the middle of talking to me. I promise you, and I'll tell you what channel and who they are. I got 2 of my friends just now told me that somebody duplicated their channels and pretending to be them. I don't know what that's about. He says, I don't have issues really. Says it's all good with me. Yeah, oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. I know you know what it is. I'm just having a conversation because I got some friends that done popped in today that didn't know what was going on, even though they don't care about wrenches either. I'm just saying, I'm asking you guys because I don't know what all of that is. I don't understand what's going on with everybody. And another thing, too, I promise you, my life is a little different than I'd like it to be right now because of what I'm going through. I'm not a victim, I'm a victor, but some stuff has happened. He said, but I know you don't need to be blue to kick out. No, it ain't got nothing to do with that. That's what I don't understand. And once again, too, you can tell when people are just coming to get something from you when they don't really give a damn about you. You understand what I'm saying? And I know a closed mouth don't get fed, but see, honey, we're not playing no game here. It's not trick or treat here year round. That's in October. Hello? We ain't got time to be playing no games with people. And like I said before, I'm not going to come on here in no damn fantasy. I don't care what nobody else doing, trying to act like they smiling all the time and laughing. No, that I'm not. I don't live like that. I don't live like that. I like to experience my emotions, talk about things and live. I'm not gonna come, yes, I'm doing good, sleeping on the curb. Yes, I got 5 cars, ain't got a bike. I'm not finna do all that. And I watch all these fake channels and folks be trying to pretend, and it ain't really popping like that for you. Sit down, chill out, let your hair down, and live. But people have a right to do their channels or whatever any way they want. But what I'm saying, I'm talking about myself. I don't come here to play no games that hurt nobody. I never done anything wrong, and if anybody don't like something somebody's doing, why would you stay there? Do you know how many millions of channels and stuff you can do out here on social media, not to mention in your personal life? They got all these catfish shows that'll show you what can happen out here when you out here thirsty and looking like a fool. You got to know what time it is and what you want from what you doing. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I don't have to come sit up in your live and pretend to be friends with everybody you know just to get somebody to support me. I shot my best shot. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I got a good damn aim. You feel me? He said, I'll talk to my trolls into supporters. Well, see, that's good. See, that's good, and ain't nothing wrong with that. See, if you can work it, work it. But see, I don't have no trolls. I just have a bunch of a-holes. Whoever tried to try something, whoever's blocking. And like I said before, you got to remember, why would a person be ever trying to block people from communicating with you when they don't even damn know you?
There is nobody on this YT right now that can say that they come and hang with me and I don't support them back, or I did something dirty to them. And I promise you, any of the few people that I tell you that I dislodge you, I don't deal with no more, I promise you it wasn't nothing to do with me. I got all my receipts. I got all of it saved. Because you want me to do an open mic, I'm going to tell you how to get down. I'm going to show you how to rap, rhyme, and reason if you're interested. Because there's folks that got crazy over here. I don't know what happened. This is the problem. There's too many kids with phones and yep, yep. All kinds of confusion, yep, and BS and shit of them. Yep, bots, yep. Be kids, yes. I remember being in 50 Live one day when a whole bunch of them came in there, about 6 of them came in there, and every one I looked back at, it was an actual fake bot or actual kids page, and no supervision and free to do what they want on the internet. He said, yeah, I'm saying some people can't just talk it out anymore. They sure can't, brother. That's what it is, Randall, yes. The kids got the adults fighting, yes. And crying, it's a crying shame. And see, that's another thing too with parents with these days, and it has been some in the past, but more now in this, in this millennium, is that folks are more busy trying to be friends with their kids and please them than they are parenting. You get what I'm saying? So they so worried about if I don't get my kids the latest sneakers, even if that's going to be that I ain't going to be able to make the full payment for my light bill. At least my child will be showing up in school around the other kids with the Jordans on. Oh, that's crazy. You know what I mean? All of that's crazy. And like I said, maybe it's kids that have been blocking folks, but I just wanted to see what was going on with that because I didn't understand. But I also learned something too by me speaking to my last 2 friends last week that told me they were blocked at 2 different times. They came in alive and apologizing, and one of them was crying and stuff. I felt so bad. I don't know what happened, Rruk. I enjoyed hanging out with you. I don't know why. Did I do something wrong? I wanted to apologize. She made up a page, one of them, just to be able to get in touch with me because she didn't remember, the Nightbot be dropping the YouTube, the Instagram thing link. And I said, no, I don't know what happened. Then she started elaborating on with some stuff, too, that happened to her and her husband or somebody else. And then one of my women just told me somebody duplicated her channel. Hey, thank you, brother. He says, nice discussion, but Mommy Kim is live. So I must run. Yep, I know that's your peeps, bro. Them is your number ones, baby. Good luck with your Mommy Kim and them, and take care. Thanks for stopping in, because I know you met me, then you met them. I know. I knew that's what was up. You had your crowd over there. It's all good. Do your thing. That's how it be. You got to get around to everybody, because it's hard. But, honey, I make sure that's, like I said, everybody's where they want to be. Yeah, be well. Yep, you enjoy yours, too. That's what it is right there. That's the stuff. That's how it be. You got to make your rounds, and then some people be where they want to be. You know how that go with life. You got to make your rounds and help as many people as possible. But some people favor some people over other people too. We already know what that is. I got somebody right now, and I'm gonna be honest, and I'll tell them straight up. They keep saying to me, and this is what happens. A lot of us got friends, right, that we're all friends with, and what they'll say is like this one, not one person, several people, but I'll just say somebody just recently said to me, hey, Rruk, and you just said hi to me yesterday and the day before because we got friends in common. Even if we didn't meet each other through this friend, but you keep telling me in this one Pacific Live, oh, Rruk, I'm sorry, I've been so busy, life is getting in the way, I've been meant to come by and check your channel, I've been meaning to come by, and to be honest with you, you lie to me, you're lying to yourself. You know why? Because you have been seeing me. You mean to tell me right now, we both are coming to the same live of a friend that we have in common, right? And you're going to that live because this person does a live every day. You can't, if you were interested in me, you can't click off from that live for a minute to come and say hi to me, because most time when I'm in somebody's live, I'm running the live too. You're lying. Bye-bye. I don't care about that. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. I know some shady people, and what folks do is they try to go places where they think they're going to get over on somebody as opposed to trying to find the real deal and get somewhere where you belong. You're chasing a roach, and we got plenty cracks in the house. You think you're going to catch that roach? You get what I'm saying? It's two-faced. I already just experienced that. I already know what I can't even get to where I want to say now, y'all, because I can get some, I can lay the pipe. You understand what I'm saying? I can lay the pipe. You understand? Just like God, He'll give you the lumber, but you got to build a house. And we got to stop with all this game. There's no way in hell that you could be sitting in somebody's live and you're going to one person's live, but you're seeing somebody else in there that you ain't visit 4 or 5 months. I don't care that you don't come. So please don't think I want you to wipe my ass, because I can do it myself. And I'm being right up. You don't got this, honey. You think you hollering at some kind of damn, bug on the windshield. You got this wrong, baby. You're the one that came over with all the problems. And I mean, this person is why a lot of people stop coming too, because they're like, that's too much drama. And that person come, but it ain't drama like starting nothing with people. It's that their own personal life that they type in and display is a lot of mess. But it's more so of like mental health and medical problems, but a lot of people in the live just don't be wanting to be bothered with it. I don't mind talking about it though. I never had a problem. But the point I'm trying to make is that don't try to, because you get shamed, you run into somebody, oh girl, I meant to come. Get the heck out of here, man. Are you crazy? Do you honestly think because I'm nice that I'm dumb? Come on, don't do that. You come in anytime you want, disappear when you want, duck, fall apart, do whatever you want. But I've been running into you consistently in this one live that I support just about every live they got, because that's how I rock with people when I really rock with them. And I seen you there every time through the whole live, 3 and 4 hours. I could leave and come back, and you still in there laughing, participating, and bugging out. And every time I pop up, hey, Rruk, I'm coming to see you. Hey, Rruk, men, women. Nobody don't care about that, sweetie. Go ahead with that lie. Go ahead with that lie, because you're lying to yourself, and most of all, you got to cover it with God. And when you're telling them unnecessary lies like that, it's ridiculous. And then I got so many people that came over here, and I'm not gonna lie. If you come over here and you meet somebody and you like them better than me, and y'all click, that's fine. If you come over here and meet somebody and you start going to their channel, that's not the point that I'm talking about. I'm talking about trying to be shady, manipulative, backbiting, and two-faced, running some game. I see you. I see you. You understand what I mean? I ain't got to dig up in my nose to get a booger to know what a booger is. I know what you're doing. A Decepticon. I ain't got time for that. You got the wrong one, baby. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do me like that. And I'm not going to sit up here and try to trade people for people just because you got with a whole bunch of people that can move you up to where you want to be. And when you came around to hang out with me, you was acting wax silly because you dealing with some people that was talking about God, and you said you didn't believe in God, and you kept talking negative, and then you expect people that are religious that want to subscribe to you, they didn't want to do it. So why would you get mad at me and then go try to run here to East Bum F and get with a whole crowd and then trying to act like you partying because these people got you somewhere different where you tried to use me for? Anybody don't care about none of that. Build your own. If you cannot stand on your own 2 feet, what the hell wrong with you? Subscribe to channels our age or older. I know that's right. This is why I keep saying that none of it makes, y'all got to think of it. Y'all got to think of it. And I'm not going to run out on you just because somebody else is popping. I don't give a damn who doing what, where. If I'm rocking with you, we rocking right now. And I treat everybody accordingly and equally. I'm not going to try to act like I'm really close friends with you and then dish you for somebody else and pretend. You can let me know we fly by night. Bye. Bye. Do you honestly think, especially in my life, I always know this. I thought I told you I could never lose. You get what I'm saying? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? This just happened too. I know I can't get it the way I want because I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. Because then we're gonna have to go out to war. I'm gonna have to pull out the, the 350s and the, Glock and the Gugak. No, so let me stop, y'all. Let me stop being silly. But yeah, anyway, I'm not with none of that. You go wherever you want to go, but don't run into me and pretend, because I don't need you over here, man. It was more so you come into like a clinic or something. But I didn't mind it, though. I didn't care. And everybody else, like, I'll check you later, help that one out. I'll check you later, handle that person. And they wasn't saying nothing negative. They actually was trying to help, this one particular person out with their medical problems. Then I had somebody that just told me that I was going to come to your live, but I seen that there was some drama. What drama? With who? She said, be right back, have to take this call. Okay, Grace, thank you. I hear you, girl. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand what people be trying to do, but the whole thing is, ain't nobody playing with nothing over here. You know how they always say, what you shit don't make me eat. Baby, what you eat don't make me shit. You know what I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all know I'm trying not to say it so nasty. But you know what I'm trying to tell you. No one cares about any of that. You're not doing me any favors, because see, where you fall short at, somebody else gonna be taller. You get what I'm saying? Who cares? Let me see what this says. Many people. You got to look at it for what it's worth and know what you're standing for. Because sometimes folks will get here and get this thing all twisted up and have you somewhere looking half a crazy on YT. You may be sitting here getting yourself all involved and all turned up and bent out of shape for somebody that ain't even really who they say they are. Who got time to be bothered with that? Is that going to pay the mortgage? Is that going to get you, some ice water in the desert? What are you really here to do, though? Because sometimes folks seem to misunderstand a lot of stuff, and I didn't know why, but I kept seeing this, and this particular one was somebody that I probably known for about maybe 2 years, and I kept seeing them places, and they kept saying the same thing, and I'm like, honey, you don't even have to speak, baby, and we still can coexist, and I wouldn't feel no way because I walk past you like a trash can and ain't got nothing to throw in it. I wouldn't care. Because we're not playing games here. You don't have to. If you don't, I'm just cool, Rruk, but, the content that you have, I'm just with a different crowd. I don't care. But don't fake the funk. And I kept seeing this person. This just happened here too, what, 2 days ago. And I'm not going to kiss nobody's ASS just because they were a part of helping me get to where I need to be. I'm going to be humble, and I'm going to respect you. But other than that, honey, I'm too fat to bend over and kiss my own A. So you definitely ain't in luck to get nothing. You definitely ain't finna get a kiss. Because this is not how we do it. And I thought this person, too, especially when they came over, people were damn near about to unlife and stuff. And no shade. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm being honest. These people was about to unlife. And came over and said because you talked to them that made them feel better, and every time they're feeling they can't talk to this person or the med person, they talk to you, and I thought, hey, that was cool. I'm not trying to act like no God or nothing over here. I'm glad I could help. I'm glad we friends, we cool, and that was it. But then to keep running into you 5 and 6 places, and you trying to act like you forgot and lost, and life is life, and man, listen, get up out of here. Get up out of here. Go and put your big girl panties on. Ain't nobody got time to be bothered with that. Put your big girl panties on, because them little drawers you squeezing into look like a damn thong. Get it up. Get it up and stop playing. Let's step into something a little bit better than that. We have to understand, with every blessing, there is a battle. Don't make a head decision with your heart, y'all. Don't make a head decision with your heart. Pay attention to how you present your spiritual life. We can't get caught up in the world that we're so caught up in the physical world that we don't even, adjust to knowing that, you got a spirit in you. Because a lot of times that's why we can't get right, because we're too caught up in the flesh. Don't turn trauma, don't turn trouble into trauma. Come on, y'all. Just think of all this stuff. There's a lot going on. Don't let your faith go into crisis, people. Keep it real. Come on. Just think about what we're doing here, all of us. We all got so many different things that we got to do, but running over people ain't going to make your life no better. I guarantee you in the end. Life is like a boomerang. What you put out, you get back. Don't let no one keep you down. We can't have pleasure without pain. No one can get saved for you. You understand what I'm saying? These are things that we all have to pay attention to, because see, folks don't want to hear you talking. Because I just had some shade just blow in. You know what I mean? And I accepted it because I always give people a chance. But you know what? I see you with faux eyes. I see you with faux eyes. You understand what I mean? Stop playing with it, y'all. You know what I mean? And this is what I want to say about people that's dealing with struggling with forgiveness and all that stuff. And we really got to pay attention to this. I may have done what they said I'd done, but I'm not who I used to be. Keep that in mind, because that's some serious business right there. We got to keep that in mind, because a lot of people don't understand that everything you go through, good or bad, is not wasted. Don't think you're buried when you're only planted. You see, because some people, oh, it's all over. It's all over. What did I say? What are the 10 Commandments? Who carried the 10 Commandments? We got to pay attention to all of that kind of stuff if we call ourselves walking and trying to understand. But don't be afraid to make your mistakes. Because and I always say to the devil, you're not the 1, 2, or 3. You don't mean nothing to me.
We have to be prepared, because a lot of times folks don't understand that. We have to stop trying to fix something that we did not break. Complain and remain. I found the greatest love inside of me. That's my Holy Spirit. That's what the Whitney Houston song, that song that she said, I found the greatest love. With Whitney Houston, that song, that's what it meant to me, the greatest love inside of me. Not no pregnancy. I'm talking about the Holy Spirit. Don't reap with the same seeds you sow with. You can rush to fail or take your time to succeed. Embrace your journey. Praise him when you're up and when you're down. Meaning, don't always go to him to seek his hand. Sometimes you want to seek his face. Sometimes you may need something and don't ask for nothing. Just bask and glow in his presence. Because sometimes we run around, I ain't got no stove. I look good, and it be serious stuff. But sometimes he want to know, is that all you come around me for? Is that all you come around me for? What do I mean to you other than giving you? It don't, you know what I'm saying? It don't make sense. People don't understand what intimacy is. Intimacy is not just a relationship intimate in between the sheets between a couple. Intimacy means to see into me, to see who you are deeper than your flesh. Not how big your butt is, how long you're hanging, all this money, all that. It means to see who you are actually inside. Your faith confirms your salvation. Faith is confirmation of what we cannot see. That's when you're a believer. Don't just look at, see, that's the whole thing too. When if you can't believe, you can't even have a relationship with God the right way if you can't believe. You know what I mean? If you can't believe in something that you cannot see and that's not verified in that kind of way, you got to look beyond that. It's better to be slow and strong than to be fast and fragile. These are just some things. Don't worry about quantity, worry about quality. Just like I was in the store one day and I seen these socks, and I know I bought the socks before, and you get 3 pair of them, right, for a certain price, and then I seen one pair for the same price as all 3 of them, and you know what? I got the 1 pair because I already bought the 3 pair, and they ain't no good. Quality, and this is a true story too. Quality. And that's the thing that people don't understand. Mercy saw me, not for what I have done, but for who I can be. That's how God is. He don't treat you for what you have done, but what you can be. Out of all the things that you have done wrong. Yeah, this, oh my gosh, this gets me so turned up in here when I talk about that, because it makes you realize that you're not working, you're not walking in the right path. God has given us so much that we don't seem to understand, that we that's all we got to do is follow. That's all we got to do is follow. And when you do that, you end up where you need to be. People don't plan to fail, they fail to plan. Do you understand what that means? When you give God your pain, he gives you his power. These are so many beautiful things that live by and know when you walk in the Word. God can make old things new again. Forgiveness can be like setting a prisoner free, and the prisoner is you. Come on now. Come on now. We know what this is. We cannot have peace if we don't understand grace. This is beautiful. Don't live just to live this life, live for eternity. Keep that in mind. Our future does not buy us a past or a present. We have to look further. And that's in this life. We have to stop saying I got lucky when it's God that gave you favor. Don't let the evil of your haters bring you down. Don't ask God just to get you into heaven. Ask God how to live on this earth. Because you got to pass this to get to something, y'all. And I know I'm talking y'all to death, so I don't know who's still up in the building. But if somebody in the building say amen. No, so let me stop. I'm being silly. But if y'all gone, I'm going to go into silent mode for a little while. And then I'm going to shut it down. I'm trying to let Grace come back in, too. I'm going to give y'all some music, though. Here go the DJ. Cut it up. No, so let me stop. That sounds terrible. You guys know what's up. I try not to come in here like I'm being cold-hearted, nasty, and cruel. And I'm gonna tell you too, Miss 50 don't play with it either. She don't mince words. Marquise, you know, you already know. Look, Marquise. My friend's son name is Marquise. You know what I'm talking about. We don't try to come off directly nasty, but we do have to keep it real. You know what I mean? Because I'm tired of all of the sugarcoating and all that foolishness. You finna head out, brother? I just stopped because I didn't know if anybody was still in the live. I know Miss Grace said she'll be right back. She had to take a phone call, and I didn't know if you were still there because I was getting into some stuff here. I was getting into some deep, deep, deep stuff. And you know how it go. Your destiny is going to outweigh your history. Your destination is greater than your past. We have to believe to achieve. Hey, hey. Yes, yes, yes. Sins block your blessings. On time is late. On time is late, y'all. Remember that. On time is late. A lot of people don't understand that, but that is true when you popping up at a job site or anywhere like that. On time is definitely, they consider that as late on the real tip, if you know what I mean. We got to be able to look into the understanding of all that kind of stuff, y'all, and stop playing games here. This is why I know a lot of times that when the world ain't ready for you. You feel me? They ain't ready for you because a lot of people want to play games, showboat, tiptoe through the tulips, you know, piss in your pool, you know, lie to you and tell you it's the truth, put the truth in front of a lie. You know how it go. We really got some stuff that we got to deal with here and straighten out, y'all. We really do, because I think a lot of people ain't really ready for it, you know? We got to know what we're doing out here, because a lot of us out here, we just, you know, we're sinking.
Oh.
And we're not trying to float, trying to make it. You know, we try to reach out for something. When the first thing we want go wrong and we don't get what we want, then we act like yeah, Lord Jesus, help me and all that. Yeah, but you know, you should have been calling on him and spending time with him when things seem to be all right, if that's how you live. You know what I mean? Whatever you might have been doing, that's all right. As soon as you have a problem, that's not the time to lose your head and fall apart. You got to really, really keep this thing going, because a lot of times that's when your listen to me, that's when your faith is tested the most. It's times when you're going through the trials and tribulation, your faith is tested to see how you're going to react, and do you believe in him? And just because you're not getting what you want, do you still believe in him? Those are all the things that we all need to keep in mind before we quick to jump to getting mad, flipping out, and overdoing it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times we jump to these conclusions and then we be somewhere looking silly, you know? And that's a problem big time for all of us. You know what I'm saying? I know all y'all busy people out here too, so Like I said, whenever I feel that people may have gone on and they may not be in the conversation, I try to, shut it down for a minute and come back. All right, Brother Marquise, you said see me later. Okay, I'll see you later, Brother Marquise, but I'm still going to be running it for a minute. Thanks for being here. Thank you so much for stopping in, Brother Scott. I appreciate you. I accept the support. I need the support. You good, you good. Thank you. And you know I got your back. What's up, Joji? Where you at? Where you at? Thanks for stopping by, you guys. Happy Sunday, if it's Sunday for you, and happy new week, and bless everybody. Thank you so much for your time, support, love, friendship, sisterhood, brotherhood. Let's get it.
I